finishing off Revenge to the best of his ability, and Kenby into the backline, gets there with the ultimate, out with the Q, and another pop from Tomo to get a kill for Dignitas. To somebody else, if you can't reach Tomo, how are you breaking into this? But it's Dignitas that are the ones setting it up. Another Weaver's Wall coming in from Jensen to get the separation. Coming in the opposite direction for Tactical. Dignitas now starting to get bundled together, but they feel nice and healthy. They feel very comfortable in their HP, but Fleshy from over the wall gets the multi-hit, but goes down. A knock from Armut, but it's 2 eliminated from Immortals for the one trade on Dignitas. Revenge on the retreat, separated from Kenvi, who gets stunned up and delayed, going for the blast cone hit, but you've got all kinds of terrain under you, Jensen, to be able to finish that off for Dignitas. Some of what was working out for Immortals before, not so much now.
They do have to be careful, though. I don't like that Dignitas is actually playing to Baron side with Dragon spawning, because it's their opponents who have Soul Point.
Centaur's the one to go and get locked into it, gets knocked up on the response, and a bit of a switcheroo as Fleshy gets knocked down to 50% HP. Tomo with all the shields at the ready. Look at the way he's able to poke down, even though Armut and Santorin have been brought low. Even that is enough HP to keep them for the time being. Tomo flash over the wall after all the action coming from Immortals on the bottom half of that fight, but they lost their jungler to jungler for support.
Yeah, and Santorin's just going to go right back to full because he has the Warmog, so he heals right back to full. And they're just going to start up this Baron, but Bolulu does have a flash stolen. Could look for a play. Oh, he gets asleep!
Sleep, go to sleep, but can't get the follow-up because Dignitas respond as much as possible. They're still on the Baron. Lots of damage onto Bolulu. Revenge, the one looking for the play onto Tomo, who goes into stasis. Jensen trying to hit with the Q, but for Bolulu over the wall, it's still Santorin to secure the Baron. All the while, does Revenge want to continue follow-up? Another sleep, this time onto Santorin. A good follow-up and another slap will do it. Tactical with the kill credit. In stasis, Revenge is now Tactical here with the ultimate and more blades, more feathers to be rained into Jensen, but a pop downtown to finish it off from Revenge. It's a scrappy one here after that Baron. Here at 41 minutes, Immortals, they are working with that Cloud Soul. They're working towards their objective focus on this bot side, and now matched this time around by the Dignitas presence. Jensen across that mid lane. Fleshy sought out. It's Armut and Fleshy that are still both looking for those angles.
Look at Jensen. He's just shoving mid lane. He's trying to force this pressure onto those Nexus turrets. He has ulti to join. So Immortals got to force. They got to force on this Dragon. Make Dignitas do something here. You can't just give them time. He can end the game.
Oh, they're getting Revenge to back towards the base, and Santorin and the team getting collapsed upon by Immortals. They take down Tomo, and here in the base, though, Dignitas, they're still here. We're able to handle Revenge. They've gotten one of the turrets. Oh, it's Dignitas. They know what play matters, and they know that it's the Nexus. Fleshy has arrived. Armut and Jensen still focusing down onto the Nexus, but the entirety of the team right here are able to get them off of it. What an attempt by Dignitas.
I think that's game. I think you could potentially just walk it all the way back. The death timers are so long. Looks like the call is to go for it.
How much are they willing to push forward on this with Fleshy already low, looking to get a charm up, and teleport coming in from Immortals, but Dignitas, they're here to make their stand. Kevi eliminated, Ignar and Tomo, and the rest can make, God! They took him down! The 3 down for Dignitas, 2 for Immortals, they back on out.
And Jensen is respawning. They can actually march down mid now and try to end themselves. It's both teams going back and forth for it. Do they just go to Baron? But neither team has a jungler, so this is a little bit of a flip. There is potential that someone like Bolulu could steal this. He doesn't have a stolen smite, but the burst from Zoe is going to be really high, and Revenge is there as well. So this is really sketch. They got to block the poke over the wall and try to burst this somehow because they have no smite secure.
Oh, they're looking for it. Dignitas, they're still on it. Over the wall. Immortals, can they find the vision? Can they find the poke? Can they find the moment? Bolulu finishing it off for Immortals. They get the steal, boy!
So they just need to try to wave clear this out. Jensen going to throw out that ulti to zone them off.
Keeping them into a fish barrel best they can. Tactical going in for the feather, storming into the backline. Kevi takes down a lot of damage. A charm on the Armut means that he is destroyed. Tactical, they take out one of the frontliners, but they want to bring their pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, Armut thought he had the kill. It looked like initially you think Kenby, you went way too deep, but he is the GA. and he actually gets the healing coming down from that Radiant Virtue that's keeping him alive. He's barely able to get out of there, and Arma couldn't Meganar. He was so close to looking at just basically a full bar, but couldn't actually get it, and now they're pushing in here. There's such a long time on Arma, nearly 40 seconds. Tomo!
Oh, they got the root. Tomo has to get on back and down. Dignitas cannot keep their carry protected, and even with the GA popping up now for revenge, a full collapse onto the Nexus. It's time for a Nexus to be taken down finally.
Oh, now we got a gank on top side. Early ghost from Dokla gets out of the range of the Vault Breaker.
Will he actually escape, though? Very, very low. Very, very dead. First blood over to FlyQuest. Nice. Impact's going to go into the pit first, but Poom has roam. He is the first bottom laner from either side to make his way into the fight. Speaker's ready to go for it, and FlyQuest steals it away. Now Contract sends a flash back over the wall. Victor's going to be taken low, and Dokla takes him down. FlyQuest is still fighting, looking for a second one here back in the Contract. Prince has arrived. The dragon flies away, and Poom tries to run it. Can he get out? Luger's ready to back him up as Speaker takes a lot of damage. And Impact goes underneath the turret to slay at FlyQuest. The next Drake spawning in 25 seconds. Remember, they already secured the first two. Their sole point. If they get this one as well, Contracts goes in after Prince, and he's just immediately down to 1% HP. Impact's coming around looking to finish him off, and there it is. FlyQuest are not done yet. Ayla has to disengage, but it's a double kill back over to the top laner, as now Impact is keeping everybody here. Vikla goes into the dive underneath the turret, and Spica takes down Aurelion Soul. FlyQuest has killed 3. They've put the remaining 2 on life support, and they aren't even sweating doing it.
Flank you around on the Vi. They're not looking for a smite steal. They want the fight.
Boom. Finding the hook. However, now Impact is diving into the remaining players on CLG. FlyQuest keeping focus back on the Drake. As you can see, there comes a big old meteor. The skies descend, but FlyQuest still stands tall. Dokla looks for a way into the fight, but he won't be able to find it. How is he going to get the kill on Impact? Massive damage coming in from the AoE of Meteos. CLG, they stole the Drake. They win the fight. What in the hell is going on here? As Vicla's gonna be chased down, a double kill for Palafox, and Contract picks up a third. What on earth are CLG eating for breakfast?
Then maybe they can buy the time needed. The Vi ultimate is back off cooldown though.
Easier said than done, as now Contracts is already gonna get killed, but the skies descend, and Vikla falls immediately. Dokla's into the back line. They run down Prince. They've killed the damage, and Palafox is flying into the back lines of FlyQuest. The dragon roars, and FlyQuest dies. CLG managed to get their fight and hold on against the FlyQuest offensive. Impact looks to make his way out, but Palafox is having none of it. The Elder's still being burned down, but not super quickly. CLG still looking for the angle. Palafox drops the ulti, and the skies descend. FlyQuest scatter. CLG still looking to make their fight. In the back line goes Ayla. He finds multiple knockdowns, multiple CCs. FlyQuest are going in, and they found the kill into Luger. CLG are absolutely crushed as Boom and Contract barely hold on to life, and Impact's ready to rip it away from them. Contract tries to use a stopwatch, but the clock ticks ever forward, and time's run out for CLG. FlyQuest finally get their fight. They knew what they were walking into. They knew how to get it done. And after 37 minutes, they're gonna find their win.
It is amazing though for the bottom lane to have some pressure. Inspired eventually does finish up his invade, and Akali's a little short to follow, so 3v2 for now.
Ooh, Inspired flashing forward past him to get away from the taunt. Someday has to flash away now as well. So Geniuses spent way too much time messing around for a blue buff. The Poro tries to get away, but he's never going anywhere. Maple picks it up, and TSM get a 2-kill start.
Jojo gonna stick around in range as well, but here goes the initiation.
Oh, Buki wanted to go for the Q flash, but he does not connect to the FBI, and he had to use the ulti immediately after, but Chime is already about to die, and Jojo gets him. Now Turtle's gonna try to kite it out. TSM have been absolutely crushed. Holy hell. Disgusting! And between Bloodthirster, Overheal, this guy's got about 1,000 HP worth of extra protection on the top of that health bar. Solo's gonna lead the way. Vulcan drops the box. Evil Geniuses keeping their distance. Someday and Jojo looking for opportunities to collapse from the sides. If the core 3 of Inspired, Vulcan, and FBI get jumped on, TSM stepping up again. Vulcan finds the death sentence, and he finds it onto Maple. Maple tries to get away, but Someday's ready and waiting, and the day is today. Jojo is dominating, and Evil Geniuses are running him down. Wild Turtle stuck in the middle of everybody, and it's a double kill for Aphelios. Boogie and Chime head for the hills, and Evil Geniuses heads towards the Baron.
For the chase, he starts channeling his Baron and Power to recall, will come back.
Okay, Someday decides to engage on Wild Turtle, but now he's ready to maybe turn it around. Someday has the ball. Meteos Solo with a massive Mega Gnar into the wall, and now TSM's looking for a team fight. Solo keeps chasing. FBI's under pressure, but he's stuck into the stasis. TSM has found the enemy of Meteos. They've got JoJo stuck in the smoke. He'll barely get away. And Maple and TSM just got free for free. Jai's Soul Stealers are not quite as high quality as a lot of the other ones, but he still might be able to find it if he can get the angle here. Wild Turtle gets engaged on, but they're still disengaging it for now. Solo's stuck in the middle. He goes into stasis. EG still trying to find an angle, still trying to find the move. Maple goes into the taunt. They find a lot, but are they able to find enough? Wild Turtle is down. JoJo's able to find the credit. Chime's on the run, and that will do it. EG is gonna take the game.
See when they scale in different ways. You know, so much damage on Cloud9's side, as long as they don't get caught.
Now, let's see how much of a fight 100 Thieves wants to put up for this Drake. They go in with Closer's ulti. Sven's gonna get focused down, and they blow him up. It's first blood over to Lulu, and 100 Thieves are ready to fight back. With Cloud9's Drake stacking interrupted and their support already dead, we'll have to see if M&S might be able to find something. Berserker with a massive arrow over the wall. He puts it right through their heart, and Bjergsen is about to drop next. He throws down a meteor, but he's immediately cleaned up. M&S is after Doublelift, but he doesn't quite have enough damage to get it done with the missed Q3. Doublelift holds his own, but Cloud9 kills 3. C9 is invading the enemy jungle now. Sven's gonna check the Tribe Rush there with a grenade. Checks it further with some rockets. Closer engages on the enemy Heimerdinger. Sven's gonna be bursted low, but it's 100 Thieves getting bursted lower. M&S goes over the wall, and Blabber goes on a rampage. Both bottom laners are already dead, and Closer's just the cherry on top. C9 has a body count this game.
Honestly, the bottom side inhibitor exposed as well, but they don't care, because pushing on mid and top right now with the Baron buff.
Ooh, Blabber using the stasis to survive the Aurelion Soul ulti, and with that spin, it means C9 just knows there's one less tool in the tank for 100 Thieves to use to fight back. Mid lane's gonna be enchanted there with the Baron, as now M&S engages, and Doublelift dies. It is another absolutely impossible situation for 100 Thieves to try to navigate being so far behind.
100 Thieves team, keep him away from that Dragon Soul. Here's the moment.
All right, he jumps over the wall with Q3, looking at Closer, because they know if they kill him, there's no way they can lose out on the Soul. There's no chance at a miracle steal. It's Hex Soul for Cloud9.
That was technically a tank.
Yeah,
He
technically.
just hit it 3 comboed.
There's not a lot of tanks that can really tank much on the side of 100 Thieves now. Nice use of the Wild Growth to interrupt to the skies from Fudge, but Doublelift is still in no condition to fight back. C9 pushing forward, all 5 men still ready to go. You got the bottom lane inhibitor alive, but C9 is just gonna walk past it. Berserker puts an arrow through Doublelift again. 4 deaths now on the Zeri. Aurelion Soul ulti only serves to mark his grave as Berserker nearly kills 100 Thieves on their own spawn platform. The Nexus dies at 23 minutes, and Cloud9 just beat the hell out of him.
The gold itself fairly even despite little leads here and there in the lanes.
Yeah, has been very even overall. Pioshik again behind him, and now Licorice could be in trouble.
Over the wall, through the jungle, upon Licorice, they go, flash away, but a flash response. First blood for Team Liquid. 3 weeks left in the regular season. There's the other angle of there's still a lot that can happen in 3 weeks in the regular season. And a lot that can happen right now in the game as we see some of the first team fighting. River trying to swirl his way out of there. A stun onto 2 from the Tibbers. Lock up. Pioshik going down. Golden Guardians trading jungler for jungler as the pursuit still stands. Core JJ eliminated. Some Qs over the wall from Stixay to get Yan out of there. But Team Liquid right on the ground. A flash on out for Hui and blasted away. Summit is here to stay. Ultimate comes on through from Harry, and Gory is going for gold. Harry continuing to poke out with the Q. Pioshik on top of 1 for the first kill of this fight, or the second rather, as Gory goes down. Summit wanting to lead the charge for the rest of Team Liquid. Onto Licorice they go. Another knockup. River cannot help the rest of the squad. 3 eliminated for Golden Guardians. Rest on the retreat, and Team Liquid, as they were hoping, come out on top in the fight.
And now TL are just going to say, you know what? Licorice, you show bot. You've got to TP top. You've got to answer the Baron right now.
immediately doing so, and Team Liquid, they are burning this down, looking for GG to try and make their entrance. The ward over in the favor, go in with the tippers and trying to get the lock for JJ into the backline with the quickness, and even with Vi with the ultimate, tries to find the target. Licorice isolated off against Summit alongside Hugi, but Team Liquid, they're going after the carries, they're going after the ones that are most important in this fight. They take down the jungler, they take down the biggest damage threats, so it's just Licorice and just the dragon with the breath burning on down. Team Liquid, they managed to get what they're looking for to set up with this Baron.
And they're playing very heavily poke focused. They get counterpick for Summit, and you just camp for him, right? And they put him in a spot where he is playing from so far ahead that it's difficult for their opponents to catch up.
He does get pretty chunked, but finds the escape, and now poor JJ hits the go button, answered by a stopwatch by River, but it just prolongs the inevitable. Team Liquid, they see GG try to keep them off, but they keep on going. Licorice, the next one to go into stasis before popping right back up into a lot of damage. Can Gory come in for some assistance to try and connect with the stun on multiple? But it's just Harry here trying to make groundwork of Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians, though, now down 3. Gory and Stixay on the retreat. No bodies between these carries and the rest of the squad. Team Liquid out on top in the fight again. Onto the Nexus turrets they descend and bring a victory, ending the streak of Golden Guardians. Any potential intervention from Dignitas with the rest of the team at the ready. They want to step into this, getting the stun and the shove and the flash away from Revenge. Attempted knock by Armut. A follow, a stun, and an ace in the hole to finish off. Tomo picking up first blood. To build this way makes a lot of sense with his approach. And right now, over on the top side, getting one to sleep in the pursuit here by Fleshy for the lock and the quickness. And Armut, the target of tons of effort from Immortals to finish him off before they can rotate on over, but Santorin with a responsive ultimate as well. Ace in the hole again, but don't even need it to finish it off. Jensen, this time, Jensen got to get the kill before the ultimate came in from Tomo, but
So you just have to take those targets that as they show themselves. Tomo in some trouble here potentially.
has the shielding from Ignar, had the flash, but the response from Balulu to come back on that, and another sleep. Look at the dish back damage onto Kenby, though, as Santorin comes in with the assault. Tomo kill, 2 down for Immortal. Can we get in line with their front line to start dishing out that damage immediately? Here's a teleport coming in with Revenge, sandwich between Jensen and Arma. Tomo as well. Revenge making sure to make his way over towards Tactical using that flash, but Santorin followed by Fleshly face in the hole to get it onto Revenge. Now the rest of Immortals, they are worried. A stun up and more onto Tactical, who uses the Featherstorm in response to get the kill onto Santorin. Dignitas are still in with them. Look at that damage though. Jensen in stasis, but immediately back up and down again. Dignitas taking so much damage there from Immortals. Dignitas making their dance, but they couldn't find the opening.
Yeah, I mean, the initial play, I think, was fine. They got so much pressure down onto Tactical. Yes, Santorin did have to give his life for it. Armut's gonna look, though, but this is kind of risky.
Stun onto Revenge. Ignar making sure to speed up. Lots of damage back onto Ignar. Tomo finishing off Revenge to the best of his ability, and can be into the backline. Gets there with the ultimate, out with the Q, and another pop from Tomo to get a kill for Dignitas. To somebody else, if you can't reach Tomo, how are you breaking into this? But it's Dignitas that are the ones setting it up. Another Weaver's Wall coming in from Jensen to get the separation. Blade coming in the opposite direction for Tactical. Dignitas now starting to get bundled together, but they feel nice and healthy. They feel very comfortable in their HP, but Fleshy from over the wall gets the multi-hit, but goes down. A knock from Armut, but it's 2 eliminated from Immortals for the one trade on Dignitas. Revenge on the retreat, separated from Kenvi, who gets stunned up and delayed, going for the blast cone hit, but you've got all kinds of terrain under you, Jensen, to be able to finish that off for Dignitas. Some of what was working out for Immortals before, not so much now.
They do have to be careful, though. I don't like that Dignitas is actually playing to Baron side with Dragon spawning, because it's their opponents who have soul point.
Santorin's the one to go and get locked into it, gets knocked up on the response, and a bit of a switcheroo as Fleshy gets knocked down to 50% HP. Tomo with all the shields at the ready. Look at the way he's able to poke down, even though Armut and Santorin have been brought low. Even that is enough HP to keep them for the time being. Tomo flash over the wall after all the action coming from Immortals on the bottom half of that fight, but they lost their jungler. It's a jungler for supports.
Yeah, and Santorin's just going to go right back to full because he has the Warmog, so he heals right back to full. And they're just going to start up this Baron, but Bolulu does have a flash stolen. Could look for a play. Oh, he gets a sleep!
Sleep, go to sleep, but can't get the follow-up because Dignitas respond as much as possible. They're still on the Baron. Lots of damage onto Bolulu. Revenge, the one looking for the play onto Tomo, who goes into stasis. Jensen trying to hit with the Q, but Bolulu over the wall is still Santorin to secure the Baron. All the while, does Revenge want to continue follow-up? Another sleep this time onto Santorin. A good follow-up and another slap will do it. Tactical with the kill credit. Into stasis. Revenge is now tactical here with the ultimate and more blades, more feathers to be rained into Jensen, but a pop downtown to finish it off from Revenge. It's a scrappy one here after that Baron. Here at 41 minutes, Immortals, they are working with that Cloud Soul. They're working towards their objective focus on this bot side, and now matched this time around by the Dignitas presence. Jensen across that mid lane. Fleshy sought out. It's Armut and Fleshy that are still both looking for those angles.
Look at Jensen. He's just shoving mid lane. He's trying to force this pressure onto those Nexus turrets. He has ulti to join. So Immortals got to force. They got to force on this dragon. Make Dignitas do something here. You can't just give them time. He can end the game.
Oh, they're getting Revenge to back towards the base, and Santorin and the team getting collapsed upon by Immortals. They take down Tomo, and here in the base, though, Dignitas, they're still here. We're able to handle Revenge. They've gotten one of the turrets. Oh, it's Dignitas. They know what play matters, and they know that it's the Nexus. Fleshy has arrived. Armut and Jensen still focusing down on the Nexus, but the entirety of the team right here are able to get them off of it. What an attempt by Dignitas.
I think that's game. I think you could potentially just walk it all the way back. The death timers are so long. Looks like the call is to go for it.
How much are they willing to push forward on this with Fleshy already low, looking to get a charm up, and teleport coming in from Immortals, but Dignitas are here to make their stand. Kevi eliminated Ignar and Tomo, and the rest can make, gosh, they took him down. The 3 down for Dignitas, 2 for Immortals. They back on out.
And Jensen is respawning. They can actually march down mid now and try to end themselves. It's both teams going back and forth for it. Do they just go to Baron? But neither team has a jungler. So this is a little bit of a flip. There is potential that someone like Bolulu could steal this. He doesn't have a stolen smite, but the burst from Zoe is going to be really high, and Revenge is there as well. So this is really sketch. They got to block the poke over the wall and try to burst this somehow because they have no smite secure.
They're looking for it. Dignitas, they're still on it. Over the wall. Immortals, can they find the vision? Can they find the poke? Can they find the open? Bolulu finishing it off for Immortals. They get the steal, boy!
So they just need to try to wave clear this out. Jensen going to throw out that ulti to zone them off.
Keeping them into a fish barrel best they can. Tactical going in for the feather, storming into the backline. Kevi takes down a lot of damage. A charm on the Armut means that he is destroyed. Tactical, they take out one of the frontliners, but they want to bring their pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, Armut thought he had the kill. It looked like initially, you think, Kevi, you went way too deep, but he is the GA, and he actually gets the healing coming down from that Radiant Virtue that's keeping him alive. He's barely able to get out of there, and Armut couldn't Meganar. He was so close. It looked like he had just basically a full bar, but couldn't actually get it, and now they're pushing in here. There's such a long time on Armut. Nearly 40 seconds. Tomo!
Oh, they got the root. Tomo has to get him back and down. Dignitas cannot keep their carry protected, and even with the GA popping up now for Revenge, a full collapse onto the Nexus. It's time for a Nexus to be taken down finally.
Oh, now we got a gank on top side. Early ghost from Dokla gets out of the range of the Vault Breaker.
Will he actually escape, though? Very, very low. Very, very dead. First blood over to FlyQuest. Impact's going to go into the pit first, but Whom has roamed. He is the first bottom laner from either side to make his way into the fight. Speaker's ready to go for it, and FlyQuest steals it away. Now Contract sets a flash back over the wall. Vixla's going to be taken low, and Dokla takes him down. FlyQuest is still fighting, looking for a second one here back in the Contract. Prince has arrived. The dragon flies away, and Whom tries to run it. Can he get out? Luger's ready to back him up as Speaker takes a lot of damage. damage, and Impact goes underneath the turret to slay it. FlyQuest next, Drake spawning in 25 seconds. Remember, they already secured the first two, their sole point. If they get this one as well, Contracts goes in after Prince, and he's just immediately down to 1% HP. Impact's coming around looking to finish him off, and there it is. FlyQuest are not done yet. Ayla has to disengage, but it's a double kill back over to the top laner, as now Impact is keeping everybody here. Vikla goes into the dive underneath the turret, and Spica takes down Aurelion Sol. FlyQuest have killed 3. They've put the remaining 2 on life support, and they aren't even sweating doing it.
Flank you around on the Vi. They're not looking for a smite steal, they want the fight.
Boom, finding the hook. However, now Impact is diving into the remaining players on CLG. FlyQuest keeping focus back on the Drake. As you can see, there comes a big old meteor. The skies descend, but FlyQuest still stands tall. Joker looks for a way into the fight, but he won't be able to find it. How will they get the kill? Impact, massive damage coming in from the AoE of Aphelios. CLG, they stole the Drake. They win the fight. What in the hell is going on here? As Vikla's gonna be chased down, a double kill for Palafox, and Contract picks up a third. What on earth are CLG eating for breakfast?
Then maybe they can buy the time needed. The Vi ultimate is back off cooldown though.
Easier said than done, as now Contracts is already gonna get killed, but the skies descend, and Vikla falls immediately. Dokla's into the back line. They run down Prince. They've killed the damage, and Palafox is flying into the back lines of FlyQuest. The dragon roars, and FlyQuest dies. CLG managed to get their fight and hold on against the FlyQuest offensive. Impact looks to make his way out, but Palafox is having none of it. The Elder's still being burned down, but not super quickly. CLG still looking for the angle. Palafox drops the ulti, and the skies descend. FlyQuest scatter. CLG still looking to make their fight. In the back line goes Ayla. He finds multiple knockdowns, multiple TCs. FlyQuest are going in, and they found the kill into Luger. CLG are absolutely crushed as Boom and Contract barely hold on to life, and Impact ready to rip it away from them. Contract tries to use a stopwatch, but the clock ticks ever forward, and time's run out for CLG. FlyQuest finally get their fight. They knew what they were walking into. They knew how to get it done. And after 37 minutes, they're gonna find their win.
This is amazing though for the bottom lane to have some pressure. Inspired eventually does finish up his invade, and Akali's a little short to follow, so 3v2 for now.
Ooh, Inspired flashing forward past him to get away from the taunt. Someday has to flash away now as well. But Evil Geniuses spent way too much time messing around for a blue buff. The Poro tries to get away, but he's never going anywhere. Maple picks it up, and TSM get a 2-kill start.
Jojo gonna stick around in range as well, but here goes the initiation.
Oh, Boogie wanted to go for the Q flash, but he does not connect to the FBI, and he had to use the ulti immediately after, but Chime is already about to die, and Jojo gets him. Now Turtle's gonna try to kite it out. TSM have been absolutely crushed. Holy hell. Disgusting! And between Bloodthirster, Overheal, this guy's got about 1,000 HP worth of extra protection on the top of that health bar. Solo's gonna lead the way. Vulcan drops the box. Evil Geniuses keeping their distance. Someday and Jojo looking for opportunities to collapse from the sides. If the core 3 of Inspired, Vulcan, and FBI get jumped on, TSM stepping up again. Vulcan finds the death sentence, and he finds it onto Maple. Maple tries to get away, but Someday's ready and waiting, and the day is today. Jojo is dominating, and Evil Geniuses are running him down. Wild Turtle stuck in the middle of everybody, and it's a double kill for Aphelios. Boogie and Chime head for the hills, and Evil Geniuses heads towards the Baron.
In for the chase. He starts channeling his Baron and Power to recall. Will come back.
Okay, Someday decides to engage on Wild Turtle, but now he's ready to maybe turn it around. Someday has the ball. Melmortius, Solo with a massive Mega Gnar into the wall, and now TSM's looking for a team fight. Solo keeps chasing. FBI's under pressure, but he's stuck into the stasis. TSM has found the enemy of Aphelios. They've got Jojo stuck in the smoke. He'll barely get away. And Maple and TSM just got free for free. Jai's Soul Stealers are not quite as high quality as a lot of the other ones, but he still might be able to find it if he can get the angle here. Wild Turtle gets engaged on, but they're still disengaging it for now. Solo's stuck in the middle. He goes into stasis. EG still trying to find an angle, still trying to find the move. Maple goes into the taunt. They find a lot, but are they able to find enough? Wild Turtle is down. Jojo's able to find the credit. Chime's on the run, and that will do it. EG is gonna take the game.
See when they scale in different ways. You know, so much damage on Cloud9's side. As long as they don't get caught,
Now, let's see how much of a fight 100 Thieves wants to put up for this Drake. They go in with Closer's ulti. Sven's gonna get focused down, and they blow him up. It's first blood over to Lulu, and 100 Thieves are ready to fight back. With Cloud9's Drake stacking interrupted, and their support already dead, we'll have to see if M&S might be able to find something. Berserker with a massive arrow over the wall. He puts it right through their heart, and Bjergsen is about to drop next. He throws down a meteor, but he's immediately cleaned up. M&S is after Doublelift, but he doesn't quite have enough damage to get it done with the missed Q3. Doublelift holds his own, but Cloud9 kills 3. C9 is invading the enemy jungle now. Sven's gonna check the tribe rush there with a grenade. Checks it further with some rockets. Closer engages on the enemy Heimerdinger. Sven's gonna be bursted low, but it's 100 Thieves getting bursted lower. M&S goes over the wall, and Blabber goes on a rampage. Both bottom laners are already dead, and Closer's just the cherry on top. C9 has a body count this game.
Honestly, the bottom side inhibitor exposed as well, but they don't care, because pushing on mid and top right now with the Baron buff.
Ooh, Blabber using the stasis to survive the Aurelion Soul ulti, and with that spin, it means C9 just knows there's one less tool in the tank for 100 Thieves to use to fight back. Mid lane's gonna be enchanted there with the Baron, as now M&S engages, and Doublelift dies. It is another absolutely impossible situation for 100 Thieves to try to navigate being so far behind.
100 Thieves team, keep him away from that dragon soul. Here's the moment.
All right, he jumps over the wall with Q3, looking at Closer, because they know if they kill him, there's no way they can lose out on the soul. There's no chance at a miracle steal. It's Hex Soul for Cloud9.
That was technically a tank.
Yeah,
That he
technically.
just hit 3 comboed.
There's not a lot of tanks that can really tank much on the side of 100 Thieves now. Nice use of the Wild Growth to interrupt To the Skies from Fudge, but Doublelift is still in no condition to fight back. C9 pushing forward, all 5 men still ready to go. You got the bottom lane inhibitor alive, but C9 is just gonna walk past it. Berserker puts an arrow through Doublelift again. 4 deaths now on the Zeri. Aurelion Soul ulti only serves to mark his grave as Berserker nearly kills 100 Thieves on their own spawn platform. The Nexus dies at 23 minutes, and Cloud9 just beat the hell out of him.
The gold itself fairly even despite little leads here and there in the lanes.
Yeah, has been very even overall. Pioshik again behind him, and now Licorice could be in trouble.
Over the wall, through the jungle, upon Licorice, they go, flash away, but a flash response. First blood for Team Liquid. 3 weeks left in the regular season. There's the other angle of there's still a lot that can happen in 3 weeks in the regular season. And a lot that can happen right now in the game as we see some of the first team fighting. River trying to swirl his way out of there. A stun onto 2 from the Tibbers. Lock up. Pioshik going down. Golden Guardians trading jungler for jungler as the pursuit still stands. Core JJ eliminated. Some Qs over the wall from Stixay to get Jan out of there. But Team Liquid right on the ground. A flash on out for Hui and blasted away. Summit is here to stay. Ultimate comes on through from Harry, and Gory is going for gold. Harry continuing to poke out with the Q. Pioshik on top of 1 for the first kill of this fight, or the second rather, as Gory goes down. Summit wanting to lead the charge for the rest of Team Liquid. Onto Licorice they go. Another knockup. River cannot help the rest of the squad. 3 eliminated for Golden Guardians. Rest on the retreat, and Team Liquid, as they were hoping, come out on top in the fight.
And now TL are just going to say, you know what, Licorice, you show bot, you've got to TP top, you've got to answer the Baron right now.
Immediately doing so, and Team Liquid, they are burning this down, looking for GG to try and make their entrance. The ward over in the favor, going with the Tibbers and trying to get the lock for JJ into the backline with the quickness, and even with Vi with the ultimate, tries to find the target. Licorice isolated off against Summit alongside Huhi, but Team Liquid, they're going after the carries, they're going after the ones that are most important in this fight. They take down the jungler, they take down the biggest damage threats, so it's just Licorice and just the dragon with the breath burning on down. Team Liquid, they managed to get what they're looking for to set up with this Baron.
And they're playing very heavily focused. They get counterpick for Summit, and you just camp for him, right? And they put him in a spot where he is playing from so far ahead that it's difficult for their opponents to catch up.
Harry does get pretty chunked, but finds the escape, and now poor JJ hits the go button, answered by a stopwatch by River, but it just prolongs the inevitable. Team Liquid, they see GG try to keep them off, but they keep on going. Licorice, the next one to go into stasis before popping right back up into a lot of damage. Can Gory come in for some assistance to try and connect with the stun on multiple? But it's just Harry here trying to make groundwork of Golden Guard. Guardians. Golden Guardians, though, now down 3. Gory and Stixay on the retreat. No bodies between these carries and the rest of the squad. Team Liquid out on top in the fight again. Onto the Nexus turrets they descend and bring a victory, ending the streak of Golden Guardians. Any potential intervention from Dignitas with the rest of the team at the ready. They want to step into this, getting the stun and the shove and the flash away from Revenge. Attempted knock by Armut. A follow, a stun, and an ace in the hole to finish off. Tomo picking up first blood. To build this way makes a lot of sense with his approach. And right now, over on the top side, getting one to sleep in the pursuit here by Fleshy for the lock and the quickness. And Armut, the target of tons of effort from Immortals to finish him off before they can rotate on over, but Santorin with a responsive ultimate as well. Ace in the hole again, but don't even need it to finish it off. Jensen, this time, Jensen got to get the kill before the ultimate came in from Tomo, but Dignitas...
To her, so you just have to take those targets that as they show themselves. Tomo in some trouble here potentially.
Has the shielding from Ignar, had the flash, but the response from Balulu to come back on that, and another sleep. Look at the dishback damage onto Kenby, though, as Santorin comes in with the assault. Tomo kill, 2 down for Immortal. Can we get in line with their front line to start dishing out that damage immediately? Here's a teleport coming in with Revenge, sandwich between Jensen and Arma. Tomo as well. Revenge making sure to make his way over towards Tactical using that flash, but Santorin followed by Fleshly face in the hole to get it onto Revenge. Now the rest of Immortals, they are worried. A stun up and more onto Tactical, who uses the Featherstorm in response to get the kill onto Santorin. Dignitas are still in. Look at that damage though. Jensen in stasis, but immediately back up and down again. Dignitas taking so much damage there from Immortals. Dignitas making their dance, but they couldn't find the opening.
Yeah, I mean, the initial play, I think, was fine. They got so much pressure down onto Tactical. Yes, Santorin did have to give his life for it. Armut's gonna look, though, but this is kind of risky.
Stun onto Revenge. Ignar making sure to speed up. Lots of damage back onto Ignar. Tomo finishing off Revenge to the best of his ability, and Kenby into the backline. Gets there with the ultimate, out with the Q, and another pop, pop, pop from Tomo to get a kill for Dignitas. To somebody else, if you can't reach Tomo, how are you breaking into this? But it's Dignitas that are the ones setting it up. Another Weaver's Wall coming in from Jensen to get the separation. Blade coming in the opposite direction for Tactical. Dignitas now starting to get bundled together, but they feel nice and healthy. They feel very comfortable in their HP, but Fleshy from over the wall gets the multi-hit, but goes down. A knock from Armut, but it's 2 eliminated from Immortals for the one trade on Dignitas. Revenge on the retreat, separated from Kenvi, who gets stunned up and delayed, going for the blast cone hit, but you've got all kinds of terrain under you, Jensen, to be able to finish that off for Dignitas. Some of what was working out for Immortals before, not so much now.
They do have to be careful, though. I don't like that Dignitas is actually playing to Baron side with Dragon spawning, because it's their opponents who have Soul Point.
Santorin's the one to go and get locked into it, gets knocked up on the response, and a bit of a switcheroo as Fleshy gets knocked down to 50% HP. Tomo with all the shields at the ready. Look at the way he's able to poke down, even though Armut and Santorin have been brought low. Even that is enough HP to keep them for the time being. Tomo flash over the wall after all the action coming from Immortals on the bottom half of that fight, but they lost their jungler to jungler for support.
Yeah, and Santorin's just gonna go right back to full because he has the Warmog, so he heals right back to full, and they're just gonna start up this Baron, but Balulu does have a flash stolen. Could look for a play. Oh, he gets a sleep!
Sleep, go to sleep, but can't get the follow-up because Dignitas respond as much as possible. They're still on the Baron. Lots of damage onto Balulu. Revenge, the one looking for the play onto Tomo, who goes into stasis. Jensen trying to hit with the Q, but for Balulu over the wall, it's still Santorin to secure the Baron. All the while, does Revenge want to continue follow-up? Another sleep, this time onto Santorin. A good follow-up and another slap will do it. Tactical with a kill credit. In stasis, Revenge is now Tactical here with the ultimate and more blades, more feathers to be rained into Jensen, but a pop downtown to finish it off from Revenge. It's a scrappy one here after that Baron. Here at 41 minutes, Immortals, they are working with that Cloud Soul. They're working towards their objective focus on this bot side, and now matched this time around by the Dignitas presence. Jensen across that mid lane. Fleshy sought out. It's Armut and Fleshy that are still both looking for those angles.
Look at Jensen, he's just shoving mid lane. He's trying to force this pressure onto those Nexus turrets. He has ulti to join. So Immortal's got to force. They got to force on this dragon. Make Dignitas do something here. You can't just give them time. He can end the game.
Oh, they're getting
They're
revenge
TPing.
back towards the base, and Santorn and the team getting collapsed upon by Immortals. They take down Tomo, and here in the base, though, Dignitas, they're still here. We're
Up the
able to
boards.
handle revenge. They've gotten one of the turrets. Oh, it's Dignitas. They know what play matters, and they know that it's the Nexus. Fleshy has arrived. Armut and Jensen still focusing down
They
onto
can
the
finish.
Nexus, but the entirety of the team right here are able to get them off of it. What an attempt by Dignitas.
I think that's game. I think you could potentially just walk it all the way back. The death timers are so long. Looks like the call is to go for it.
How much are they willing to push forward on this with Fleshy already low, looking to get a charm
Oh, no.
up, and teleport coming in from Immortals. But Dignitas, they're here to make their stand. Kevi eliminated Ignar and Tomo, and the rest can make... Oh,
he's got
gosh!
those trap.
They took him down! The 3 down for Dignitas, 2 for Immortals. They back on out.
And Jensen is respawning. They can actually march down mid now and try to end themselves. It's both teams going back and forth for it. Do they just go to Baron? But neither team has a jungler. So this is a little bit of a flip. There is potential that someone like Bolulu could steal this. He doesn't have a stolen smite, but the burst from Zoe is gonna be really high, and Revenge is there as well. So this is really sketch. They gotta block the poke over the wall and try to burst this somehow because they have no smite secure.
They're looking for it. Dignitas, they're still on it. Over the wall. Immortals, can they find the vision? Can they find the poke? Can they find the moment? Bolulu finishing it off for Immortals. They get the steal, boy!
So they just need to try to wave clear this out. Jensen gonna throw out that ulti to zone them off.
Keeping them into a fish barrel best they can. Tactical going in for the feather, storming into the back line. Kevi takes down a lot of damage. A charm on Arma means that he is destroyed. Tactical, they take out one of the frontliners, but they want to bring their pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, Arma thought he had the kill. It looked like initially, you think Kenvi, you went way too deep, but he is the GA, and he actually gets the healing coming down from that Radiant Virtue that's keeping him alive. He's barely able to get out of there, and Arma couldn't Meganar. He was so close. It looked like he had just basically a full bar, but couldn't actually get it, and now they're pushing in here. There's such a long time on Arma, nearly 40 seconds. Tomo!
Oh, they got the root. Tomo has to get on back and down. Dignitas cannot keep their carry protected, and even with the GA popping up now for revenge, a full collapse onto the Nexus. It's time for a Nexus to be taken down finally.
Oh, now we got a gank on top side. Early ghost from Dokla gets out of the range of the Vault Breaker.
Will he actually escape, though? Very, very low. Very, very dead. First blood over to FlyQuest. Now, Impact's going to go into the pit first, but Whom has roam. He is the first bottom laner from either side to make his way into the fight. Speaker's ready to go for it, and FlyQuest steals it away. Now Contract has to flash back over the wall. Bigla's going to be taken low, and Dokla takes him down. FlyQuest is still fighting, looking for a second one here. Back in the Contract. Prince has arrived. The dragon flies away, and Whom tries to run it. Can he get out? Luger's ready to back him up as Speaker takes a lot of damage. And Impact goes underneath the turret to slay it. FlyQuest, the next Drake spawning in 25 seconds. Remember, they already secured the first 2. Their sole point. If they get this one as well, Contracts goes in after Prince, and he's just immediately down to 1% HP. Impact's coming around looking to finish him off, and there it is. FlyQuest are not done yet. Ayla has to disengage, but it's a double kill back over to the top laner, as now Impact is keeping everybody here. Vikla goes in for the dive underneath the turret, and Spica takes down Aurelian Soul. FlyQuest has killed 3. They put the remaining 2 on life support, and they aren't even sweating doing it.
Flanky around on the Vi. They're not looking for a smite steal. They want the fight.
Boom, finding the hook. However, now Impact is diving into the remaining players on CLG. FlyQuest keeping focus back on the Drake. As you can see, there comes a big old meteor. The skies descend, but FlyQuest still stands tall. Dokla looks for a way into the fight, but he won't be able to find it. How will they get the kill? Impact, massive damage coming in from the AoE of Aphelios. CLG, they stole the Drake. They win the fight. What in the hell is going on here? As Vikla's gonna be chased down, a double kill for Palafox, and Contract picks up a 3rd. What on earth are CLG eating for breakfast?
Then maybe they can buy the time needed. The Vi ultimate is back off cooldown though.
Easier said than done, as now Contracts is already gonna get killed, but the skies descend, and Vikla falls immediately. Dokla's into the back line. They run down Prince. They've killed the damage, and Palafox is flying Dragon roars as FlyQuest dies. CLG managed to get their fight and hold on against the FlyQuest offensive. Impact looks to make his way out, but Palafox is having none of it. The Elder's still being burned down, but not super quickly. CLG still looking for the angle. Palafox drops the ulti and the skies descend. FlyQuest scatter. CLG still looking to make their fight. In the back line goes A-Lane, finds multiple knockdowns, multiple TCs. FlyQuest are going in, and they found the kill into Luger. CLG are absolutely crushed as Boom and Contract barely hold on to life, and Impact's ready to rip it away from them. Contracts tries to use a stopwatch, but the clock ticks ever forward, and time's run out for CLG. FlyQuest finally get their fight. They knew what they were walking into. They knew how to get it done. And after 37 minutes, they're gonna find their win.
It is amazing, though, for the bottom lane to have some pressure. Inspired eventually does finish up his invade, and Akali's a little short to follow, so 3v2 for now.
Ooh, Inspired flashing forward past him to get away from the taunt. Someday has to flash away now as well. But Evil Geniuses spent way too much time messing around for a blue buff. The Poro tries to get away, but he's never going anywhere. Maple picks it up, and TSM get a 2-kill start.
Jojo gonna stick around in range as well, but here goes the initiation.
Oh, Boogie wanted to go for the Q flash, but he does not connect to the FBI, and he had to use the ulti immediately after, but Chime is already about to die, and Jojo gets him. Now Turtle's gonna try to kite it out. TSM have been absolutely crushed. Holy hell. Disgusting! And between Bloodthirster, Overheal, this guy's got about 1,000 HP worth of extra protection on the top of that health bar. Solo's gonna lead the way. Vulcan drops the box. Evil Geniuses keeping their distance. Someday and Jojo looking for opportunities to collapse from the sides. If the core three of Inspired, Vulcan, and FBI get jumped on, TSM stepping up again. Vulcan finds the death sentence, and he finds it onto Maple. Maple tries to get away, but Someday's ready and waiting, and the day is today. Jojo is dominating, and Evil Geniuses are running him down. Wild Turtle stuck in the middle of everybody, and it's a double kill for Aphelios. Boogie and Chime head for the hills, and Evil Geniuses heads towards the Baron.
In for the chase. He starts channeling his Baron Empowered Recall. Will come back.
Okay, Someday decides to engage on Wild Turtle, but now he's ready to maybe turn it around. Someday has them all. Melmortius Solo with a massive Mega Gnar into the wall, and now TSM's looking for a team fight. Solo keeps chasing. FBI's under pressure, but he's stuck into the stasis. TSM has found the enemy of Aphelios. They've got Jojo stuck in the smoke. He'll barely get away. And Maple and TSM just got free for free. Jai's Soul Stealers are not quite as high quality as a lot of the other ones, but he still might be able to find it if he can get the angle here. Wild Turtle gets engaged on, but they're still disengaging it for now. Solo's stuck in the middle. He goes into stasis. EG still trying to find an angle, still trying to find the move. Maple goes into the taunt. They find a lot, but are they able to find enough? Wild Turtle is down. Jojo's able to find the credit. Chime's on the run, and that will do it. EG is gonna take the game.
Even when they scale in different ways, you know, so much damage on Cloud9's side, as long as they don't get caught.
Now, let's see how much of a fight 100 Thieves wants to put up for this Drake. They go in with Closer's ulti. Sven's gonna get focused down, and they blow him up. It's first blood over to Lulu, and 100 Thieves are ready to fight back. With Cloud9's Drake stacking interrupted, and their support already dead, we'll have to see if M&S might be able to find something. Berserker with a massive arrow over the wall. He puts it right through their heart, and Bjornsson is about to drop next. He throws down a meteor, but he's immediately cleaned up. M&S is after Doublelift, but he doesn't quite have enough damage to get it done with the missed Q3. Doublelift holds his own, but Cloud9 kills 3. C9 is invading the enemy jungle now. Sven's gonna check the tri-brush there with a grenade. Checks it further with some rockets. Closer engages on the enemy Heimerdinger. Sven's gonna be bursted low, but it's 100 Thieves getting bursted lower. M&S goes over the wall, and Blabber goes on a rampage. Both bottom laners are already dead, and Closer's just the cherry on top. C9 has a body count this game.
Honestly, the bottom side inhibitor exposed as well, but they don't care, because pushing on mid and top right now with the Baron buff.
Ooh, Blabber using the stasis to survive the Aurelion Soul ulti, and with that spin, it means C9 just knows there's one less tool in the tank for 100 Thieves to use to fight back. Mid lane's gonna be enchanted there with the Baron, as now M&S engages, and Doublelift dies. It is another absolutely impossible situation for 100 Thieves to try to navigate being so far behind.
100 Thieves team, keep them away from that Dragon Soul. Here's the moment.
All right, he jumps over the wall with Q3, looking at Closer, because they know if they kill him, there's no way they can lose out on the Soul. There's no chance at a miracle steal. It's Hex Soul for Cloud9.
That was technically a tank.
Yeah,
That he
technically.
just hit in 3 comboed.
There's not a lot of tanks that can really tank much on the side of 100 Thieves now. Nice use of the Wild Growth to interrupt To the Skies from Fudge, but Doublelift is still in no condition to fight back. C9 pushing forward, all 5 men still ready to go. You got the bottom lane inhibitor alive, but C9 is just gonna walk past it. Berserker puts an arrow through Doublelift again. 4 deaths now on the Zeri. Aurelion Soul ulti only serves to mark his grave as Berserker nearly kills 100 Thieves on their own spawn platform. The Nexus dies at 23 minutes, and Cloud9 just beat the hell out of him.
The gold itself fairly even despite little leads here and there in the lanes.
Yeah, has been very even overall. Pioshik again behind him, and now Licorice could be in trouble.
Over the wall, through the jungle, upon Licorice, they go, flash away, but a flash response. First blood for Team Liquid. 3 weeks left in the regular season. There's the other angle of there's still a lot that can happen in 3 weeks in the regular season. And a lot that can happen right now in the game as we see some of the first team fighting. River trying to swirl his way out of there. A stun onto 2 from the Tibbers. Lock up. Pioshik going down. Golden Guardians trading jungler for jungler as the pursuit still stands. Poor JJ eliminated. Some Qs over the wall from Stixay to get Yan out of there. But Team Liquid right on
Look
the
at Summit.
ground. A flash on out for Hui and blasted away. Summit is here to stay. Ultimate comes on through from Harry, and Gory is going for gold. Harry continuing to poke out with the Q. Pioshik on top of 1 for the first kill of this fight, or the second rather, as Gory goes down. Summit wanting to lead the charge for the rest of Team Liquid. Onto Licorice they go. Another knockup. River cannot help the rest of the squad. 3 eliminated for Golden Guardians. Rest on the retreat, and Team Liquid, as they were hoping, come out on top in the fight.
And now TL are just going to say, you know what, Licorice, you show bot, you've got to TP top. You've got to answer the Baron right now.
Immediately doing so, and Team Liquid, they are burning this down, looking for GG to try and make their entrance. The ward over in the favor, going with the Tibbers and trying to get the lock for JJ into the backline with the quickness, and even with Vi with the ultimate, tries to find the target. Licorice isolated off against Summit alongside Huhi, but Team Liquid, they're going after the carries, they're going after the ones that are most important in this fight. They take down the jungler, they take down the biggest damage threats, so it's just Licorice and just the dragon with the breath burning on down. Team Liquid, they managed to get what they're looking for to set up with this Baron.
And they're playing very heavily poke focused. They get counterpick for Summit, and you just camp for him, right? And they put him in a spot where he is playing from so far ahead that it's difficult for their opponents to catch up.
Harry does get pretty chunked, but finds the escape, and now poor JJ hits the go button, answered by a stopwatch by River, but it just prolongs the inevitable. Team Liquid, they see GG try to keep them off, but they keep on going. Licorice, the next one to go into stasis before popping right back up into a lot of damage. Can Gory come in for some assistance to try and connect with the stun on multiple? But it's just Harry here trying to make groundwork of Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians, though, now down 3. Gory and Stixay on the retreat. No bodies between these carries and the rest of the squad. Team Liquid out on top in the fight again. Onto the Nexus turrets they descend and bring a victory, ending the streak of Golden Guardians. Any potential intervention from Dignitas with the rest of the team at the ready. They want to step into this, getting the stun and the shove and the flash away from Revenge. Attempted knock by Armut. A follow, a stun, and an ace in the hole to finish off. Tomo picking up first blood. To build this way makes a lot of sense with his approach. And right now, over on the top side, getting one to sleep in the pursuit here by Fleshy for the lock and the quickness. And Armut, the target of tons of effort from Immortals to finish him off before they can rotate on over, but Santorin with a responsive ultimate as well. Ace in the hole again, but don't even need it to finish it off. Jensen, this time, Jensen got to get the kill before the ultimate came in from Tomo. But Dignitas...
Sure, so you just have to take those targets that as they show themselves. Tomo in some trouble here potentially.
Has the shielding from Ignar, had the flash, but the response from Balulu to come back on that, and another sleep. Look at the dish back damage onto Kenby, though, as Santorin comes in with the assault. Tomo kill, 2 down for Immortal. Can we get in line with their front line to start dishing out that damage immediately? Here's a teleport coming in with Revenge, sandwiched between Jensen and Arma. Tomo as well. Revenge making sure to make his way over towards Tactical using that flash, but Santorin followed by Fleshly face in the hole to get it onto Revenge. Now the rest of Immortals, they are worried. A stun up and more onto Tactical, who uses the Featherstorm in response to get the kill onto Santorin. Dignitas are still in.
Oh!
Look at that damage though. Jensen in stasis, but immediately back up and down again. Dignitas taking so much damage there from Immortals. Dignitas making their dance, but they couldn't find the opening.
Yeah, I mean, the initial play, I think, was fine. They got so much pressure down onto Tactical. Yes, Santorin did have to give his life for it. Armad's going to look, though, but this is kind of risky.
Stun onto Revenge. Ignar making sure to speed up. Lots of damage back onto Ignar. Tomo finishing off Revenge to the best of his ability, and Kenby into the backline. Gets there with the ultimate, out with the Q, and another pop from Tomo to get a kill for Dignitas. To somebody else, if you can't reach Tomo, how are you breaking into this? But it's Dignitas that are the ones setting it up. Another Weaver's Wall coming in from Jensen to get the separation. Blade coming in the opposite direction for Tactical. Dignitas now starting to get bundled together, but they feel nice and healthy. They feel very comfortable in their HP, but Fleshy from over the wall gets the multi-hit, but goes down. A knock from Armut, but it's 2 eliminated from Immortals for the one trade on Dignitas. Revenge on the retreat, separated from Kenby, who gets stunned up and delayed, going for the blast cone hit, but you've got all kinds of terrain under you, Jensen, to be able to finish that off for Dignitas. Teleport was working out for Immortals before, not so much now.
They do have to be careful, though. I don't like that Dignitas is actually playing to Baron side with Dragon spawning, because it's their opponent to have Soul Point.
Santorin's the one to go and get locked into. It gets knocked up on the response, and a bit of a switcheroo as Fleshy gets knocked down to 50% HP. Tomo with all the shields at the ready. Look at the way he's able to poke down, even though Armut and Santorin have been brought low. Even that is enough HP to keep them for the time being. Tomo flash over the wall after all the action coming from Immortals on the bottom half of that fight, but they lost their jungler to jungler for support.
Yeah, and Santorin's just going to go right back to full because he has the Warmog, so he heals right back to full. And they're just going to start up this Baron, but Bolulu does have a flash stolen. Could look for a play. Oh, he gets to sleep!
Sleep, go to sleep, but can't get the follow-up because Dignitas respond as much as possible. They're still on the Baron. Lots of damage onto Bolulu. Revenge, the one looking for the play onto Tomo, who goes into stasis. Jensen trying to hit with a Q, but for Bolulu over the wall, it's still Santorin to secure the Baron. All the while, does Revenge want to continue follow-up? Another sleep, this time onto Santorin. A good follow-up and another slap will do it. Tactical with a kill credit. In stasis, Revenge is now Tactical here with the ultimate and more blades, more feathers to be rained into Jensen, but a pop downtown to finish it off from Revenge. It's a scrappy one here after that Baron. Here at 41 minutes, Immortals, they are working with that Cloud Soul. They're working towards their objective focus on this bot side, and now matched this time around by the Dignitas presence. Jensen across that mid lane. Fleshy sought out. It's Armut and Fleshy that are still both looking for those angles.
Look at Jensen. He's just shoving mid lane. He's trying to force this pressure onto those Nexus turrets. He has ulti to join. So Immortals got to force. They got to force on this Dragon. Make Dignitas do something here. You can't just give them time. He can end the game.
Oh, they're getting Revenge to back towards the base, and Santorin and the team getting collapsed upon by Immortals. They take down Tomo, and here in the base, though, Dignitas, they're still here. We're able to handle Revenge. They've gotten one of the turrets. Oh, it's Dignitas. They know what play matters, and they know that it's the Nexus. Fleshy has arrived. Armut and Jensen still focusing down on the Nexus, but the entirety of the team right here are able to get them off of it. What an attempt by Dignitas.
I think that's game. I think you could potentially just walk it all the way back. The death timers are so long. Looks like the call is to go for it.
How much are they willing to push forward on this with Fleshy already low, looking to get a charm up, and teleport coming in from Immortals, but Dignitas, they're here to make their stand. Kevy eliminated, Ignar and Tomo, and the rest can make,
trap!
They took him down! The 3 down for Dignitas, 2 for Immortals, they back on out.
And Jensen is respawning. They can actually march down mid now and try to end themselves. It's both teams going back and forth for it. Do they just go to Baron? but neither team has a jungler. So this is a little bit of a flip. There is potential that someone like Bolulu could steal this. He doesn't have a stolen smite, but the burst from Zoe is gonna be really high, and Revenge is there as well. So this is really sketch. They gotta block the poke over the wall and try to burst this somehow because they have no smite secure.
They're looking for it. Dignitas, they're still on it. Over the wall. Immortals, can they find the vision? Can they find the poke? Can they find and Balulu finishing it off for Immortals. They get the steal, boy!
So they just need to try to wave clear this out. Jensen gonna throw out that ulti to zone them off.
Keeping them into a fish barrel best they can. Tactical going in for the feather, storming into the backline. Tebi takes down a lot of damage. A charm on Arma means that he is
Yeah, exactly. Oh, hi there. Welcome to week 6, day 2 of the LCS, and we have Meteos. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, hello. Be here.
So is Sneaky just alone on stream? What's happening?
Well, Sneaky was supposed to come. Well, I don't know about supposed to, but we tried to get him to come. But you know, just getting him out of his house is just really hard.
We were supposed to. We have heard that you might be on for weeks.
Yeah.
I had also heard that actually. I kept saying to my co-streamer, I was like, "Yo, this Friday might be at LCS." Friday comes around, I'm co-streaming. They're like, "You're not at LCS," but this time I am at LCS.
There it is.
Do you think they believed you this time?
Probably not.
They're like on his streams,
Might be
like,
for
where
the
is he?
best.
He doesn't know where to go.
You should pre-record yourself next time so that you can go live with a pre-recording of you and be on the LCS.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That'd be good. Well, we have you on. There has been a patch change. We talked about it slightly yesterday, but now we want to just get your perspective on it. 13.4, specifically the jungle changes. If we have anything that we can roll while you're just kind of like, what are your thoughts of A, the jungle, and the changes? Anything that comes to your
I can't
mind.
read that fast.
Clear speed, kill experience.
Yeah,
Can't get all those
ARAM
stat
balance
numbers
adjustments.
These changes I think are a little bit harder to feel, or like, you know, when you look at the patch notes, it's not super clear what it's supposed to do. So I think their goal is they don't like junglers just getting level 3 and then that's it, just living in lanes all the time. So like, you know, they lowered kill XP a little bit. I think they nerfed the AP junglers a little bit. I'm not totally convinced it's going to shake up the meta that much. I think it's still going to be pretty similar. Because, you know, like Blabber was saying with his speaker interview yesterday, like full clearing is just not really that worth it. You get, you know, way less gold than you did before. So really jungle right now feels a bit feast or famine depending on like how your early ganks work out. And they nerf some champs like Elise and Maokai, whatnot, but I'm not expecting any massive shifts in what people are playing or how they're playing.
What about the potential buff with Viego? Do you think he's in a good spot now with the changes that came in, or is he still kind of too weak?
Those seem more like geared towards solo queue Viego changes because I think they buffed his crit builds, and I don't know how often you
His
see
ult
Viego's just
execute,
Yeah.
rolling up with Kraken Slayer in pro games. I don't think you really get enough gold to make that work, but maybe, you know, I think maybe someone like Closer, who's, you know, a big fan of the champion, might try to pick it up, but I don't know if he's going to be like a premier pick or anything like that.
What do you think has to happen to the jungle to bring back more of like a carry power farming style?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think the jungle would need to probably give more gold in XP because it's always a weird tuning thing with jungle where if the camps are worth too much, then you get these like kind of boring metas with carry junglers like Hecarim, Udyr, whatever, who just full clearing on repeat. But if they're not worth enough, then you just get junglers who hit level 3 and they say see ya, and they just sit in your lane the whole time. So I think it's pretty hard. I actually made a tweet the other day with some of my thoughts. I thought that with the bonus treats for jungle, I thought it would be cool if they made it so rather than getting the bonus treats right at the beginning of the game, if it was like you had to farm a certain amount of camps to start getting it, kind of like the old conservation system with the Spirit Stone items, where, because, you know, there have been systems in the past with like Strength of the Ages, conservation, where you're really incentivized to clear your camps as a jungler. And I think that's good, right? It should be like, obviously you want to interact with the game. You don't want full clearing junglers the whole time, but at the same time, you want there to be a trade-off when you're ganking. So right now it's weird because I think part of it is also the counter jungling change they did, where it's harder to take camps in the enemy's jungle, but also the fact that you can't actually counter the camp. Like you can't just leave one tiny raptor there, which was kind of a big deal before, right? You like always want to not leave your raptors unattended because if they leave one, then the next time you're there, you have to clear it and then the timer starts. Whereas now I can just completely forget about my jungle for 2 minutes, live bot lane, and then even if the other jungler takes all my camps, I can just go back there later and there'll be a higher level so I get more XP from it. So it's actually like kind of helping that they did that.
Yeah, I was going to actually ask that because the 3 things the jungler can do is obviously farm their own camps, gank, and then the counter jungling. But it feels like that's largely dead in a lot of ways. You can still contest, I think, early camps, so like a blue buff invade, but it's only buff invades now. It doesn't feel super impactful to kind of do this heavy aggro invade style, the way that you might used to see like when you had a Nidalee in a good matchup and you would just like invade with your laners and harass the jungler out of the game. I haven't seen really a jungler harassed out of the game much at all this year. I don't know if there's a good example of that I'm not thinking of.
Clover yesterday.
I mean,
but even then, he was still functional. He was
Yeah.
different. Yeah.
But yeah, I think, comeback XP is always going to be a problem,
That too,
especially
yeah.
with, I think every year they add some comeback mechanic that allows, if you get one, like the newest one of obviously like objective gold. So now if you, in this case, at least with this patch, they nerfed kill comeback XP.
Yep.
So I appreciate that. The one change, the biggest change that they made this split or league this year that I actually want to see change is obviously like the damage reduction if you're invading, on camps, but also they just made camps healthier. So Gromp is just a lot of HP pool on that. So if you wanted to come in and invade, yes, you're dealing with the HP pool. You're also dealing with how much damage is reduced on camp. So if you're going into invade for blue, you can't do blue Gromp and then think you're going to have enough time to get out before you're contested. So those are the 2 things that I would probably want changes. And I do think those changes will come through.
Yeah, well, that specific one's actually already been announced for next patch, 13.5, that 20%, I think is it you get 20% more damage on your camps and you don't get that on enemies?
Yeah,
or 20%
it's like your
reduction?
jungle pet is the one giving you the buff that doesn't exist on the other side of the map or whatever
Yeah,
it is.
it's kind of complicated. I don't know. It's
Just a way of getting numbers to
you got to
go up
read
and
the
down.
wiki.
Yeah.
But anyway, they're making it easier to counter jungle. Next patch is the cliff notes on that one. So I think it's a good change. I still kind of wish they would bring back the ability to like actually deny the camps from the opponent by leaving the small ones, because that was really the risk before of leaving your camps up in what would make the ganking so risky, right? Like there's a price to pay, but if there's no price to pay, you can just leave your camps up whenever, then, I think we'll probably see a lot of this because, as people who lane know, jungler can influence the lane so much that even if you like have to lose out in your jungle or whatever, it's almost always worth it to play around the lanes because once you get a lane going, they just keep snowballing. So there has to be like a really huge cost, for ganking. That's just not there right now.
Okay, sounds good. And we want to hear more of your perspective on just the jungle in general. This time around, our LCS junglers. So we have you here to tier list the junglers so far this split. We also just have the tier list behind you. So if you want to get up and actually start putting them in proper places, will be Peanut Gallery.
Yeah, the pen is behind the screen on the right other side.
I'll go find.
Yo, go get him. Go get him, Mark.
No, he can't. Look at
No,
this
he
guy.
got
He's
it.
just
He's
roaming
already
around
there.
lost. He's
Hey.
so... Hey, there it is.
Just back
Natural.
down.
All right. Well, I think we'll start with the top.
Yeah.
My GOAT, Blabber, number 1.
Ooh.
So
Maybe best all time from
quickly
Fnatic.
here,
I'm with you, buddy.
is this split, this performance, or is these are the junglers I think are the best overall?
I
are
would
the
say
5?
like right now. Just if we snapshot LCS, how everyone's been doing right now. And this also, it doesn't only reflect the jungler themselves, but their team. Sometimes good players can be in teams that make them not look as good.
So is this if they started the split bad, but were good like today, they're going to be higher because it's how they're going to perform?
Well, they haven't played today.
Well, just like it's your expectation of how they're going to do today.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to check. Defining tier list is important.
Okay. So for S tier, obviously I put Blabber at number 1.
Makes sense.
And then I also am going to add Spica and Inspired to S with Blabber. I think they're both extremely good players. Maybe not quite as good as Blabber, but obviously still really good. They just make proactive plays. They're always in the right place at the right time. And so they've all been doing really well. Next up,
Let's see what we've got.
I'm going to put River in A tier. I think River's been doing extremely well, especially because, with Golden Guardians, it's not really a roster people looked at and thought they'd be on a 7-game win streak. I think a lot of that comes off of his performances. He's one of the junglers who's making Wukong work. I think he's like sub 30% win rate in the league, but River's been getting a lot of those wins. So definitely think he's been playing really well.
Okay.
And now we're going down. I'm going to put Contracts next up here in B tier because Contracts has had some really good games, but he's also had like some off games where he's a bit invisible. And I think that's partially just because of CLG in general. They've been pretty hit or miss. Like their wins, they look really good. Their losses, they look really sus. So
What do you think he does really well?
I think he's just, proactive playmaker when he's feeling confident.
Yeah.
But then, maybe if he falls behind, then he might not always know what to do. So next up, I'll put Closer here in B with Contracts. I think Closer has had a fairly rough split. I think 100 Thieves in general hasn't looked that good. They're kind of playing the scaling game, and I think that's been kind of hard on Closer because before 100 Thieves was doing real well, he was like, very much a carry jungler, and you can't really do that when all your lanes are scaling. So not as high on the tier list as he once was, but I still think he's a good player.
That's a controversial one just because of, you're obviously need to give him a lot of credit because we all think Closer's a good player. He just hasn't been performing well, so it's tricky to rank it.
I mean, as a jungler myself, I've played on good teams, not so good teams, and I think the team environment can really affect how a jungler looks and plays. So now we're moving down a little bit, and I'm gonna put Piosik here. Even though he's a world champion and he's had good games, I think he has underperformed, or based on what the expectations were. Because this dude just won Worlds, and maybe it's a little unfair because everyone's banning out his one trick, which they didn't do at Worlds. He's very much a Kindred player.
Yeah.
So I think that's working against him a little bit, but yeah, we'll put him there, and then we'll put Santorin here as well. Santorin's a jungler who I think is really good. I've competed against him. He's been playing for a long time. I think he's a very solid player. Unfortunately, Dig's just really struggling this split. They've won 1 game, so hard to get much higher in the tier list in that situation. And then I will put Boogie next to him. I think Boogie has had some good games, but he's also yesterday his Vi game really hurt to watch. Nothing hurts me more than watching a team that has a front to back comp where you want to peel for your carries and your front line's just diving their backline. It actually makes no sense. It just opens up your backline to getting killed. And so I didn't like to see that. And then Kenvi, I'm sorry, but your team's struggling, hasn't had too many great games. So we'll just slot him down there.
Something that I noticed from a lot of the junglers that are lower on the list is that when you are losing consecutive games, you are taking more risks because you feel like you need to get a large advantage early. And it feels like, especially with Santorin, somebody that I think is really good. It's a good example of somebody who's performing well, but it feels like he needs to do more. And so it's been blowing up.
Oh, absolutely. And, like I said before this, I think a lot of junglers' performances has to do with their team as well, right? It's how well does your team play around the jungle and whatnot. So someone like Spica, he's got really solid teammates. He's just kind of on the Maokai, on the Amumu duty.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to hard carry, but he's still doing a really good job.
Sounds good. Right now, if you're in the chat, right now, just start voting who you think, because we're going to start making comparisons here because Dom, I think 2 weeks ago, had his list. So we can fly it if we have it up just to see what that list looked like in comparison. So this was Dom's list.
Last week.
Yeah, it was last week.
Last week? God, time is moving so quickly.
And I'm going to say the criteria were different between the two. Dom said this is this split in a vacuum. So they have like no resumes. He's just trying to look at how they've done this split. And then your list was who's the best right now. So slightly different criteria.
Yeah, and for the chat, just wanted to see which jungle tier list you vibe with most, either Dom's or yours, Meteos's.
Okay.
So
Dom's is up there.
yes.
Wow. Blabber that low.
There it is, see, already.
No
so
way.
spam chat to vote, either Dom or Meteos, just so we can actually get that out there, and we can just start discussing the list and the comparisons.
I think a couple things that jump out. Boogie, lower on Meteos's a little bit. River, a little higher on Dom's, but that was before they just lost their game. They were in the middle of that insane win streak. Golden Guardians lost yesterday, and River had a bit of a struggle game, so a little bit lower now.
I wanted to ask, because obviously Dom rated River super highly, and there's the biggest discrepancy in the top, I think, is between River and Blabber placements. So what do you think Blabber, what have you seen from Blabber this split or recently that you don't see from River?
I think that C9 as a team is maybe a little bit more complete in the way that they play. I think that Golden Guardians has had a lot of success just playing with mid-jungle. I think they've been making a lot of really good plays with their mid-jungle, but they've kind of had the strategy of just like, Licorice, don't die. Like, put him on any champion that's just not going to feed, right? Like, weak side Renekton, weak side Lee Sin top. Not sure what that was. It was a win. It was a win.
They got it.
Yeah, so Gragas. But yesterday we saw a game where he was on Jax, who's a champion that, like, he kind of fits the mold. You know, he's got, like, his counter-strike, his jump out, but he doesn't really function without gold. Like, Jax is by all means a carry. He needs to kind of be played around. And so I think that style, like, it seems like Golden Guardians is fully committed to the idea of just leave Licorice alone, let him do his thing. He'll try not to run it down, which, you know, honestly, it's not a bad way to play League. Just bot lane is OP always. And I think that C9, I just give them an edge because they've played through every lane. They're just super aggressive. Like, Fudge is just absolutely stomping everyone. Blabber supports him very well. And I think just as in general, C9 is playing so well, and Blabber's a big part of that.
So it's really coming across as like jungle is almost inseparable from team performance a lot of the time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so much of jungle is like having teammates that support your decisions. If you're a jungler on a team where every lane is like losing and crying for you, and it's like, even if I gank one lane, it's like the other two lanes are just disappointed that they weren't the one you're ganking for. And it's just like, it's going to be dysfunctional.
Dude,
Results
There we go.
You win the poll.
Let's go.
I think you're winning even more because they have to type 5 letters versus 3. And usually
True.
my strategy for this is just make my vote the fewest letters.
5 letters?
'Cause it's-
How do you spell Meteos?
6 letters.
Meteo.
Mateo. That's even harder then. It's twice as many letters.
Yeah.
But no, we were talking earlier about even sometimes just having a laner, certain players you're just uncomfortable playing with, and it takes a long time to adjust. So part of that was maybe why Closer would be different this split, because he spent 3 years playing with FBI and Huhi, and even if in time he could be better with Double If Busio, or in time instead of having Someday in the top lane, he has Tenacity in the top lane, it's just so much to adjust to at once, and it takes a long time. It may never actually click, depending on how developed you are as players, and it's just, you know, really hard to make those adjustments.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, having that level of comfort, like you said, Closer had the same teammates for so long. They understand what each other like wants and how they want to play the game. And it's another reason why players like Impact, for me, are just so good, because every team he's been on recently has been extremely good. I think that not just his play in-game, but his play out of game, just his understanding. He's the kind of guy who, like, even if I'm jungling for Impact and I grief him so unbelievably hard, like I just feed double buffs to his lane like twice in a row, just completely ruin his game, he won't even be upset. He'll just be like, whatever, like, it's fine. Like, yeah, I'll be okay. And that kind of thing just gives you a lot of confidence as a player, knowing that, like, your teammate's going to support your decisions. They're not going to be upset if things don't work out, if they don't get their way. And so definitely as a jungler, like, that can be something that, you know, might make your game feel better.
I appreciate the positivity. You're also someone with strong opinions, sometimes about the design of champions. So to come on the broadcast, we need you to bring the positive spin about the champion design. So we're going to go actually move over to the positivity poro.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
if you're going to be on the Riot broadcast, you have to be nice to Riot Games.
Here we go.
So you're going to
Always.
take a seat right there, and we're going to hold up some champions that you have in the past maybe not had the nicest things to say
Am
about.
I sitting on the Poro?
Yep, you have to sit on it.
Oh my.
And we're going to hold up champions, and you
It's a
have to
juicy
say
one.
something you like about them.
Okay.
This
These
is a
are champions
positivity
you
zone.
normally criticize.
Okay.
We'll start with Jam. We'll just move down the line.
Okay.
Okay.
We each have one.
All right.
You must say something nice in the positivity zone about Zeri.
Oh, that's a hard one.
What do you like about Zeri?
Remember, you're limited.
You
to
have to answer.
What do I like about Zeri? Well, she's very different. You know, her Q is so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything
It's
else?
really funny to watch you struggle with
Yeah.
this.
I mean, I think she has cool parts of her kit. Like, I think her wall interactions are cool. The way you can, like, slide through the wall, like, trick shot with your W through the wall. I think that stuff's pretty cool.
I think she's expressive in terms of like watching high moments. It's just maybe they're a little too easy to get to. Is that?
I mean, this is positivity
Okay.
zone.
I should help him. I won't help
what
him
are you
anymore.
doing?
I won't help him anymore. I'll just hold up Yumi. Everyone's.
Honestly, such a great champion for new players and players playing on 1000 ping. I think Riot did a very, very good job making the game accessible to all people, and you know, maybe not even people, maybe animals as well. Like my dog wants to start playing the game, or my cat. Like I'm just so glad we have a champion for that.
Okay, there we go. I love the fact that you talked about positivity towards animals because somebody really cares about it. Ivern, say something positive about Ivern. A few things positive about Ivern.
A few. Ooh, my. Let's start with one.
Go from there. Yeah.
So Ivern, I actually think he has some cool parts of his kit. I like the way that I think his Q is a really unique ability in that he's a support. He's an enchanter who buffs up melee champs, which is actually pretty rare. Most enchanters are, you know, goated backliners, whereas Ivern has a lot of melee support. His E is like a shield that explodes and puts a slow on everybody. His Q helps people get in. So I think that part of his kit is pretty cool.
I really agree. Yeah, I think he's a great champion.
That's great analysis, Meteos. Good job.
That's what I
Such a
said.
nice guy.
That was genuinely
Super
positive,
cool.
you know?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Zoe.
Zoe.
Okay, so this is actually one that I have not been a Zoe hater like once in my whole career. I think Zoe is a cool champion in the sense that she's actually really hard to play. Like, obviously, it can be kind of tilting just getting slapped in like one shot off screen. But the thing is, if you try to play Zoe, you'll be like, wow, this is actually really hard. And I think she has a ton of skill expression. Like just knowing the angles where you can get like huge E's through the wall. Like watching Bolulu on her yesterday was really cool. Like obviously it's a champion he's super comfortable on. He made a lot of big plays. So I actually like Zoe.
What do you feel about a recent change? The Sleepy Trouble Bubble getting like, what, 20% pen? Magic pen?
I mean, it seems good. She was struggling to kill people.
Yeah.
I haven't really noticed it, honestly. Like it hasn't really manifested itself. Like I'm not really getting one shot as a tank either way.
Okay, there we go.
I think the most interesting was you struggled the most with Zeri. That
Yeah.
felt like
Yeah.
the hardest
What is
one.
that champion?
Get off the Poro.
That was a question. That was a
What
question.
a negative. What a negative. You got to leave the positivity
There we
zone.
go.
We're leaving the
Yeah.
positivity zone if you want to
Good job.
criticize
You can
Zeri.
start
Good job.
flaming again.
That was nice. All right.
crushed it.
There we go.
I think you need to be on the positivity pour more often.
You started with Zeri, man. That was
We did
tough.
came in hot.
One other thing we want to talk about was for the upcoming game, we're jumping off a game that we had yesterday, and it was a draft point. So 100 Thieves got completely steamrolled. They're going to be playing CLG in a second. And I wanted to pull up the drafts for this because we were talking about this during the game on the analyst desk. One team was all scaling. Fiora, Sejuani, Zeri, Acehole, and C9 was seemingly 3 winning lanes, but probably very poor scaling. And they totally ran over the game. But kind of the comment that I was making was, if either team loses this game, they can probably blame the draft. Because when you're a player and you have, or a jungler, and you have 0 lanes of prio and you lose, you're like, this was the most miserable experience, never again. But at the same time, if you have 3 lanes of prio, you're like, why didn't we pick any scaling? We make one mistake and we lose the game. We can't team fight. So just kind of what were your thoughts on these 2 drafts? And then we'll go from there.
Well, I was actually really excited to see C9's draft because somehow every single round it got spicier and spicier. So like, 100 Thieves, first pick Zeri, totally makes sense. Strong champion, Doublelift's been doing really well on it. And then C9 responded with Elise Varus. So it's like already your game plan is early game dominance, right? Like you pick Varus into Zeri not to outscale her, but to like actually win the lane, shut her down. And Elise, obviously, best jungler at doing that kind of thing. And then they went Jace on 3, Heimer on 4, and then Yone on 5. So it just kept getting spicier, and I love to see that because, it's like you were saying, it's a really hard style to play. And I don't know. I think 100 Thieves draft, like, it's an okay draft. You know, this is something that's worked really well in North America because, you know, I think it's fair to criticize them for just picking scaling. But at the same time, if you look at Doublelift and Bjergsen's career, they've played this kind of stuff and had really good results with it for pretty much the entirety of their career, domestically.
Because they can be better than their opponent with a scaling champion. And then if they just get to 15 minutes even, it's like they won the game.
Right, exactly.
It's simple in that way.
It's kind of like a straightforward game plan. It's just like CS really well in your lane. Don't fall too far behind from random plays. But C9 actually punished that extremely hard. I think the biggest thing for me that was confusing me watching it was the Fiora, because, like, granted, it's pretty hard to pick something there as Tenacity. There were quite a few top lane bans. Like, there was, I think Renekton was out. I don't remember exactly all the bans, but, you know, you're playing against Jace, who's a lane bully. He's going to be pushing you in, and there's an Elise. So you're going to be getting pushed in and dove repeatedly, probably. So, like, what do you pick? Do you try to pick something like Ornn, where you're just fully weathering the storm, like, accepting that you're probably just going to lose lane hard, but then be useful later? But then he went with the route of playing Fiora, and I think that if you're going to do this kind of thing, you actually have to play topside with this comp, because it's really the only point of pressure you have, and it was something that they were not able to do, and it just sort of fell apart for 100 Thieves.
It definitely feels like a draft where, like, the better team will win either side of this draft, because you'll be better laners, and the worst team, if they take the early game side, won't be able to get a big enough lead, and you'll kind of survive that early pressure and then hard outscale them.
Yeah.
Or if you're the good team on the early game side, you just smurf on them, and that's kind of what happened in the C9 one, where they're running around the map and just murdering people left and right. It was the fastest game of the split, because it just felt like 100 Thieves had no foothold in the game at all.
Yeah, the big one for me was mostly, this is the first day that we got to see teams play around Aurelion Sol. And I think with a draft like this, I would generally like to see a Sejuani at least have 2 of those solo lanes to play through. You have the top lane, but you're not going to play through mid at all. Like, it's just basically a gap, a huge hole in the map.
Black hole.
And so you're getting pushed in bot lane, you're getting pushed in mid, and you can only really play through top side, and, like, C9 recognizes that. I think that was the biggest question mark, was, like, you're drafting an Aurelion Sol with a jungle match. I mean, with a comp that you can't really play through most parts of the map, and it makes it very easy to play through. So that's the only criticism that I had personally.
Yeah, I mean, even watching the game yesterday, like, I think that 100 Thieves actually had opportunities in the game, which, like, obviously we're watching on the spectator client. We have way more info than they have, but, like, I think there were opportunities where closer, like, you know, there was a window around level 3 where he could have, like, taken bot crab and ganked bottom, but it seems like their team is just not comfortable taking risks. They're just playing absolutely, completely risk averse, which, you know, that does work against teams that can't punish you. But obviously, C9 punished super hard. So it was an awesome game to watch for C9. I think that was, like, an incredibly dominant performance on something we don't usually see do that well domestically. So, like, that was really inspiring to watch.
That being said, you're going to get front row seats the next game. You're going to be casting this next one, so it's going to be a goodbye to you as we send you off, actually.
You got to go cast.
Yeah, you got to go do it.
Yeah.
Bye. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Thanks
for joining
for
us.
Joining the desk. Or, oh, I messed up already.
Yeah.
No, he's joining the caster desk. Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
Thank you for joining that desk. For you people at home, of course, we're going to be taking a look at the schedule for today. CLG going up against 100 Thieves, Cloud9 versus Dignitas, Evil Geniuses goes up against FlyQuest, who's gotten their first loss earlier on, Team Liquid Honda versus TSM, and then Immortals Progressive getting their win.
Golden Guardians is in their favorite time slot again.
Guardians, yes, they
when
are.
they're game 5, they always win.
True.
Yeah, that's how they got their win streak. They was threw them off yesterday. They were game, what was it, 3, 4?
Yeah, they were
3.
Yeah,
Not
too
end of
early.
day, yeah.
Too early.
Yeah.
It's got to be end of day.
They're a PM team.
Yeah.
There are a few things that also all of us just completely cursing them and talking about the 7-game win streak. So now they've been humbled. I guess predictions are the next point.
Let's see.
Let's see if there's any changes. Oh, Mark!
Are people really that hot on 100 Thieves?
They've lost almost all of their
I'll
games in the
say-
past ever.
They've won 1 game in the last 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
I'm really curious. I didn't remember whether I picked CLG or 100 Thieves, actually. That's how close it was. I'm really curious about these 2 drafts because of the stuff we just talked about, and also because C9 was the team to punish not just 100 Thieves, but if you remember the CLG scaling draft with the Seraphine, I believe, that was also C9 taking a super like heavy early game plan and really, really punishing that. So I'm wondering if both teams will go with scaling or if we'll see CLG default to something more around their solo lanes that's a little bit more proactive with contracts.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Game 1 and Game 4
I was gonna say,
are the
yeah.
playoff games. Like, I'm actually surprised that it's 4 for 4 TL, because if you look at those standings behind Mark's head, Mark, duck.
Which one?
They're both 5 and 7.
This is a super close
Yeah.
game. I'm surprised we're all on.
And
Team
we've
Liquid side.
4-person TL. And this CLG versus 100 Thieves game, it's like, you got to break that tie between 6 and 8. Only 6 teams make the playoffs. So these are the most important games.
TSM beat Team Liquid last time too.
Sounds good. There's a lot to look at. I mean, we already talked about the first game of the day, CLG versus 100 Thieves. So, as you're pointing directly towards that matchup, why not we point to the start of the show? Thanks a lot, guys. Let's get the show started.
Welcome back to the LCS. It's time for the second half here of week 6. And to kick things off, we're going to go ahead and bring on our lovely special guest from the analyst, whatever we're calling that thing now. We're on the caster's desk, and Meteos is joining us not for one, but for 2 different games today. First off here with CLG versus 100 Thieves. How you doing, man?
I'm great. It's awesome to be here. You know, it's been a while since I was in the LCS studio. A little bit more fancy than just doing this out of my room.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's an awesome treat. Happy to be here.
I really like the new stage, especially. Definitely shine that sucker up a bit. CLG and 100 Thieves, we're getting you right into a juicy one here, Meteos. Both these teams lost yesterday with Aurelion Sol.
Right. I think Soul's OP. I'm not convinced everyone knows how to play it yet, though.
Okay. It's a learning process, right?
Yeah, I agree. He is OP because he has 2 max health scaling damage with Stardust on the Q and on the execute on E. So he's definitely too much max health damage. But we'll see about the confidence either of these teams have to pick it again. I would say 100 Thieves definitely lost way harder than CLG did. CLG coming back for a bit, you know, showing some signs of life there, trying to defend. And 100 Thieves with the full scaling, already being targeted right now and banning out double of Zeri, which he has gone back to so many times.
100 Thieves completed the any percent speedrun no skip. It's not, they got the bad ending, but they completed the speedrun. Zeri banned out, so we don't have any of that this game. Xayah and Ashe also banned away as those bottom lane options. Ashe, of course, more of a support. Vi and Elise targeting a couple of those popular junglers still. 100 Thieves have 1 ban left to go. And once we get into the picks, the real thing I'm looking for from 100 Thieves today is give me something with a little bit more early oomph than what they drafted yesterday.
Right. I think 100 Thieves is a team that has looked a little bit lifeless, and I think some people were expecting them to get off to a slow start, but you know, they haven't really picked it up that much. They've been playing scaling, and like yesterday, they kind of crumbled. So I think everyone's looking for them to play a little bit more early game, and hopefully they can do that.
Well, Aurelion Sol first picked for CLG. Remember that yesterday it was Palafox who, even though CLG was incredibly far behind against FlyQuest, they dug in their heels. They were defending as long as they could. They honestly pulled off a couple of pretty spectacular defenses, fell in the end anyway, but this champion was paramount to that defense. 100 Thieves are going to respond by picking up the Gragas and the Caitlyn for double it.
I think the Soul's a really interesting pick to take first against 100 Thieves because it's not a flex pick. You know he's going mid. Well, probably. Anyway, we haven't seen anywhere else. I don't think he's going
He's not in this team playing support or anything, so.
That's fair. So, and, you know, like we were saying, 100 Thieves is a team that pretty much wins by scaling. And I think Aurelion Sol, I don't know if anything outscales him. He's really insane. When he gets that ultimate upgrade, he just wipes out the dinosaurs, drops a meteor, destroys the entire Earth. and it's just super hard to beat in team fights.
Wait, pretty interesting moves here as we go pretty quickly with these lock-ins. 100 Thieves, there was no hesitation on their side. They immediately pick up the Caitlyn. We assume something like the Lux to be paired with it before the next round of bans come in. CLG, though, they actually don't even pick up their support quite yet unless the Varus is going to be moved into support, and they leave the extra one open here. So I would think 100 Thieves going to target CLG bottom lane here, ban out some more supports to deal with. Caitlyn Lux, obviously notorious for the pushing power off that bottom side. Plus, actually pairs really well with Gragas for later. Gragas is good with siege comps, so you can group up at those towers. Maybe they take away stuff like Karma or something like that. You could pair with the Varus to be able to have some more defense in that lane.
And I do like the fact that CLG wanted to go ahead, grab themselves a jungler before the second half of the bans came through as well. With Vi and Elise already taken off the table, they didn't want to get knocked further down the tier list. But yes, the Karma is banned away. Thresh has been one of those champions that we saw a lot more of him played yesterday. He's one of those champs that traditionally can pair very well with Varus because of the fact that he can keep him safer in a situation where, you know, normally he's very easy to jump on. That might be another ban from 100 Thieves here. CLG gonna take Yone out of the picture, keep away one of those champions that yesterday we saw really throttle Aurelion Sol.
Right, I'm not really sure if Thresh would work out well here. Thresh hasn't really looked too great, and mostly he's been paired with Aphelios, and it's looked kind of not great. So
all right, wouldn't be a fan of it.
I feel
I wouldn't like
that's fair.
It's always hard to play too into Caitlyn Lux because you can get trapped or binding when you self-root yourself throwing out death sentence, so it is a little bit scary. They're going down to the wire though, and they go for the top side ban instead, taking away the Gwen, open something up here for Tenacity. Tenacity's been on a carry champ for the majority of their games.
Tenacity ended yesterday's game 0-0-0 on Fiora. It was something that Twitch chat was having a bit of fun with based on the way that the game went overall, but obviously they want to see him be able to have some more impact in these games, be able to influence things. He's shown us that he's a player who's not afraid to flex muscles in those 1v1s, and I'm sure that's what 100 Thieves wants to see more out of him. And we've got the Cassante banned away from CLG, so they will target Tenacity a little bit there with that last ban.
yeah, I would expect 100 Thieves to try to keep Gragas as a flex for as long as they can, because, you know, right now, people have been playing him top, jungle, and even mid some places, so...
Yeah, some faker guy, I heard.
Yeah, he's an up-and-coming Korean player, I want to say.
All right, closer on Lee Sin. This is something every 100 Thieves fan has been begging for, either Lee Sin or Viego. Those two champions got buffed recently.
Yes.
Those are the two star champions for closer that got him, you know, finals MVP. So I'm actually very excited to see the Lee Sin lock-in, even if it does mean the Gragas is, you know, more secure in Tenacity's hands there. It's probably now going top.
Right, I like 100 Thieves' game plan so far. You know, whenever you pick a Caitlyn lane, you're probably going to be playing to it if you want to win.
Yeah.
And so I think this is...
If you want to win. I love the caveat.
Yeah, I mean, this is right up Double F's comfort zone. He likes having the pressure, being played around closer. On his, you know, successful runs in 100 Thieves, he was really playing around bot a lot. Yeah. And I love this trio for it. I think it's looking good for them so far.
Final pick is going to be support Callista for CLG. We've seen Sven run this on Cloud9 previously. It is one of those champions that is very, 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 very different from a lot of other things. The way that you have to work with the movement and the hopping, you got to be able to be practiced on this champion to be effective at it. So I'm curious to see how Varus Callista is going to play out against Caitlyn.
Oh, we get it.
Pick of the draft. Okay, so it's Gragas mid. Remember, this was featured on your Chef Kobe segment yesterday. You said this was delicious. This was the star of the show. It would steal the meal, and Bjergsen's going to play it here for 100 Thieves. Tenacity on Olaf versus the Scion.
Interesting. You know, I don't know if I like the Olaf here. I think Olaf with Lee Sin kind of makes your team a little bit flimsy as far as CC goes, but, you know, obviously T1 has played a lot of comps like this, and if you just win early, then it doesn't really matter. So I like that they are picking more early game stuff. They have an early game plan, and we're going to have to see how CLG's double marksman bot lane does against it.
Yeah, and I especially like how 100 Thieves can attack the Aurelion Sol. Lee Sin and Gragas, you have Bjergsen with the flash, initiate on that Aurelion Sol, get that dragon behind early, try and delay that scaling as much as possible. Obviously, I think Closer has a lot more options towards the mid and bottom side of the map. Top side, Tenacity, as you pointed out, has been left alone quite a lot, even though he is on one of these tank killing matchups now with the Olaf picked up. And he's running Ghost Flash as well. So he is going for a lot of extra mobility, won't have the extra teleport.
I like it. I mean, I think in this game, Olaf actually could look really good because Olaf does super well if the other team has some mobile carries. And Aurelion Sol, I don't know if you call him a mobile, but he's not super mobile. Like, he's got his W, and that's about it.
Just want to point out real quick, I did misspeak back in draft. It is not support Kalista, it is support Varus, with the Kalista being piloted by Luger. So it'll be up to him to kite out that Olaf, while Poom's job is just going to be to rain in those arrows. You can see Hail of Blades, typically what's going to be taken on these marksman supports. Poom walks up far enough to see the skill shots flying through the brushes, knows he doesn't want anything to do with that. And of course, with Caitlyn and Lux, you want to be able to control those brushes early, control that lane push, and exactly what you guys were talking about, let Doublelift run the show early on here in bottom lane.
Absolutely. I think 100 Thieves has a very clear game plan. I really want to see them stick to it. Just try to punish CLG's bot lane as much as possible. And CLG, they're not picking a scaling bot lane. So I imagine we're going to see a lot of 3v3s, or maybe even more than that, depending on who else is able to come bottom. So really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I was actually hoping for a super aggressive 100 Thieves level 1 when you have Lux as well as Olaf. You could have a super strong level 1 invade, something like that, but looks like they're just going to retake on their red side. That was warded by CLG during the bottom side move for them, so they will have vision of closer start here on Raptors, and know he's starting top triangle.
Yep. I don't think the jungle start matters too much in this kind of game. I think both teams are going to be playing around bot, like we've been talking about, and I like how they use their stronger level 1 to just establish that bot lane control, like get the vision in the bush, because that helps a ton in these matchups.
Luger and Poom putting a little bit of damage on Doublelift here at level 1, not shying away from the PvP as early as it might show up. Kobe, you said, yes, they're starting off in those top triangles there for both of our junglers. Doublelift continuing to take auto attack damage from Luger and Poom as Poom deploys the barrier to prevent the follow-up trade from Busio and Doublelift as he has to fall back.
That's always when this Varus looks the best as support. Walk up with these aggressive Hail of Blades trades. Just use your barrier super early on. Cooldown will come back up.
Oh! Flash from Busio for the binding, but they turn it back around. It's going to be a trade so far, but now it's AD carry versus support, and Busio's got a whole lot of spears in him. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and CLG comes out on top.
Wow, a nice start by 100 Thieves. They got that level 2 first. They got the push, flashed in, that was great. But, CLG responded really well. They got level 2 as well, and it actually ended up going really well for them, getting 2 kills over on Luger.
Yes, 2 AD carries, greater than 1. Let's take a look at the flash initiation here to start it all out. Busio, Q flashes, they get him. Doublelift does get off the trap into headshot and immediately flash away, but Luger already, as soon as he saw that movement, he starts hopping forward, so there's no escape. Really good job by Luger, taking the aggressive look here, and CLG, both kills going to him as well. He's got a full Vamp Scepter by. That feels very scary for this 100 Thieves bottom lane that you're talking about, Meteos. So much of their game plan kind of revolving around.
Right, and I think a lot of the time on those kill trades, it kind of depends like how the wave is set up. I didn't get a super close look at who it was better for, but I don't think the lane's going to be completely decided for anyone just yet. But this gank might decide it.
Contracts might have something to say about that decision, as Luger's going to get his 3rd kill of the game. They get his 4th kill of the game, and 100 Thieves bottom lane. The screens are all gray.
Wow, so I'm a little bit surprised by Closer's decision to go for Crap there rather than hovering, because, obviously most plays you can come back to be like, oh, jungle should have been there. But in this instance, all summoners were burned in an all-in, and your wave is pushing out, right? There is no better time to look bottom than this.
Yeah, that's why as soon as you see the Sejuani creeping in, you know this is going to be a flash initiation. Busio used his flash in the last play that we saw offensively. And so Contracts goes in, Luger then immediately flashes for the follow-up. But they actually get Doublelift too here, which is the crazier part.
I did not expect Doublelift to go down there. That was really well played by CLG. Great gank by Contracts, waiting in the bush.
Yeah, and really good skill shots from both Luger and Poom. They both hit their Qs. Without that, they would not be able to take down the 2nd kill.
And now, up top side, the 2v2 action continues. Contracts recognizing that this is going to be a good spot for Closer to potentially gank. He's going to cut him off there, win out in the trade against him. Back in mid, Bjergsen bringing the pain to Palafox here nice and early. Forces the flash.
Yep, that's good. That's what you like to see. Palafox picked a scaling champ, and Bjergsen's able to punish him, get his flash early. Hopefully they can capitalize on that. maybe get a regank or something like that.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was hoping for when we saw this, draft, and we're talking about flash initiations from Bjergsen, especially as you're getting towards level 6. So Bjergsen, really good job blowing flash off Aurelion Sol pre-6. When Gragas gets 6 and you have flash, Palafox has to play so incredibly safe. Really going to be dangerous for him. So maybe a little change in game plan here for 100 Thieves. Call closer, see if you can get some money off of that mid lane first.
Right, I think you absolutely have to pivot with bot lane going the way it did early. Your game plan with Caitlyn should be playing to the lane, but obviously it's so doomed at this point. I think what they can look for is maybe like have Lux go mid with Lee Sin, maybe even Olaf, kill Aurelion Sol, and then once Bjergsen has prio, once he's got an advantage mid, he can come bot and help you out.
Bjergsen's got to go back right now, however. Completely out of mana, still has the teleport ready, so he'll be able to return to lane almost instantaneously. Up top side, Tenacity has a pretty impressive lead in farm over his opponent in Dokla, but that is what you would expect early with the Olaf versus Sion matchup. Of course, Dokla will still be able to scale into being incredibly relevant thanks to Sion's passive with the Soul Furnace, so he's happy to just keep on farming it out up there. You can see the farm even in mid lane. Bottom lane, of course, still the advantage for Luger, as he and Poom have been in control of this matchup. And Contracts is once again looking to stop by and see if he might be able to make anything happen, or at least stop Closer from doing the opposite. Closer's going to walk up here. Contracts is waiting for him. Bjergsen's right behind Closer, however. So 100 Thieves are still confident to see if they can make CLG stick around for this. Busio throws out the binding. Yes, it hits Contracts, but not until he's already dashed away to safety.
Honestly, really good defense here from CLG, because that buys time as Bjergsen spends his roam timer to go halfway down the river. Palafox on the ASO, who should be the point that's being attacked, gets a free wave clear. He pushes out the wave and gets to go recall. So that's pretty good news, even though that didn't look like a lot. Really good little bit of defense there from CLG.
Right, I don't dislike the play by 100 Thieves here. I think that, using Gragas' prio, like his one timer to come down and clear the vision, make sure your bot lane's not going to get dove on that stacked wave. It's still good. It's not really going to get you an advantage, but it might slow down the snowball that CLG is trying to do.
Well, the quick replay that we did have there just showed double lift fat fingering to cleanse, so not going to have that one for a couple of minutes. We will see if CLG can punish that, or if it ends up not really mattering a whole lot. Closer wanted to take the Sonic Wave there to get in range of the crab, potentially fight Contracts for that one, but Contracts can secure it without Closer being able to move in and say a whole lot about it. Mid laners still just back and forth farming, dead even between the two of them. And when things are going even in mid lane, Aurelion Sol is always happy.
Wow, looking at this jungle XP, that is not what Closer likes to see. Sejuani's going to hit 6 off of blue here, and Closer's still level 4.
And if you layer on top of that, Rift Herald is about to spawn, and CLG also have a pushing bottom lane. This feels so easy for CLG to just run the neutral objectives, rotate on up. They don't even have to full recall here. Contracts can instantly start.
Right, I'm interested to see what 100 Thieves decides to do here. I think they actually have an option of fighting this with Olaf, because the champion is just so strong at this point in time, especially against champs who don't necessarily do a lot of damage like Sejuani Sion.
Yeah, bottom lane, they send half of it up for CLG though, so might have to just abandon that one for 100 Thieves, and that's going to be some more pushing power for them as well. Contracts can bring the Rift Trail down, still has that Sejuani ult you're talking about, and flash ready.
And important small note, Palafox is the one who got the killing blow on the Herald, and remember that it is worth a couple hundred gold now. So they're doing all these little things to just try and make sure they're putting the gold exactly where they need it. All 4 kills are on their carry and bot side. The extra money from killing the Herald is on that Aurelion Sol, that hyperscaler in the mid lane. Things are looking good in the first 9 minutes for CLG, who are about 1,500 gold ahead.
Definitely a good spot to be in if you're CLG. It looks like Asol's flash is almost back up here, so 100 Thieves not really able to find a winner to capitalize on that burnt summoner.
Unless they can do it right now. Closer does have level 6. Palafox has 36 seconds before the flash comes back up. So if it happens, it's got to happen real soon. Closer's still looking for it. Palafox staying as far away as he can to clear away this control ward. Doesn't look like we're going to get a whole lot of anything out of it.
Yep, I like the respect Palafox is showing here. He recognizes they obviously timed his flash. They are running out of time to punish it, so they're probably looking there. And he was right, they were.
Man, it is looking like a pretty rough weekend for 100 Thieves, even just with the start of this game, because CLG off of the bottom snowball, also getting Dragon. They don't give up any neutral objectives so far, winning the lanes as well. Yeah,
this is absolutely not what you want to see as a 100 Thieves fan. They're down over a full level on bot lane. It's very much not where you want to be with Caitlyn.
Yeah, Doublelift having to farm with Piltover Peacemaker in a 2v1 against Luger does not feel very good for these guys. And once again, we're going to see Contracts looking for something if he would get the opportunity. Mostly just shadowing here, making sure the Closer's not coming down to gank them because it is CLG that has the massive wave pushing up and getting ready to crash into the turret of 100 Thieves. Aurelion Soul, still farming underneath his own turret with Bjergsen and Closer heading bottom. It's Poom and Luger who are just going to shove this wave up and get the hell out of town.
CLG did see this. They have vision. And this is one of those things that, Lee Sin hasn't been super meta for a while, but he's one of the junglers who doesn't buy Sweeper because, he wants to use his ward for ward hop. So he's just walking over vision, spotted, feels bad, man. None of his plays are going to work while they know where you are.
Oh, Poom goes in with a Chains of Corruption. Doublelift does have his cleanse back up in time to get away from it. And they have to use Luger's ulti to save Poom there. A nice binding from Busio. Gonna make it so that ulti is down. Maybe there will be an opportunity now for 100 Thieves to try to find something against CLG's bottom side. Tenacity just walking away from Contracts up here in the top lane. There goes Ace in the hole, blocked by Luger, just to make sure Poom's not critically low.
It was a good thing Doublelift was warming up his cleanse key previously.
Yes,
we
he was
saw on
prepared.
replay. He was quick on this one.
That actually ended up being a better cooldown trade.
Yeah.
100 Thieves there. They got the Callista ult, which is a super, super long cooldown early game. And, Varus' ult and cleanse. So maybe they'll have an opportunity to do something, but I think right now they just need time.
Yeah. Biggest difficulty is, even if they make a play off it, there's no objective to take too, so.
Right.
But bounty on Callista is your dream scenario, I guess. If they can get priority mid, maybe bring down Gragas for a four-person play.
So you're talking about priority. I think one of the priorities CLG needs to have right now is deploying this Rift Herald. They are down to very, very little time left to use this thing. They got about 30 seconds to drop it. So you can't really force an ideal situation. You just got to use the thing. Palafox gonna be knocked over towards where Closer was waiting, but Contracts was ready. He's been doing a great job so far this game, reading where Closer wants to be and making sure he's there to guarantee that his guys don't get punished.
This is a really good macro play by CLG. They recognize that they don't necessarily have mid prio, and so to drop the Herald bottom, if you don't want Gragas running down and killing you, you should just hover mid, let Palafox push, and now you have a window to drop the Herald where you're not gonna get outnumbered.
And there we go. Shelly should just be getting these 2 plates. There it is. Hey, at least they get the value. That's what I was worried about. As long as it doesn't expire in the inventory or have to walk 300,000 miles down mid and get killed for nothing. So CLG are going to get their guaranteed expected outcome of that Herald.
A lot of miles.
That's a lot of miles.
While the CLG bottom lane is for sure the star of the show, well, hold on.
That was an all-in from Tenacity. He flashes behind the Scion, goes into the Ragnarok, uses both summoner spells there, and Dokla responds with a flash of his own and an ulti to disengage it, so Tenacity won't get what he was looking for.
Top lane, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy, but mid lane's the story instead. Closer with a disengaged kick. Busio's coming up to give themselves a numbers advantage, but Closer flashes away to escape the Sejuani ulti. Busio now having to flash out to get away from the counter ulti of Varus as Boom rotates up. Palafox maintains control over the mid lane. Both sides throwing out a couple of weapons, a couple of ultis here. Nobody getting a whole lot.
It's going to be very hard for 100 Thieves to win fights just trying to get a pick because, like I mentioned in draft, they don't have a whole lot of lockdown in their comp. Like Lee Sin, Olaf, Gragas has some CC, but it's not very reliable. It's not like, a Vi ulti where you just point, click, lock them down entirely. They don't have a lot of things to set up their follow-up CC. So I think they're really going to be hoping that CLG just overextends here or gives them something.
Ooh, CLG picking up that first turret of the game. 5 seconds before the plates would have fallen means they get the entirety of the possible value of that tier 1 turret bottom lane. Almost a 3,000 gold lead here 14 minutes into the game. Remember, they claimed first Herald, they claimed the first Drake, the second Drake about to spawn here in 25 seconds, but Closer's got his eyes on the other side of the map. Dokla does not have his ulti ready to go again. The Olaf ulti, however, is ready. Ragnarok has been used. There comes the damage from Scion to try to take him with him as you've got Palafox wanting to join in. Dokla's dead body just tears Tenacity apart, and it's a double kill for a dead man. CLG gets the better of him.
He got stronger when he died. He was a zombie forever.
What a champion.
Wow. And, great play by... I was going to say it was a really good play by 100 Thieves, setting that up, getting the kill on Dokla. They blew his flash before, good follow-up gank. But Palafox having that TP advantage, great counter ganks. And, you know, when you're on the scaling mid, being able to show up for a play like that and swing it, which, you know, it would have been a 1 for 0, but now it's a 1 for 2 in CLG's favor.
Big Dokes with the expert passive usage here on Scion on full display. CLG, they're not done.
Busio gets caught by the chains of corruption. Poom has his number, and they set it up for Luger yet again. The perfect AD carry score. No deaths, no assists,
Get him,
all
Bjergsen.
kills. Bjergsen wants to go after the dragon, but good lord, man, he's just getting melted by the
looks
dragon
familiar.
breath. This looks real bad. Bjergsen tries to get away. The big man belly flop gets him out for now, but here come the skies, and they descend on Bjergsen's health bar, baby. Palafox getting kill number 1.
Wow, almost the exact same situation. 100 Thieves just trying to make a, you know, spur of the moment play, but CLG's ready for it. They have those TPs, they have the resources. They're saying, you know, what is this guy doing? He's trying to go on me, just TP, kill him. So, you know, I think 100 Thieves definitely probably not playing their best macro game here, maybe feeling a little bit desperate, and definitely getting punished for it.
It's like a buddy cop movie. It's great. Halifax has Dokla's back, and then Dokla's got his back, teleporting in to save.
100 Thieves are just aiming for the bushes.
Yeah, unfortunately, there goes my hero.
100 Thieves are the extras in the movie. You can't hit shots right now. It's actually looking very, very sad. They did snag away the dragon, though.
That's something. So at least CLG is not on a 2-0 dragon advantage, but unfortunately for 100 Thieves, it is a 5,000 gold deficit 16 minutes into the game. They have to stabilize, and they have to do it yesterday if they want to have any chance going forward here.
It's just such a rough situation to be in because you don't even outscale with these comps. You know, CLG has great scaling on their team. They've got Sion, just this massive front line, and on 100 Thieves, who's going to kill him?
Yeah.
You've got Caitlyn, who's going to take like 4 items to be able to do anything to him. So I would not want to be in 100 Thieves' shoes right now.
And your only AP threat is really the Gragas. I mean, that's not going to be a consistent DPS, you know, anything towards a Sion. He's fine. He's just going to stack this armor the entire time and feel great against Olaf and Lee and Caitlyn and everybody who will be hitting him. Doublelift does have his Bloodthirster. This has become very popular first item for AD carries. The shield from the item combined with the overheal shield creates just this extra 1,000 HP wall on an AD carry health bar.
I'm not feeling great about those.
Might be able to protect him.
Oh my, don't even get me started. But so one thing that 100 Thieves could look for now is, you know, obviously those 2 plays before where they got TP'd on were pretty tragic for them, but they do have TP advantage now. You know, Bjergsen has his teleport available and CLG does not have either of theirs. So they could look to try to make some outnumbered play, but it might be hard.
Ooh, Bjergsen's gonna be caught out by contracts here. They're just gonna chain CC and Bjergsen, what the hell are you doing there? Of all the places on Summoner's Rift you could have been.
He's going for a quick nap.
Okay, yeah, a dirt nap.
He got a little bit too much to drink.
He's going back to the fountain to
gotta
take a
rally.
bath as well. He's got to wash it off. Oh my goodness. CLG just look uncontested.
And Poom's just throwing out another chains of corruption on this Varus, landing these over and over again to constantly provide some threat. They're not going to get a kill from it, but it opens up enough time. They force down the tier 2 turret in mid lane. Now the Palafox is already working on the tier 2 turret in bottom lane. 100 Thieves have no turrets for themselves yet. Tenacity working on remedying that here in the top lane. Dokla wants to make it back here in time to shut that down and should be able to clear out this wave in time. There he goes. So still, only objective the entire game for 100 Thieves has been that one Drake they secured.
Not a perfect game. Boom.
It's not a perfect game, you're right. Honestly, if I was only going to get one dragon, I think Mountain might be the one I'd want. It's such a strong dragon, just stat-wise.
Yeah, and they're going to need that survivability because, you know, these guys don't really have the same front line that their opponents do either. You were talking about the scaling differences, how good scaling is on CLG. Olaf and Lee Sin are very much fighters. They're not going to become brick walls. And let's see if Dokla can lock down Tenacity any longer here. No, Palafox started flying at him, but he couldn't quite catch it.
That trade wasn't close at all.
No, that was abusive. Goodbye, Olaf. It's time for you to walk away, buddy. Dokla and Palafox are just ready to knock this sucker down. I don't really think 100 Thieves is doing a whole lot to stop it when Luger shows up to provide the DPS. That is now the 5th turret of the game, claimed by CLG. There comes the Meteor from Palafox, but they don't quite have enough damage to take out anybody on 100. They do, however, have an 8,000 1,000 gold lead, and 100 Thieves feel completely suffocated.
Yeah, as much as it is painful to look at it from the 100 Thieves point of view, CLG are doing such a good job moving this game state forward constantly. They're not wasting any time. They move from objective to objective, bully down these towers. They get a pick off someone on 100 Thieves. They kill another tower. They are basically wiping the map clean.
It's very true. It's great to see, you know, CLG, they've been a little back and forth this split, but this is a great game for them. I love how they're just using every single wave. They're not giving 100 Thieves any time. They're just always pressuring together and just absolutely choking.
On spawn Baron.
20-minute Baron. As soon as it shows up, they're ready to go for it. But 100 Thieves recognize what's going on. They're ready to answer. CLG does not want to throw away what they've built for the past 20 minutes on some sort of a YOLO 50-50 Baron, so they back away.
Yeah, that was just a little test. We've been able to get everything we've tried in this game so far. We'll test on Baron. Okay, fine.
Yeah, that one was maybe a little bit optimistic. At the same time, though, they don't really lose anything for trying it. Sion can tank Baron forever, probably, and Callista's good secure, so I think that just maybe gets in 100 Thieves' head. It's just like, look, like, we could be Baroning at any moment, and then that puts a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves to just constantly have vision control in their jungle and on Baron.
100 Thieves recognizing that CLG probably wants to go for the dragon, so they try to secure the last little bit of HP on this tier 1 turret in the top lane. Objective bounties are up and running, so it would give them a nice injection of gold, but CLG recognizes, hey, all we got to do is send Palafox up here. He'll clear the wave. He'll make it so they can't grab this, and now he and Poom are going to be the ones who, again, have to clear it out. Tenacity wants to escort the wave up, but there goes the Singularity. There goes the Dragon's Breath. Tenacity really wanted to just walk up and hit that thing, but it's not happening.
Where did those minions go?
I love how
can you miss it?
I love how Poom also is waiting there too until Olaf gets right up to the tower. Then they kill all the minions and give him a couple tower shots on the way out.
Yeah, I really like how Poom's been playing this Varus. He's doing a really good job playing with vision, just staying just out of sight and looking for these ulti angles. He's been getting a ton of picks off of it.
Yeah, he's found Busio a bunch of times, been able to follow up on others as well. All right, next order of business then is putting some real threat on that Baron, clearing out the vision and really making 100 Thieves sweat, because CLG are that far ahead already that they can just bully their way into this jungle. The only thing they're missing right now is a little rotation from mid from Luger, and here he comes.
Poom, once again, just trying to wait around the corners of this terrain like you were talking about, Meteos. He doesn't need to walk into a bush. He doesn't need to be grouped up with everybody else. Just slightly out of range, standing in fog.
This is really weird.
Yeah, this is a bit strange. Aurelion Sol does do absolutely insane damage to Baron with his Breath of Light, so CLG might just be able to use Dokla as a distraction and go after this. All right, it's getting a little haphazard here. Palafox coming around from the side. They throw down the damage. Wombo combo. Bjergsen's at 10% HP. He tries to get back away, but they're falling in from the side, and they're all falling down on 100 Thieves. Bjergsen's the only one to hit the dirt, but Busio, Closer, and Tenacity are all below half HP. CLG heads right back over to Baron, and 100 Thieves is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I think, you know, that was a pretty decent play by CLG. They did use the big Aurelion Sol. 100 Thieves might have a small window to look for a play, but it's pretty doomed.
Shoot him, Poom! Shoot him! There we go.
The only play they could look for, though, maybe mid-tower objective bounty shutdown, and CLG definitely will secure Baron. They do get the tower. There's a little bit of money for your troubles, but the rest of the team is just dead.
Yeah, if you're asking me, would I like to trade my mid lane tier 1 turret for a Baron and an enemy inhibitor turret? I'll say yes, every single time. And that's exactly what CLG got. They're wearing purple on everybody. They haven't had to sacrifice a man just yet, but Contracts may be caught here. 100 Thieves just throwing everything at him to clean up this jungler, and they should be able to find it. There it is. Tenacity will take the kill on that one. So 100 Thieves will at least not have to face the full brunt of CLG for the next 35 seconds. Aurelion Sol just does this to buffs. You just stand there and you take them.
Tenacity sitting at a comfortable 2-1-0 KDA for the weekend.
Oh no, you're
positive
right.
KD. Team Dish.
The best part is, you guys can't see it because you don't have the camera on us right now. He said that entire sentence with a straight face. Just absolute.
You gotta look.
Seriousness.
You gotta look for the silver linings, Flowers. This weekend has been a giant storm cloud for 100 Thieves. Honestly, maybe it's like a guest caster curse because we had Spica for the last one too. And for this one.
So whenever there's guests, 100 Thieves just.
This is the point in the game where we got to come up with conspiracy theories.
Okay, I got you.
Okay,
All right. So Spica has a curse on Bjergsen and Double Lift, former teammate.
Yeah.
In Sleep. and I have a curse on 100 Thieves.
Oh, double curse.
I don't think they had much of a shot this weekend.
The week of revenge on the 100 Thieves.
All right, so there's some sort of an evil hex here on 100 Thieves as they try to defend against a 9,500 gold deficit 25 minutes into the game. Everybody not named Contracts still has the Baron, so CLG are just grouped up, trying to push down mid here. They do not have pressure in either side right now. Both of those waves are still pretty far away, so 100 Thieves is just very focused on defending this mid lane.
CLG seems a little bit stumped as far as how to actually break the base, or maybe not.
Maybe they're just gonna hard force it like this. They get the ulti out of the Olaf, so Tenacity knows he's got to try to do something here. Dokla is stuck on the front. They might just be able to kill the Scion. They get him. Nicely done. 100 Thieves defending against the CLG Baron.
I do think the initiation, like half-heart on an Olaf, is probably the worst way to go about it, though.
Right, I think that CLG is actually getting a little bit stumped as far as how to actually get into the base, because sieging against Caitlyn's really tough. She's got a line of traps through the entire range your carries want to be standing at to hit the tower.
Yeah.
I think what they could do is probably just have Scion sit behind mid and just ult into the turret. The ulti damage plus the demolish afterwards is going to be enough to break the turret and shrug off all the damage. So I think maybe if they focus more on the turret, less on actually trying to kill the champions by it, they could have done it.
Yeah, that sounds like a much better plan, because then you can also get back up in your passive as they're taking, damage into the Scion. Everybody finishes it off. 100 Thieves, they're happy to get a little bit of breathing room, though. Another objective bounty here for Tenacity. Is the little spark of hope growing?
His hit gauge is skyrocketing.
Nice.
It's going up and up.
Yup.
2-1-1 on the Olaf. The best KDA on the team. 8,500 gold lead. Still what it's looking like for CLG, though, as they're going to start up their third Drake of the game. This would be a Dragon Soul if Tenacity and 100 Thieves had not managed to grab that other one earlier on. So, hey, at least you got 5 more minutes before CLG hits that power spike. Baron's not going to be alive for another 3 minutes, and I feel like with the struggles that CLG was having breaking into the base with Baron, it's going to be very difficult to try to do anything without.
All right, the fun game of updating Stardust on Aurelion Soul.
What are we at?
The execution threshold on Singularity is up to 13.4%. And
Two-thirds of an Elder Dragon.
Yeah. And the Q, remember, is doing a little bit over 10% of max health damage as well, if you can channel it for a second. So
What is his total Stardust count? Because I know that 10 per minute is the goal.
332.
Okay, he's way past. All right.
I think that's also like kind of a lazy man's goal, the 10 per minute. So if you're a real Aurelion Soul main, then you want to overshoot that.
Okay. Well, right now he's feeling very comfortable about it. CLG is feeling great about their current state of the game. Scion is scaling infinitely. Aurelion Soul is scaling infinitely. Luger has 3 items completed on the Callista, including the Bloodthirster and the Immortal Shield Bow. Closer flashed, but Contracts had the aim to chase him through it. And with Poom doing the damage, they're going to finish off the 100 Thieves jungler 5v4 for the next 35 seconds.
Did we catch who got the Raptors? I'm trying to weigh if that was worth it or not. I couldn't see if Closer got him or not.
Each Raptor must be individually accounted for as well.
Well, if each Raptor is worth about 2,000 gold, then it's worthwhile. Otherwise, might be a little tricky here for 100 Thieves. Tenacity pops the Ragnarok. He's ready to fight Dokla.
The KDA.
And Dokla's just walking away. All right, now he re-engages. Tenacity has run out of Ragnarok, and the Dragon is ready to chase him. The Ghost is going to give Tenacity a little bit of time to run away. Top lane inhibitor fell while we're watching this, but this is more interesting. Palafox is on a rampage. Olaf's dead.
Wow, so 100 Thieves was actually doing a pretty good job stalling out the game. For the past 5 minutes, kind of since the Baron went down, they didn't lose a whole lot, but that was just 2 back-to-back mistakes they made. Getting caught at Raptors, getting caught bot lane, doing a really weird all-in. Not really a lot of reason for those plays.
Yeah, feels like CLG are set to win this one by default unless some crazy test of fate happens. Some turn. Honestly,
I don't even think that does it, man.
Yeah.
I don't think that does it.
well, there's some big bounties on champions as well as the objective bounties. So if they can get some of those lazy like surprise kills, if CLG do kind of leave themselves open, then maybe there is that pathway back in. But it certainly looks to be doomed.
I think unless Doublelift gets a pentakill every bounty, there's not.
All right,
hope.
let's set it then.
All right, that's the mark. Doublelift has to pentakill, collect every bounty at the same time, and then purchase his entire full build with the money that he would receive from doing so. Dokla charging up that big decimating smash there, but now just walks it on off. Tenacity gonna lead the charge forward as 100 Thieves recognizes Baron is up. They do not want to allow CLG to take it. They're gonna grab their own red buff here for Double Lift, just try to give them as much firepower as possible. Contracts maintaining aggro on the Baron. It's still at about half HP. Tenacity and Closer still trying to push forward, gain every inch of ground they can. Doko on the front line. A lot of damage being done to Tenacity. He's using the stasis, trying to stay alive here in the very front. Busio is burning down. Doko's already killed Tenacity. Busio runs, and Closer's getting beat. It's Bjergsen already gone first, and 3 of the 100 Thieves are already dead. Busio burns away. A double kill for Palafox. Baron be damned, the game is over, and CLG's gonna take it.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. You know, they tried. Bjergsen went for the flash combo on Aurelion, still did about 30% of his health, not quite enough, and yeah, CLG's gonna take it. Pretty impressive game by CLG, all things said. You know,
Incredible.
Starting from the bot lane, they just won the 2v2 really hard. Great gank right after it, and they just played with their advantage well.
Luger and Boom, massive performance from them. I also think Contracts, even though it is a lot easier to play jungle when you have a winning, lane setup like this, he did a really good job hovering, denying all of these 100 Thieves plays that they were trying to set up to get back into the game. On the Sejuani, it's not a glorious position to be in, but he did it quite well.
And the desk was talking about it before this game, saying how both of these teams are kind of in that melee of 3 or 4 different teams right around the cutoff for playoffs, around that 6th, 7th, 8th type of a spot. It's a pretty big deal for CLG. They're going up to 7-6 with this win. 100 Thieves, unfortunately, sitting on 5 and 8. Pretty rough score with only a couple weeks left to play to try to make it into playoffs. CLG are happy with this one.
Great game from CLG all around. They should definitely be happy about that.
DeMonte's loving it. Look at the grin, man. He's loving this.
Yeah, it's all smiles and laughs in the CLG camp. Definitely not going to be that in the 100 Thieves camp after this weekend. Tons to review and tons to change.
It's just such a rough situation to be in. You know, it seems like everything they're trying is just not working. You know, not a whole lot of proactive plays coming out of them. I think this game, they at least tried to pick early game champs.
Yeah.
This is kind of a T1S comp. You know, you take that aggressive bot lane, you have like Gragas for early prio, Lee Sin for playmaking, but they just couldn't make it work. They lost the 2v2 bottom. They died immediately to the gank afterwards, and from there, you're just playing an uphill battle.
I mean, I think we saw the individuals of CLG outshine their counterparts at multiple different points of the game. You already mentioned the 2v2 that was won early by CLG. Then we can remember bottom side when Contracts follows it up for the next 2 kills for Luger. You even pointed out, why is Closer not shadowing this? Why are you not reading the fact that, oh, this is a prime opportunity to gank this lane. Let's make sure nothing bad happens here. Then up top side later on, oh, hey, we have teleport advantage on our mid laner. Let's turn that play around as well. Everybody just seemed to be doing the right thing on CLG, and 100 Thieves couldn't keep up. Coming up next, we got C9 versus Dig, but first, Dokla and Palafox settled the score on who is the best Irelia on CLG. Check it out.
Where's the confidence?
Where's the confidence? I don't play better with or without confidence.
No, you don't got that dog in you, that's why.
I mean, okay.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We have another 1v1 ready to go, this time between Palafox and Dokla fighting about Aurelia. Some facts about this: Palafox played it during their loss streak. Dokla played it, they won. There's a bit of tension between these two about who is the better Aurelia, so we're gonna settle that today. Let's get into game.
Are we taking Snowball?
Yeah, take whatever you, yeah, let's take Flash Ignite.
Flash Ignite?
You don't want it? I mean, if you're insecure, check my runes.
By the way, are you, what?
Did you just ban it?
Oh, I banned it. Oh my god, dude.
What the hell?
Go.
There's 3 bans you have to waste.
I didn't know that.
Tell us the story about who the better Aurelia is.
I mean, it's not really a story. I'm just a better Aurelia. I mean, the story ends there.
All right, so here it is. I think he's better than me at laning because that's all he focuses on. And I think I have a better picture of the game, and I'm better at team fighting.
Do these right.
Oh!
Are you Snowball? Oh, Ignite.
No.
Man, Snowball makes it so much more fun.
What were you saying? Better in lane?
You're better in lane, but if you lose, then it's just sad.
Well, I don't lose lane.
Yeah. You also
don't go even in lane.
You also don't go even in lane. You either hard win or hard lose.
Yeah. Actually, I went even and then I hard won. So.
Okay.
What are the odds for this one?
The odds?
Yeah, 70-30.
It's like
Every game is a 50-50.
like
You can win or you can
99-1.
lose.
Oh,
99-1 maybe.
Wait, this is crazy. Like, Pala is literally setting the expectations low, so if he wins, it's huge. If he loses,
I mean, either I was gonna win or I was gonna lose.
I mean, I said 50-50. He said 99-1. If he loses, it's just.
Where's the confidence?
Where's the confidence? I don't play better with or without confidence.
That's you don't got that dog in you. That's why.
I mean, okay. What if we just go triple
Dagger,
D-blade?
boots?
Dagger, boots, pop. Okay.
Oh yeah. Wanna do that?
Sure.
Okay.
I kind of like this mouse. I don't like that it's wired, but
You know.
You guys were talking earlier about if you can even land an E. Did you both take the same skill
I mean, this guy
order?
is probably the worst user of E on the really. It's so bad.
me when I do it right compared to him.
already?
Oh, this is.
whoa.
No way!
You're right. You're right.
actually so
I am
trash.
bad. I am bad.
Oh my god.
You're getting a plate too? Oh, it's.
God.
Wait, can you base in this?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, Flark. All right, go freeze the
All right,
win.
he's out.
Yeah. Goodbye. I think I need to base or the game is unplayable.
Dokla freezing the lane in a... interrupts the recall? What are you doing?
Cheeser!
Got that dog in me, man.
Guys, I don't think it's playable if I don't recall.
Did you?
No, this is the right play.
How do you know he was in that bush?
See, he looked at his screen.
Everyone's so great. I don't screen peek. That was in Halo days. I don't screen peek anymore.
That was in Halo days.
You remember those days?
We'll check the
Yeah.
tapes.
Palafox, thoughts on stream snipers with this guy looking at your screen?
I'm not looking.
Maybe it was good prediction. It was good prediction.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh no.
Oh, you gotcha.
Yeah.
He's 6.
Trash, bro.
Yeah. Okay. How would you
never
win
playing
that?
earlier.
How would you win that from the first start?
Why would you even W first? You need W to tank my damage when I all in. Why would you ever W to start?
Do you think it's winnable?
Not if you play like that.
Oh, so you think that you could win with the lead the difference?
No, I'm saying you're paying for your mistake. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I did pay for my mistake.
Yeah,
Greg.
I mean,
Wait, but the first 1v1 is fine. If I dodge the E.
You should not W. You should
Like
W
the- okay,
at my
actually, never
burst.
play.
You should
Alright.
W my burst. Why would you W just sack your passive? Not good. Never
As
good.
you can tell, this is what goes on after every game, I'm sure. A little bit of back and forth. Thank you guys so much for doing the 1v1. And that's it for us.
Red Bull gives you wings. Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Hmm?
Hello, everybody. I believe I have some suggestions, some questions from people in the LCS Discord ready to be answered by me. Let's get into it. I do not know any of these questions, so I'm answering them on the fly in 5 seconds. JMN, how do you avoid inting every game? I don't. I int a lot. I mean, I guess you get better. I don't know. Get better at the game. Ciriday, Diana top, trash. Don't ever talk to me again. Cambards, in what areas of top lane do you feel you're lacking in? I think I forget about where the jungler is a lot, and I also don't plan in advance when to invade camps. So mainly like knowledge about the jungle, I guess. Yadid asks, Yorick when? Into Jace. That's like the only matchup I can think it's good into. Maybe Sion, actually. I can play Yorick versus Sion. Give me some suggestions. Okay, I'm destroying this box. Amanda, brackets Vulcan Enjoyer. What has been your favorite place, either international or domestic, that you visited while competing? Probably Iceland. Iceland is just, the air is so clear. I like cold weather usually a little bit more as well. And it's just chill. I feel like there's not that many people there, so you just like can just relax and it's not like overcrowded, too noisy. And the food is actually really good. I was surprised how good the food is, but it is very expensive. But Iceland. Gengar Griffith. Who has been your biggest competition since debuting in the LCS? Probably Impact, I guess. Probably Impact. I mean, Summit, I've only just started playing against this split, so I can't say he's been my biggest competition since then. Back in 2021, I would say Alfari. Alfari was pretty good in 2021. He was probably the hardest top laner for me to play against. JP Jones, if you were to redo one thing in your LoL career, what would it be? Damn, that's a hard question. I don't regret role swapping to mid lane, but I did end up changing back a split after. I don't regret it necessarily. So I don't know, I don't think I would really change anything. Exactly, which type of fudge is your favorite? None, fudge is trash. I hate eating fudge. The only reason why I say fudge is because I don't want to swear. Back then. Nowadays, I just swear. Thank you. Raz, where's Raz? Oh my God, he asked me, why do I look so cute? Oh my God, thank you. I thought it was anonymous. Oh, you thought it was anonymous? Okay, buddy. Why do I look so cute? I don't know, it's the genetics, you know. Thank you for the suggestions in the LCS Discord. Make sure to join for more segments like this. Goodbye.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We'll be doing camp selection here for Cloud9 versus Dignitas.
Team huddle.
After you just heard Fudge get a bunch of suggestions, now he's going to be telling them to the rest of the team, I presume. That's what they're huddling about.
Yeah, I love the idea, first of all, of the suggestion boss all from Discord. I was just trolling. I just want to put that out there.
Wait, so you don't think he's cute?
Oh, okay, chill, relax. I'm not going to answer that question. But when my name got there, I was put on the spot. Just saying, just putting it out
That
there.
was a 13-person huddle.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
is there a limit to how many people you can put in the team huddle for LCS game?
Are those even all C9 members? So they like grab some people from backstage and be like, hey, yo, you producer, get up here.
Any fans with a jersey, get on stage. They should definitely try and see the biggest huddle you can get before Riot tells you not to do that. I don't know if I should be suggesting this on camera.
Now they're going to be aware.
Every week they have to add another person and see if we catch on.
That's a good call.
That's what they've been doing.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Oh, boy. All right, so what are the things to talk about with Cloud9? First off, Batman on your screen, M&S had an absolutely banging performance on the Yone last game. And these are his 3 games combined. He had a rough first game, but overall still looking pretty good. What's your opinion, Ben, of him thus far, Meteos?
Well, we haven't seen a ton of him so far. Like you said, his first game was super rough, but I'm not convinced anybody could have done well in that situation. He was like playing Victor, getting hard pressured, but you know, on LeBlanc, on Yone, these playmaking champs, he's looked really good. He's done his job and then more, you know, finding really creative pick angles, just going for solo kills, playing very aggressively, and it's awesome to see. It's definitely a player that's looking forward to watching.
100% agree. And I love the fact that after the first game, specifically Blabber talked about how he was talking, you know, he felt nerves on stage. Makes sense. And then he just started playing his style of champions. LeBlanc, Yone, those are the things that I'd like to see him playing. We might even see Nakali. And so, like, write down basically what has made him so successful in the Challenger League is what I want to see from him.
Yeah, in the top of day, we talked about how unforgiving their draft actually was against 100 Thieves and how well they were able to execute it when 100 Thieves didn't had this scaling composition and C9 just absolutely punished them. It was really cool also to see them leaning in on their solo laners, which I think is something that they absolutely can do now that M&S is on the team because he is such a great assassin player.
He also did an interview with Ashley King I saw on the front page of Reddit.
Nice.
The interviews he's done so far, the Travis one too, like he's been very funny,
So
very
charming.
very charming, very confident as well, basically saying like JoJo was the only player he felt like could contest him in lane phase. He's been a treat to get to know. Someone else that we have to get to know is the new bot laner for Dignitas, Tomo. He's looked pretty good so far. They did lose that game yesterday, but it felt like Tomo was actually the player on Dignitas who was kind of keeping them in that game.
Yeah, he was. Oh, I didn't know that he was closest to Chime and Saida. I mean, fair. But my main point on Tomo, confusing Pokemon. But my main point on Tomo is that so the last time we saw him in the LCS stage was on FlyQuest, and they mentioned nerves. That was a situation that no one wants to be a part of, where you're just thrusted into the lineup to fix things when you're on a losing team. It's very similar now, to be fair, but it feels like the confidence is there. His laning phase was great, and he was a win condition on that Caitlyn game. So it's nice to see that he is completely different, I feel like. Put in a similar position, but I feel like the pressure is completely off of him.
I do think that bouncing back from the loss yesterday is going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah.
For those of you who missed the Dignitas versus Immortals game, how dare you?
Shame on you.
Yeah.
It was actually
Best game of the year.
an incredibly
In any
entertaining
region.
game. In terms of
Maybe
closeness,
Calm
in
down,
terms
Mark.
of there were multiple near Nexus kills for both teams. There were Baron steals. There was a Cloud Soul, so people were flying around. Tomo was super fed, but also just the fact that Dignitas was in 10th, needed to beat the 9th place team to get in 9th, loses to them, and now is going against Cloud9, who yesterday looked like T1, they just were so dominant. That mental hurdle of, oh, we didn't beat Immortals, now we must play Cloud9, I wonder how they're going to respond.
It's definitely going to be hard to bounce back from, well, maybe. On one hand, I think right after losing that game yesterday, it's going to feel horrible. It's going to feel great for the team who won, awful for whoever lost. But at the same time, it was close, could have went either way. And they have looked like a better team since getting Tomo. Not necessarily that Spawn was the reason they were losing, but maybe it's just a breath of fresh air. And yeah, they looked solid.
Right from the start, we're seeing C9 just target Santorin. So specifically, jungle bans, easy to play team fighters is just getting stricken off the board. And actually, jungle is getting focused with an Elise ban from Dignitas.
One thing we haven't got a chance to ask you about, Meteos, is most impressive teams for you in the league thus far. Obviously, everyone thinks FlyQuest is super hot, but then between EG, C9, Golden Guardians, there's this kind of debate going on. Who are you having a bit of a tendency towards if you were making finals? Who's going to end up their predictions?
I would lean towards C9. I think that, they haven't won every single game. They have dropped some, but I really like the way that they play and the way that they've won. They don't really opt for the scaling picks. They're not just waiting for their opponents to mess up. They're always really aggressive, just in your face, which I love to see. Their games are never boring, so they're definitely favorites for me.
It's just straight up a worse way to win best-of-1 games in LCS, playing the way they do. But it's a better way to win best-of-5s, I think, because it's going to prepare them better for playoffs. So I think they're going to continue to play early game. Caitlyn already left unbanned, partially because C9 themselves decided to target ban junglers, and they're probably going to have, we'll see, but they'll probably have the stronger early game comp than Dignitas.
It reminds me of their championship split just a little bit, where in the regular season it feels like they're trying things out, not just playing aggressively and learning kind of the hard way if they're playing an early game composition, but also just specific comps where you're like, oh, okay, this doesn't work. This is maybe not our style. So yes, I agree with you completely. Caitlyn getting locked in though, so it seems like this is going to be a Berserker type of game. I would like for them to play towards bot side. I generally don't like seeing weak side Caitlyn's. So want to see what Dignitas ends up responding with.
I will say Cloud9 is also maybe the only team who's playing a lot of triple carry, even quad carry, where you're like, yeah, Blabber, you can play a carry too. They have that, I know this is a terrible comparison, but that IG kind of energy where anyone at any moment can be the star of their team.
Man, we are laying it on Cloud9. We're like,
I am building them up to be giants so they will collapse. I'm getting Meteos to call them the best team in the league.
Blabber Lee Sin.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's hype.
And
But yeah,
carrying with the Kalista. All right, there you go.
You're totally right about them playing through top. Have any teams this split been playing carry tops successfully? Feels like C9's the only one who's actually been winning with
After
it.
Cassante got nerfed, it felt like most people kind of bailed on carry tops except C9. Some Jace still that other people are playing. But
Yeah, I would say Dignitas, IMT, obviously the bottom of the bracket, and they're the teams that are experimenting a little bit more, but I think we've been seeing consistently that we're playing towards bot side, and this game's no different.
Ezreal, Karma, and actually C9 locking in Callista probably support. I don't think you want Caitlyn's support.
Unless you carry in T1, and we already just made that comparison. So.
And this
Also,
is good.
this is perfect for C9, right? Because as many like memes as we've made about Sven, like to point out something that we've already talked about, like anyone on this team can carry, and we talked about them maybe leaning in on their solo laners. Here it's leaning on the fact that both of their bot laners are technically AD carries.
Yeah, the confusing thing for me, just because the champion just got released, is Aurelion Sol. Because we saw high priority in the last game as a first pick. This time around, it's actually being dropped into 4-5 with no one even banning it. I'm just interested to see if any team takes the bite or if just both of them are handshaking, saying that it's not worth it.
I think there's a chance Dig could last pick it here if it looks like a good situation for it, but it doesn't really seem to me like something that Cloud9 would want to play. It's, not particularly good early. It's really good at scaling, but that's not how they try to win their games. And I don't really see Dig blind picking it either because, again, if you're playing against an early game team, you kind of want something that is strong early as well.
Makes sense to me.
Jensen is also a player who's not always the fastest to jump on the new champion. And so while Aurelion Sol, this is the first time it's enabled, he could play it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just is sticking in his comfort zone right now with the rest of the team and trying to figure out exactly what works for them, leaning more towards his kind of staple control mages and stuff, but we'll see.
To that point, though, it is still open, or they could flex the Jace because Jace can go top, so they can save the last counter pick for 5 for mid for Jensen if he does want to play it, and they just wait out whatever C9 picks.
That's a flexy team comp. They could go Jace, Gragas, mid-top flex. They can do Gragas jungle flex if they really want to against Lee Sin.
Yeah.
So
historically,
I was
that's
actually
been a good matchup.
kind of assuming that it was jungle Gragas.
Yeah, I mean,
Knowing
we've seen
Bitcoin.
more mid lane Gragas than jungle Gragas lately, so it could be anything. But
Ooh,
knowing
Lee
it's
Sin LeBlanc.
That's a fun one to lane against.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we're definitely not seeing Asol.
Oh, Cho'Gath.
Okay.
Another recipient of some recent buffs on this patch. This is actually, I really like seeing C9 pull this out because I'm a Cho'Gath enjoyer until he takes over the meta and then it gets boring.
Cho'Gath is really, really strong if he doesn't get punished in lane. He's somewhat punishable. He's not super strong early game, and if he falls behind, he can kind of get snowballed on. But, if he can reach his core items and just become this unkillable tank, he's so strong.
Boy. There it is, Renekton. I think that was the flex. He probably picked Cho'Gath expecting it to be the Jace top lane. But it's going to be Renekton. So you already gave us the... I want to hear from you, Jad.
I just don't want Renekton against it. I don't know. Like, Renekton Gragas is a combo against...
Mostly AD. I mean, there's not that much armor stacking on C9's team. It's just the Cho who can really...
Yeah, I mean, maybe they could actually punish it. They'll play through top, but then I still don't see Renekton carrying a game against Caitlyn LeBlanc, so...
Yeah.
What about you, Meteos? How do you feel about both teams' drafts?
The drafts seem okay. I think Dig's comp is kind of one of those T1 style comps where you're really just hoping to outplay your opponent and get favorable lane matchups by flexing everything. I'm not really sure it's going to happen this game. I think C9 is really strong, and they've got a really strong bot lane and mid, so I don't think you're going to even have the opportunity to punish Cho'Gath this game unless you just are going to completely concede the other side of the map.
All right, well, thank you for joining us for Champ Select. That's going to do it for us here. We're going to go to Flowers and Kobe on the call.
Hey, that's us, Flowers and Kobe. It's C9 versus Dig. C9 coming off of a hell of a win yesterday. Dignitas also played a game yesterday, and so now they're going to look to redeem themselves here today. Cloud9 is going to look to keep it rocking and rolling.
Dignitas were, in fact, here yesterday. I do want to take this moment to shout out their content, though, because after their one win that they did get, they put out some really good content, which was Jensen reading the social comments of the positive comments in Reddit after their first win. It was pretty funny, so go take a look.
That's the one where every sentence was bleeped because he's
not every sentence, just the last giant copy pasta.
Okay.
We don't want to spoil the content.
Oh yeah, go check it out for yourself.
Yeah, go check it out. Get those Dig views.
Okay, so the one thing I'm looking at is kind of, what the desk was talking about right before they tossed to us, which was saying the Dignitas composition is not something very traditional. There's a lot of poke here, there's some disengage, there's some kite back, but if they fall behind, I'm kind of worried. I feel like the Dig game plan has got to be sharp here in this one.
Well, I, for one, am glad that they are going non-traditional nowadays, because if you're the bottom team in the LCS, I want you to do the wildest stuff that you can think of.
You gotta get wacky.
Give me the wildest stuff. This isn't the wildest stuff that I've ever seen, because it is very, 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 very heavily indexed into poke composition. Jace, Ezreal, Karma, Gragas, all very classic combinations of a poke composition. But it definitely is non-traditional, as you say, and especially I want to pay attention to the lane phase versus Cloud9, because we just saw CLG absolutely demolishing bottom side lane phase. If you're playing Ezreal Karma, this is one of my favorite combos into Caitlyn lanes, but you have to hit your skill shots early on.
Yeah.
If you can both hit Qs as the Kalista is moving up to try and get the Hail of Blades auto trades on you and back off and win that little poke exchange, that little health exchange, then you can do better for later. But Sven actually does a good job here sneaking in some damage as he gets the distance on Ignar after the Mantra Q was already used. Get a little bit of money off the sickle, as well as a little bit of damage back.
And it was even last game that you were applauding the ability of Luger and Poom to hit all those skill shots in the matchups that they were playing. That's one of the reasons why they got ahead so much so early. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on how that goes down here in the bottom side. I'm also got my eyes on Blabber here on the Lee Sin. Last game we saw closer on it. Really wasn't able to get a whole lot of anything done. Contracts read him like a book that he had already read a few times in years previously and knew the way the story was going to go anyway. He was everywhere that Lee wanted to be, and he was there first, and he was there better. So I want to see how well Blabber can pilot this and how many of those early plays he can find on Lee Sin. When you pick Lee, I want to see you busy early and often.
Yeah, and the analyst has kind of touched on this a little bit too, shouting out the combination with LeBlanc. Lee Sin and LeBlanc is one of the oldest mid-jungle kill pressure duos in the game, because the champions have existed for so long, but also because they work together so well. They're extremely mobile, both of them, and you can set up a lot of different kill angles. Blabber, that you want to keep your eyes on, has gone from red quadrant over to blue and ganking Armut already.
Well, we just saw Fudge use the Rupture. It'll come back up here in a couple of seconds, and I expect once that Rupture is ready, Blabber's going to want to pick his moment here. If they can get Armut to use the Slice, then they know they're going to be in a really good spot. Rupture is used. Armut flashes. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. One more hit will do it. Armut's down, and C9's on the board.
Yeah, I love to see it. It's the patience that pays off, Flowers. You know, as we're all staring at him standing in that tri-brush, they see the stun used by Renekton. Guess what? That means Blabber can go right into tower range. He doesn't care, because Renekton's going to turn around and stun you in tower range. They finish it off the kill. And, Rupture, as you said, gets the flash out of Arma early. So very nice, patient play from Blabber does get rewarded. And now the classic, really good awareness here by Jensen. They did have the inkling Blabber's coming to steal the second Raptors, and you never want to get surprised over the Raptor pit if you're getting pushed in, especially against this matchup. And Blabber still has his flash too, so he for sure could have gone for it and try to flash right back out. Jensen does get the awareness. Santorin a little bit later on the start, because he moved over after they saw Blabber, but should be able to get the small ones. And he has Smite. Big one acquired too.
Nicely done from Santorin, being able to make sure that they trade those chickens back and forth. But Blabber and M&S are not just going to let him walk away for free. They want to chase after him, but yeah, the Scuttle Crab speed is going to be enough to get the big man out of trouble. So M&S and Blabber just go right back to what they were doing. But it is that first blood for Blabber, getting things rolling in the top lane. Talking about how, Cho'Gath is one of those champions that can be exposed a little bit in the laning phase, but if you let him get rolling, man, he's hard to deal with.
Yeah, and honestly, now even more than previously too, because there were some recent buffs to Cho'Gath. When you max Rupture, 20 more damage on it, and the other buffs were the majority mana cost buffs to help out that lane phase. So now it is easier for you to have a stronger lane phase with mana cost reductions on Q and W, as well as the extra damage we talked about, but Sven is already dead!
Sven's down, and it's Tomo and Ignar. 2v2 win over Berserker and Sven.
Really good all in right there from the Dignitas bottom lane. We said, got to hit those skill shots. They pinpoint on Sven, take him down, Arcane Shift in, flashed in, Both flashes down here for the Dig bottom lane, though, so maybe Cloud9 are pinging those, thinking, hey, let's try and punish them for that. They killed Sven. We gotta avenge our support death here, because they will at least have flash advantages.
M&S jumps in versus Jensen. That hammer thing works kind of wacky with those distortions of LeBlanc. Shock Blast going to pop the passive there of the LeBlanc, so no extra clone to get him out of trouble. And because of the fact that they force him to take this long wrap around, it means Jensen's going to have more solo time here alone with the wave to get this one shoved up, get it crashing in. Santorin and Ignar both still hovering around.
Yeah, and the reason that interaction looks so weird is because LeBlanc's distortion is a blink, not a jump or a dash.
Right.
And so Jace Hammer, you can knock people out of the air. You can, smash them down if they're dashing around, but blink from M&S used, no problem.
The revert part is the blink. The first part is a dash. The reversion is a blink.
Exactly.
I think it actually might be the only ability in the game.
It's a
that's
trick
both.
question. It's both.
Yeah, it's one of the only abilities in the game that is both. Chain connects, however, with Jensen back underneath the turret range. It means Blabber can't jump in and follow that one up. Pretty impressive numbers on the left side of your screen you're seeing right now for both Blabber and Sven on their current champions. Sven with more than a 75% win rate on Callista, nearly a 9 KDA, man.
Blast cone 2, he hits the Q.
Oh, and Blabber just goes in and steals it. That feels bad, man. Dignitas wants that one back.
Or feels great for the Lee Sin. Blabber, honestly, First Blood acquired, Dragon Steel acquired. He's living the Lee Sin dream, Flowers. This champion has buffed a little while ago, and it has taken an extra patch for pros to really start to jump on it. Once top laners started practicing it as well, it really felt like all the jungles were like, all right, we're definitely going to play Lee again. This is one of the most fun champions ever designed. 81 damage there close, so he got it nice with the 681 combo. Lee Sin, when you have your Q execution damage taking the Sonic Wave in, that's why everybody is always so scared of Lee Sin coming in and stealing your dragons away from you. Blabber times it well, seasoned vet, so it never got low enough for Santorin to pure smite it. If you can combo, obviously Gragas also, W auto combo is gonna be your go-to move.
Oh boy, okay. Armin had the slice at least to be able to get away from the rupture there. If he does not get out of that rupture, Blabber gets in range for the Sonic Wave, the Resonating Strike, the kick, all that good stuff, and the Lizard is dead. But because of the fact that they had to scare him away, because of the fact that Fudge has control here in the top side, it means that C9 are able to rotate the guys over to take this first neutral objective in the top half of the map. They already got the dragon thanks to Blabber's steal, so they're controlling everything right now as M&S tries to put himself in a spot to be able to find a kill here on Santorin, but with Santorin being able to escape from the lethal damage thanks to his flash, M&S is now in a bit of a tricky position. LeBlanc is one of the best champions to try to navigate your way out of something like this, but when you got 3 dudes chasing after you, Shock Blast tags him, so that means the timer will not expire anytime soon to go for an execute. M&S has to try to find some fancy feet, but there's not enough fanciness in the world to get you out of that, and Jensen's getting the money as another kill comes through. Sven's taken low yet again. Ignar kills him yet again. Dignitas wins the 2v2 yet again.
Flowers, again, this is one of my favorite duos into Caitlyn lanes, and they're playing it so well. The desk also highlighting Tomo from yesterday. They're really, really hammering this one home. Another kill. Really nice ultimate into Arcane Shift away to ensure he doesn't give the trade back too. Look how close the health is. So Ignar goes in, gets the root, Ignite is on, they hit the Mantra Q, they hit the ultimate, and jumps out of range so Berserker can't answer the other kill. Down again. Sven, 100% of the Cloud9 deaths.
Tomo coming into Dignitas has done some good stuff for this team. They're still in a struggling spot. They're still 1-11, but that's not the kind of play I think you get with Spawn. Spawn was struggling a lot on this team. They needed to make some kind of a change. They bring Tomo in from Academy, and he's been doing better. Being able to have a guy that you can trust to be part of these 2v2 kills, to set these things up and have this lane stand on its own 2 legs, I think might be the kind of thing that could help turn things around for Dignitas. Maybe not immediately, but in the future as they keep working on things. 79 farm on his Ezreal versus the 93 of Berserker. It's the C9 bottom lane that is still ahead in terms of the farm, but the Dig bottom lane duo getting those 2 kills for their team so far feels really good for them.
All right, let's see how they deal with the Blabber invade on Gromp. Pushing bottom lane gives you a lot of extra power to go for, but Santorin kites the Gromp all the way up into the tri-bush, so it fully leashes right back to starting position, and they will only lose a couple of control wards to the invade, to the bottom side pressure.
Blabber again in enemy territory, always looking for an angle, always looking for a play, looking for a way to drop off the Rift Herald eyeball and just grab some extra money here in the mid lane too. I like when teams drop Herald mid first time around. It means if they can secure the second one, you're almost guaranteed to knock down that tier 1 turret in mid lane by coming back and using it again.
Yeah, nice plate assassination done by Blabber. And you mentioned mid turret is primary for most people, but especially when you've got a LeBlanc, you want M&S to be able to get out of lane, start roaming around, look for those LeBlanc rush plays that everybody else dreads. Fudge, by the way, of course, spamming his ultimate. He is up to already 4 stacks, 320 bonus health for the feasting Cho'Gath at the moment, and seems to be benefiting a decent amount from a lot of these mana changes here so far in lane phase. Looks pretty clean.
Jensen's gonna walk up and just keep this lane shoving as his opponent is not nearby to do anything about it. Because LeBlanc is going Ignite versus the teleport, it does mean that Dignitas has that extra macro playability as the game goes forward, especially once we hit a couple minutes from now and all of those become unleashed. It will give Jensen the opportunity to show up more easily than M&S can. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Sven has been rotating around doing a little bit of vision work, so that means it's up to Berserker to just hang back, not get himself caught out in any sort of a bad spot. It does mean that Tomo and Ignar have control over the bot side push, with Santorin hovering nearby.
And I like what Fudge is doing right now on Cho'Gath. He pushed one more wave to get the recall off now to come for Dragon. He can just walk here, and then after the fight, teleport back to the top lane. So Cloud9 bringing all 5 as soon as Fudge walks down on the Cho'Gath. His feast is not quite back up for the Giga guarantee on the Dragon, but they're going to be able to push Dig right now. A little bit of a delay on the collapse from Dig. Armut is coming down from top side as well, though.
Cho'Gath ulti is about to come back up, so whether or not they want to use it for a fight or for the objective will be up to them. M&S needs to reset his spot here a little bit. Still stuck on the wrong side of the terrain. Ignar gonna throw out another one of those inner flames. He gets the ignite, but the shield, the safeguard from Blabber, along with the heal of Berserker, will keep M&S alive. Dignitas, however, has done significant damage to the enemy mid laner, who does not have a teleport. It means they have man advantage. Tomo's pretty low, but he is Ezreal. He can still contribute with a couple of Mystic shots over the wall. Armit trying to challenge Blabber here in the pit over the Drake. Berserker using the trap to keep Ignar away, make it so he's not able to participate. Blabber gets right back away, but Jensen finishes him off. It'll be traded to 1-for-1, but now Sven dies too. Dignitas is out fighting Cloud9 here in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Cloud9 thought they could take the 4v5 there. Blabber gets off the Dragon and goes for the kick, but gets locked up. Dignitas shut him down. Lee Sin in the dirt. Dragon resets as well. That was definitely a bit of a bungle here from Cloud9. First of all, M&S on the top side taking so much damage and having to go back. Then we're looking at a big kick here. You can see what he's thinking though. Oh, juicy triple kick on a Renekton high health target. That's gonna hit all 3 of them. But the quick reaction from Armut, as soon as Lee Sin Qs to him, instant stuns.
Yep.
And so Cloud9 don't get the dream scenario 3-person kick that they wanted. Nicely shut down there by Arma, and a bit of disrespect from Blabber.
Dignitas has been doing a good job answering what Cloud9 is throwing at him here early on in this game. We are at the 14-minute mark, means early game's officially over, plates have officially fallen, and Dignitas is officially right back into the Dragon Pit, trying to claim this second Drake of the game for themselves. C9 stole the first one away. This time around, Blabber's not around to do it again.
And Ocean is one of the best for poke comps like this. You know, if you just want to siege up, throw out damage, you're going to have the extra regeneration here constantly. Just puts more emphasis on Cloud9 getting that engaged, not giving them time to extend the duration and get more out of the buffs.
M&S jumped in there to just put a little bit of damage onto Tomo with a quick burst, gets himself right back out. Ignar's going forward, tries to root him up, but will not be able to stay in range to guarantee it. Meanwhile, with the bodies from Dignitas down here in bottom lane, it means that C9 feels free to take that second Herald on the other side of the map. Remember, they could just decide to use that mid if they want to try to knock down the remainder of the tier 1 turret, but it looks like Blabber also has his eyes potentially on the opportunity to make a move topside. Armit has fallen back, recognizing that his team is in bottom lane. C9's likely to try to overload stuff on topside. He doesn't want to be caught out here.
Yeah, Berserker heads over with the Demolish proc from Fudge 2. That tower is toast.
Armit gets away. All he can do is watch the turret fall. The trade is happening on the other end of the map as Tomo and Ignar are working together to take that one down. The Herald is going to be summoned up here in the top lane still, but aiming for the second turret. Remember, these are worth so much money compared to the other ones. It's a pretty big influx of gold for C9 to grab it, going from just about 400 gold up to 1.1 thousand gold up instead. Feels really good to grab that. Armit's going to stop it before it goes any further, but it's a 2-to-1 tower lead for C9.
Yeah, nice job. The best case scenario is getting the secondary outer tower. It's worth the most, worth much more than the one in the middle. Well, due to the split push buffs, Cloud9 going to reset right after that and get back out with the Hex Gates as well. Shouldn't be too big of an issue here with the sides traded. Long lane on bottom side here being pushed out already by Fudge. No teleports for either of those top laners, or the mid laners for that matter.
Fudge on that Cho'Gath is going to become a problem as this game keeps going forward. You can see Frozen Heart as the first item in his inventory. All of the real threats on the enemy team are physical damage. The only real AP threat is going to be that Jungle Gragas, but Jungle Gragas can't really kill Cho'Gath. He should never really be aiming for Cho'Gath. So as long as Fudge just stacks health and armor, he's going to be able to become this brick wall that can absorb a lot of the poke. He can stand in front of a shock blast. He can stand in front of a never-ending barrage of mystic shots. And Cloud9, that means that they can then use him to always lead the charge forward, close the gap on this poke comp, and make them lose ground as they retreat.
Yep, and he's walking right back down to regain control of the push on bottom lane too. Walking right up to Arma, forcing him out.
Get out of here, Crocodile.
The brick wall pushes him out. Blabber comes over as well, and Cloud9 once again will be a step ahead in the map control here. Tower is going to drop first. M&S goes to answer topside too, so this time around, Dig don't even get the response.
Dignitas just struggling to try to answer what C9 is doing here. Fudge and Blabber going to work together, take down that tier 1 in bottom lane. They'll pick that up. That is 3 turrets to 1 now. The count for Cloud9 versus Dignitas. Tomo gets hit with the ace in the hole from Berserker there in mid lane, takes him critically low, does have to back off a little bit, and you're going to see the Cloud9 duo here in bottom lane try to get their recalls off. They let Blabber complete his recall while Fudge stops his to guarantee that Armit can't stop both of them.
All right, easy move here for Cloud9. Just keep taking away jungle camps, slowly increasing your lead while you have Caitlyn constantly push up mid lane here. Berserker pushes another wave into the mid tower. Doesn't hit the minion, so he wasn't going for the wave clear, just going for a bit of a check on position to see if Caitlyn was still around, I guess.
1 minute until our next Drake spawns. Hex Tech Soul feels really good for everybody all of the time. Just a really powerful overall buff. So I'm curious how much attention both sides are going to be willing to commit to this. Still pretty early on into the game. Ignar and Santorin clearing out some of the vision in this bottom side river that was placed down by C9. Fudge still just stacking more and more and more and more health here on the Cho'Gath, up to over 3,000. Rupture hits Jensen. It's a very valuable target, but Dignitas is not in any kind of danger just yet. That tier 1 turret still standing in mid gives them a point to fall back to, and that's kind of what we were talking about earlier. You want to knock down that turret. You want to make sure LeBlanc and everybody else can chase after these guys. Armit's been caught out of position, though. He'll use the Dominus, but what's it even going to do? Armit getting caught with his pants down, and that could be a problem. Fudge won't be popped as easily. The Cho'Gath is much tankier, and Cloud9 now stands 5v4 for the next 27 seconds. They're not done quite yet. M&S over the wall wants to throw out a little bit of burst, but can't get it all onto the same target. Now that mid lane tier 1 that was that bastion of safety for Dig, that's gonna fall. Gold lead 2,500. Drake is in their sights. C9 have found momentum here in the mid game.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment to talk about retaking. This idea in League of Legends where Cloud9 had just taken these jungle camps and counter jungle like we talked about. So if you're re-entering an area where your opponents just counter jungled you, you have to assume that there are wards there, that they have the vision advantage. Right. And since they are pushed up in mid lane too, they have the ability to rotate quicker over to you. So retaking, you have to have so much more of a cautious approach in retaking that territory. And Armut got punished. Now though, Sven.
And Sven is caught. Sven is dead. That flash was unfortunate. It's a rough game for Sven. 0-4-2 here on the Kalista. Dignitas has been picking on him constantly. But now, are they going to get caught out instead? They will. Fudge with the kill on Santorin. And now Dignitas has to fall back. Berserker's winning the 1v1 against Tomo off to the side, while Fudge remains an impenetrable front line. It's Jensen getting kicked back into Fudge's waiting arms. Sonic wave into the resonating strike, but they can't quite kill him just yet. Jensen and Tomo and Ignar are all falling away as Blabber's about to fall down, and Armit picks him up. Now he sidesteps out of the way of the rupture, but nobody else from Dig can get in range. Armit falls, and everybody else tries to fall back. Fudge continues pushing forward, wants to see if he might be able to grab one of these guys, but it's M&S who's the real threat. If he can distort over the wall, he might find something. But he doesn't have the cooldowns. He doesn't have his ulti distortion ready to go in time. And it means Dignitas will disengage.
And guess what? LeBlanc just gets scarier from here on out. The only thing M&S has to worry about is point-and-click CC. Because he's so quick with his distortions. And the only way that happens is if he gets right into point-blank range of Armut, or Armut has flash and can flash on him. Other than that, it's very hard for a poke comp to actually punish a LeBlanc unless there's a mistake in positioning from the LeBlanc, or you're just extremely good in funneling those skill shots and be able to pinpoint. But look how much freedom he has in these fights. Blabber is creating space. Look at that. Goes in, Q, kicks the two tanks, gets the Jace right into Armut. Blabber actually kind of smurfing here as he goes back in on a Jensen, chunks down. The fed Jace is the most dangerous person on Dig. He does end up going down for his troubles, because Armut's able to get the Q off here into the back lines. But that whole duration, because all the focus was on Blabber, M&S and Fudge just run the fight, walking around, splitting up the members of Dig. So it didn't even matter for Cloud9 that Sven got picked off so early on. They're still able to come out ahead. They still retain control of their vision around this Baron. And Dignitas gonna have to regroup and try and get something out of the possible range advantage here. Poke needs to continuously land before you get the full engage.
Right.
Their number one priority, dodge these ruptures. Don't let Cloud9 get a flank off or a rupture hit on you, because those are their main ways to engage. And just try and get the most out of your range damage here.
So Fudge on the Cho'Gath, I didn't comment on it because we had the fight happening. He completed his second item. It is Heartsteel, the mega HP stacking item on top of a champion who can already stack HP because of his ultimate. If this game goes the distance, it is very easy for Fudge to hit 6,000 health if he keeps building tanky items. He's already over 4K right now.
Nice.
This is a very scary choke.
So that was some good adaptation here by Dig. The poke members throwing their poke at the origin of the distortion, so they still got some pretty good harassment onto M&S. Might not be as safe of a game as I was setting it up to be for him. He has to be very careful about this positioning, and Dig are definitely looking to try and time those shots with his distortions, see if they can snipe him out. Just goes back to base in this case, though. Does not drop. Still has the 4 stacks on his Dark Steel.
Dignitas will clear out that Scuttle Crab topside, give themselves a little bit of unremovable vision. Meanwhile, Fudge versus Armut. This is not a fight that the Crocodile wins ever at all. Even a little bit. Not now, not later, not ever. He can run, and he does manage to run away, but that's about the best you can hope for in that situation.
Good job. I mean, it does attract the Cloud9 attention there, so Jensen is able to get a topside turret. Takes down the outer while Armut goes into evasive maneuvers.
Yeah.
It is able to escape. Still going to be C9 pushing out mid and bottom, but like the look here for Dig, getting a little scrappy, chipping away at the gold lead.
10 feast stacks for Fudge already. Remember, you can get 6 for free off of the minions, and then champion kills as well as dragon or baron kills are going to get you the rest of them. So very, very strong boy here. Ignar tries to get away from him. I don't know if the feast would have been enough to kill Ignar there, but now Fudge and Sven might be in some trouble with a TP coming in. Fudge already had to use the flash. They finally might have enough ammo to take down the big old Cho'Gath, and yes, they will. Jensen's grabbing the shutdown money, but Armut's going to be traded back thanks to M&S. Blabber disengages with a kick, and it's 4v4 on the Rift. Oh, dies! A beautiful long-range shot coming down from Jensen and Tomo together.
I guess they don't need CC to lock down the LeBlanc after all. Flowers, the best CC is death. They snipe him. Jensen as well as Tomo. Pinpoint accuracy. Berserker trying to do it all himself, though.
Berserker getting real close up in their faces, making sure that he's trying to maximize these DPS windows.
Dignitas has more men, but their health bars aren't exactly super nice right now. Jensen threatening another kill there with an accelerated shock blast. Sven has to save Berserker to get him away from it. The Drake's at 3K. Blabber wants to try to steal. Santorin off. Blabber takes him down and steals it away again. He just keeps getting away with it. They'll finally pick up the kill, but Fudge is back, and he's madder than hell. He missed the rupture, but Berserker aims true. Fudge gets the kill credit, and Dig get wiped out.
How much work is Berserker doing, Flowers? That was insane stuff from him. The confidence on this guy, you love to see it growing with every game he gets with Cloud9. Absolutely as aggressive as possible. Here's the beginning of our story where the raid boss Fudge was originally killed, but as you know, there is a surprise twist at the end of it where Fudge ends up coming back and gets the extra kills. And Blabber, as you mentioned, is going to end up stealing the dragon as well. Here's the disengage, the double snipe. MNS gets hit by the Ezreal as well as the shock blast, basically same time there, getting the double for Jensen. And this was Berserker trying to do put out as much pressure as he possibly could. Sven as well gets chased down by Jensen. He ends up having a flash. Blabber goes in. I can't even see the health bar. Yeah. They were stacking champions on top of the dragon. I couldn't even see it, but Blabber's instincts reign supreme. He gets the dragon once again, lands the smite. And while Tomo did take him down in the aftermath, Fudge returns to get some payback.
Fudge returns and he takes a big old bite out of him. You can see a little bit of a grin there on Sven's face as C9 now up 2,500 gold. The big thing about that fight too, 80 carry versus 80 carry, and Jensen is also the special guest star of the matchup here on the damage chart for the last fight. But C9 now on sole point because they were able to yoink yet another Drake away from Dignitas. This now puts a lot of pressure on Dig for the rest of the game. They've got 3 minutes until the Drake spawns, but Cloud9 is not going to wait for that to happen before another neutral objective is fought over. They have started up the Baron. Dignitas knows what's going on thanks to Tomo's ultimate. Jensen's trying to come around from the side, but MNS sees him on the flank. Now, MNS might need to be a little bit careful. Distorts over the wall to get away from Santorin. Still ends up eating the damage from Shock Blast. Baron's going to be secured by Fudge and C9. Armit's in the middle of everybody, but not for long. He's already dead. Tomo, Santorin, Jensen, Ignar, everybody else trying to get away. Blabber takes a lot of damage looking to chase them. He's nearly killed himself, but not quite yet. Dignitas still walking away from this one, seeing if they might be able to grab anything off the back of losing that Baron to the C9 rush.
Cloud9 are able to get it. You know, they have so many tools to secure the Baron with Cho'Gath's Feast right now doing 1,500 damage, so it even out damages the uber upgraded and buffed this season smites of 1,200 damage, plus having the Kalista and having, you know, least in execution as well. But still, I have to say, this is looking like a much better Dignitas. Tomo's having some really good looks. A lot of poke damage landing there. They're still fighting. Jensen on the Jace, putting out a lot of damage as well. Cloud9 still in a very, very commanding position, but this Dignitas is not rolling over.
Dignitas is trying as hard as they can to stand up against this Cloud9 machine here. 2 minutes until the Drake Soul spawns. Baron's gonna last just about until then. It'll actually be alive for about 15 seconds after it spawns, so if C9 want to just burn it down ASAP, they could do that. Abyssal Mass completed on Fudge means even more damage amp for both himself and his teammates, particularly the LeBlanc. And C9 is just going to force things down in 2 different lanes at the same time. Bottom lane has 4 out of 5 of the players, while MNS is separated from them, split pushing over in mid. As Fudge continues to be the front line with just shy of 6,000 HP, 5,990, he is not afraid of the poke to allow Berserker and Sven to provide the firepower right behind him.
Yep, the pressure coming. 4-1 split push. MNS brings up the mid. Minions as well. Mid tower starting to get poked down here with LeBlanc autoing as well. Slowly but surely, the siege taking effect.
Man, Dignitas cannot stabilize against this. They are hemorrhaging at this point. MNS takes down the tier 3 turret in mid, and now C9 is bringing the brunt of their force here into bottom lane. MNS ready to join up with everybody else. Blabber stuck in the middle, he might be killed, but no, he won't. Armit's the only one to die so far, and C9's gonna pick up their first inhib here in bottom lane. Shock blast from Jensen hits Blabber, takes him low, but he ain't dead. And the mid lane inhibitor falls next. 2 inhibs down in the blink of an eye, and C9 has a lot of minions pushing up here in mid. They can just keep trying to push. They may just be able to end the game right now. They still got 25 seconds before Armit is back on the map. Blabber is very low, but the first Nexus turret has already fallen. Fudge finds a knock-up on a Santorin. The feast isn't ready just yet, but M&S finds blood in the water and absolutely tears Tomo apart. Dig is stuck back on the fountain stairs, and one Baron is all it took. 30 minutes in, C9 finds the win.
Another beautiful game from Cloud9. I'm having a difficult time right now deciding if I give my player of the game to Fudge or Berserker, Flowers. Those two put in so much work. That was your whole front line and your whole back line right there is those two players.
Yep.
Fudge and Berserker doing a lot. M&S definitely had a lot of fun on his LeBlanc as well. But my goodness, Cloud9, this Cloud9 team really ramping up here through the season, gaining a lot of momentum. Very nice weekend from them.
These guys are looking scary as a squad. I do want to give props to Dignitas, especially after the game that they had yesterday. I was curious, what were they going to look like today? How bad was that match versus Immortals going to be affecting them? The composition was one of those comps that requires a high barrier of execution to be able to make it work. And early on, they were going blow for blow. They were winning the 2v2s bottom lane against Berserker and Sven. They were finding the kills on Sven and disengaging in time before they could be punished. They unfortunately lost a couple of Drakes to some incredible steals from Blabber. They found some good snipes around these fights to keep things pretty close. They did a lot better than I thought they would do, but obviously there's still a long way to go for this team.
Yeah. Love watching Cloud9 play. They're definitely having fun out there. Both Blabber and M&S on the LeBlanc Lee Sin, making some big plays. You mentioned the steals, also getting the first blood, some big explosions. All right, I've decided I'm going to give it to Berserker.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
Fudge got caught the one time going into enemy jungle, and that's one more time than Berserker did. Deathless on the Caitlyn, so much pressure, fearless at the dragon fight. Love to see it.
It's the dragon fight that really seals the deal for me because of the fact that it looked like Dignitas should have been able to take control of that situation. They should have been able to secure the Drake. And Berserker's just like, no, I'm Caitlyn, screw you. And he just stands up, walks within auto attack range, and starts going boom, 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 boom. Like that was Chad Caitlyn gameplay.
Yeah, you always appreciate the AD carries that are willing to put themselves into danger to be able to get that damage out. Thank you, M&S. This one is for you, Mom and Dad. Appreciate it. Yo, shout outs.
This one is for you and your dad. To the person that is at it there. So hell yeah, wholesome.
So that was a fan shout out, I think.
Yeah,
nice.
That was cool. Hell yeah. I always love the wholesomeness you get here at the LCS.
Me too. We're a big family here.
Yeah. Big family, all having a good time. Hey, after the break, Meteos is going to be doing some VOD review, and then it's time for the battle of good and evil. Evil Geniuses versus Fly coming up next. Don't miss it.
First thing we're going to do is teach you how to use the burner. Then you're going to turn it all the way counterclockwise. Ooh! Ooh! Now that I taught you how to turn this burner on.
Okay.
Let's go.
Hold on. I got this. I got this.
Let's go ahead and do it. Okay.
Sick. Easy.
Perfect.
Of course.
Can you crack it with one hand, or do you need both?
Can I see
You're
it?
an expert? Yeah, I'll show you.
I want to see it. No. Like, crack it like this. Like the Tyler 1 clip. Like that. Oh!
You can't feel the pepper. Okay.
Okay. Oh, you feel it? Yeah!
Pepper top. Tastes bad.
Tastes bad?
Okay, rate his 0 to 10.
I'm not gonna buy this, you know.
welcome back to the LCS Lounge. I'm joined by the victorious Fudge.
Hello.
Congratulations on your win. Woo! So, today you played Cho'Gath.
Right.
And I've got a few clips we can look at here. So, this first one was the first blood you got on Armut.
Yep.
So, when I was watching this game, I figured, you've got Caitlyn, pretty spicy bot lane matchup. Figured junglers would probably want to play her on bot side. So, leading up to this gank, was this something that you called for, or was this just something that Blabber looked for himself?
Yeah, so our in-game communication early was that they could stack possibly 3 waves on me if Renekton plays well and try to dive me. So Blabber also wanted to retake bot bush level 1 at 1 minute and 5 seconds once the enemy team had left and recalled. So he actually ended up starting bot side this game. And the top laner sort of took some bad trades and the waves really even. Also, we saw him about 30 seconds before this actually ward river bush. So I told Blabber he has a river bush ward. Blabber was like, okay, I'll go around, I'll ward hop over the wall, and
it looks like he actually fake warded it.
He might have fake warded it, yeah.
Okay.
But we're under the assumption that the only place he could ward was river. So
the early game plan was covering top for the dive?
Yes, it was covering top, and it turned into Gragas is probably pathing bot lane because of this bot lane matchup, and top lane should be 1v2. We can look for the gank.
Cool. So
nice
the next clip, you have a good laning phase, is right around when you get your heart steal.
Right.
You have a pretty nice teleport play. So walk me through what you were thinking here when your support went down for the 4th time.
Zen was kind of tilted this game. Anyway, I was actually not planning on TPing behind them, but I was just planning on defending top tower because we had just gotten Dragon. But then Sven got caught in the jungle and they overextended. Obviously, I'm really unkillable in this fight. They have no damage for me. Gragas is the only person that can kill me because I have armor. And Heartsteel and Cho'Gath, you can just E someone. If you land your Q, they just die to your W and ult. Obviously, I missed every spell here. We don't have to look at that. Just don't look at it.
Yeah, we'll just go to the next
look at
one.
my Qs, man. I suck at it. I have only played 3 games with this champion in the past couple months, so
He seems really strong.
It is really broken.
You made him look real good.
I think it is really, really broken. But I think people will start to play this game. Also, our mood doesn't play Fiora, was our assumption. So that's why I blind picked Cho'Gath with the flex.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this Gragas Jace flex? Everyone's trying to be T1.
I mean, I think it's good. I think it's good for draft. I think it makes it really hard for you to blind pick top lane, just because you're possibly against either Gragas top, Jace top, or you can get counter picked again. So usually you should get a good top lane matchup. I think because our mood doesn't really play a lot of the good counters to Cho'Gath, like Fiora, in my opinion, is one of the best. It's a lot harder for them to actually make use of the flexes, but
cool. So we got one more clip. This one, not quite as
don't look at this. This is when I inted, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah,
so,
this is when...
So here,
I thought I could get the ult here, okay?
That was close. I thought you might flash for it.
I don't think I had flash at that moment, did I? Maybe I did. I'm trolling.
You flashed out.
Yeah, I flashed out. I'm trolling. Okay,
so were you worried at all here? Here, as soon as you go down, what was going through your mind?
In my mind here, if we just don't fight the dragon, because I inted, obviously, I wasn't thinking about Karma having TP, flank wards on after she ran through river, which was really bad. But after I inted, I honestly just thought that if we backed off, we would win the game anyway, because as soon as we group 5 with Caitlyn having BT, they have no way of poking Caitlyn down. LeBlanc just plays on the side of the fight, Lee Sin plays on the side of the fight, and we just play as 3 with me, Caitlyn, and Kalista. They can't engage on us because Kalista ult and I'm too tanky. I just block all the poke. So I thought if we just didn't fight this, we would win the game anyway, but my team was pretty set on trying to outplay them here, which I think they should be able to win, to be honest. They are pretty low in health, and Caitlyn with BT can just keep healing, as you can see off the dragon. This was kind of scary right here. I was like, oh no, Jace's gonna EQ you, and then thankfully Sven was aware. But I think Berserker played this fight pretty well after. Obviously, I think Jensen entered it a little bit. I think he should have just
It almost looked like the Jensen show.
Yeah, Jensen almost killed them all here, but... Nice E! Beautiful Bjorn! Oh, I said Bjorn.
Cool, and yeah. From here...
Starts with a B.
Starts with
You're back.
a B, it's the same thing.
Oh look, you're back. You didn't even die.
I didn't even land Q. Dude, my Qs are so bad. I need to improve on this champion.
What I find helps is putting it right under where they are.
Yeah, that would help.
The spikes knock them
that
off.
would help, but then when they have high move speed, you sort of want to predict where they're going to click.
Yeah, you got to put it where they're going to be.
Okay.
Cool. Well,
great.
that's all I have for
Thank you so much. Great review. I learned so much
on
this
your
review.
win.
I'm thankful for LCS to allow me to review with Meteos, the best player in LCS.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's done.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, Meteos and Fudge.
Appreciate you. That was great.
Yeah, that was great. One thing we have to touch on before we get to the FlyQuest game is Spica and his tomfoolery on Twitter. So he has been, if you've missed it, a huge instigator. We're going back a little bit. There's a lot of examples of these. These are some of the highlights. So when the Jan Sven drama happened, he played both sides. So Jan apologizes, and then Spica eggs him on, do not apologize, fraud, enchanter, abuser Sven. But then he tweets into Sven's apology and says, okay, nice PR, but what do you really think? And the thing is, he's actually been doing things like this for years.
Yeah.
The more devious ones is the next one we have, where there's a little bit of context here, because on one of M&S's previous teams, when he got subbed out, he went into Twitch chat and said right there what he's saying, why lose? But Spica posted a Photoshop of Diplex saying why lose after M&S's first game, just to try and get under people's skin.
That's wild.
He's been out of control. Because FlyQuest is so good, I feel like he has extra runway to just keep trolling everyone, because no one can like punch back at him right now. He's untouchable.
Yeah, so he's been doing this on Twitter. He was also here yesterday with us doing some analyst desk segments and doing a little bit of casting. And he actually, I think, made some of us get into it. Take a look.
Man, that Space Fleshy bit banged on TikTok.
Dude, we have to find more stuff to do with Fleshy. That was just too good.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
Bro,
what up, Speaker?
Mark.
How's it going, dude?
That bit, Space
Yeah?
Flashy, that was sick. You totally carried
Thanks,
that.
man.
That was sick.
I mean, it was good, right?
Yeah, it was great. Honestly, Mark, you were so hilarious in that. You got to do more. You
Yeah,
got to do
thanks.
more of that.
Yeah,
I
for
feel like
sure.
I came up with almost all of that.
I mean, we bounced between each other pretty well.
Actually, I have one thing I'm casting, and I know you're a great caster, so I want to ask for some tips. You know, I'm kind of nervous to be
Right,
honest.
yeah. For humor stuff, I feel like the best thing you can do is find something that's like topical in the community already and try and lean into that.
I mean, if Mark's the funny one, I'm probably like a better caster.
I see.
Yeah.
So if you're the better caster, I should ask you for tips then.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have
General,
any tips for me?
broadcast tips?
Yeah, I definitely think you're more experienced. You're probably a better caster.
Well, I mean, I've been around forever too, doing a lot of casting, did a lot of stuff in Challenger, Collegiate.
I mean, sure, but like
Jan,
a
you
lot.
subbed out for like 2 years. You went to do balance, you coached, you
like,
dipped out of the broadcast.
Become more knowledgeable about the scene in general.
Yeah.
Like, you've just been here like the whole time.
But that's why you're not funny, is because you became too serious when you were doing all these other things.
No, it gave me a rounded skill set,
Yeah,
so I can do
rounded, as in
multiple
all
different
you want to
things.
do is talk about the game, and you have
All
no
you
humor.
do is just post all the time. Mark.
When people like it, I get
Maybe if you did actual analysis once in a while.
Jan and I don't sit next to each other anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna take a bit.
It's been awkward for me and Rex.
Emily's
honestly.
the buffer.
You're the one that's literally in between them, so if
I
they
know.
start fighting,
Yeah.
I've been going to the gym. It's okay.
We gotta be careful with that guy. Anyway, Mark and I may never be the same. Aylin Vulcan had some words on Twitter last week, so here's a recap on the Aylin Vulcan.
was involved in this one
drop.
too.
God damn.
Now it's time for LCS Social Theater. Vulcan started things off with,
Bring Winsome back.
Ayla responded saying,
Promote Smoothie.
Vulcan didn't take too kindly to this and tweeted out,
The funny thing about this tweet is Ayla typed this out knowing full well that he is not essential to his team's success. A nightmare. Man shrugging.
Ayla then dropped.
What's wrong? You mad, bro? WillyWonka.jpg.
Vulcan posted an image saying,
Smoothie is at the studio today.
after Dignitas got their first win of the season by beating Evil Geniuses, Ayla wasted no time.
You okay? At Vulcan Lol, I'm here if you want to vent.
Fudge swung in with
I think we settle this with a fist fight.
Licorice dropped in with the shock turtle meme from the hit 2006 film Over the Hedge starring Bruce Willis. Solo chimed in saying,
What losing to Dig does to a MFer. You have nothing else than waiting for me to lose a game? See you next week.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 3 of the day. You just got caught up on a little bit of the trash talk between our next two supports going head-to-head. We got Meteos back with us for this one. FlyQuest versus Evil Geniuses. Where do you stand in the battle of good and evil that we got here?
Well, if FlyQuest is good, I would probably side with good on this one.
Yeah,
So
probably.
you're Team Ayla.
Yeah.
Oh, the drama.
Yeah.
The drama I don't take part in. I'm like a spectator.
You're a wholesome boy, huh?
Okay.
Well, I love the drama. I don't.
Okay, you're just participating.
He's eating popcorn.
Yes.
Laughing at both sides.
All right, fair enough. That's actually one of the best ways to do it. FlyQuest going up against EG. FlyQuest still sitting on only one loss. This whole split, it was against a TSM squad that nobody expected them to lose to. I think it might have little bit of a fire under their ass because after that, it's not like they lost anymore. They're still rolling. Let's see how they do here against EG. It's Zeri banned first. Let's go, baby. Every game without Zeri is a game that's better off.
What do you mean? I've had nothing but nice things to say about her all
The
day.
King Poro's not here. You can say whatever you like to
Okay,
say.
I hate Zeri.
Honestly, I want to throw some more hate then. I hate Ashe as well. Let's get that one out of there. Hot shot, annoying as hell.
Has anyone discussed removing bottom lane from the game? Like, do we really need 3 lanes?
We just have a 2-lane game.
Yeah.
Maybe give it like a spooky aesthetic. Put like a big spider on the top of the map.
That sounds too scary.
I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like it might scare away most of the player base.
Yeah, everyone talks about removing jungle, but I feel like we need to start the counter petition. As we whittle it down, though, with bottom lane, that's going to be one of the most banned lanes consistently here through the LCS.
I'm a little surprised there hasn't been more support bans, considering these 2 players. Like, what's at stake here?
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, there's one.
The edge in the trash talk.
Kobe's happy. The Ashe is banned out. We're good to go. We also got the Vi.
I'm Team FlyQuest now.
Okay. All right. Kobe has been easily swayed based on the bans of the champions that he does not like. One more to go for EG. Yes! We don't have to see Zeri Lulu. We don't have to see Lucian Nami.
It's a good day.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. It's about to be a banger guaranteed.
So I'm thinking Varus then. Varus is going to rise in priority a lot. Varus and Aphelios seem like two of the key AD carries still popping.
Ooh. All right, yeah, we know it's not going to be Lee first if Varus is up. Okay.
I am shocked.
Can't believe it.
You called it.
I am shocked.
Profit.
My God. Oh my God.
no
I'm still
way.
really shocked, guys.
Is he about to 2-for-2 it?
Okay. It's not that type of. It's not.
It's not locked in yet. Let's wait a second.
Yeah. Oh, you're playing with my heart here, Meteos.
That's Impact doing it. I'm just watching.
Okay, yeah, exactly. You're just eating popcorn.
This is what he said. He's the spectator.
Just watching the drama. I really, though, watching some Prince Champions Queue games, hope that this does get locked in.
Oh my God, they did it.
He has had some of the most aggressive Aphelios play that we have seen since the original 200 years meme when Aphelios literally got to pentakill people with a single ultimate. He is always flashing in, gale forcing in. So excited to see this particular player on Aphelios as well. We usually will also see like a Thresh paired with it for the Lantern, but it could be taken away. The safety there is definitely highly valued for both.
And Spica, playing his humble tank duty as always. It's funny with Spica because he's like a Nidalee Graves player in solo queue, but then comes to competitive. He's like, yeah, I'll play tank.
It's funny too because I thought he would be unlocked by this patch where they nerfed Amumu and Maokai. He literally had 8 plays, almost all of their games between Amumu and Maokai. Like, okay, now he can breathe a little, right? No, back on Sejuani duty.
Interesting, EG takes away the Thresh. We've almost always seen Aphelios paired with the Thresh just to give him a little extra safety. I haven't loved Thresh so far this patch.
Really?
I doesn't seem that strong. I don't know. He's kind of outdated.
Vulcan definitely had a pretty good performance on him. We'll see if they can replicate at least the late game Qs into Qs is definitely feeling pretty good with the chain death sentences. But there's that flex pick again with the Gragas.
The Gragas is locked in. Not a super impressive win rate on him so far in the LCS, but EG wants to remedy that. Of course, one of the big strengths of the champion is his flexibility. You can play him in a couple of different roles. FlyQuest recognizing, hey, we can't get the Thresh that traditionally pairs with Aphelios. Let's take something else that can do a good job protecting him. They'll lock in Lulu down there with Prince.
I like this combo a lot. To me, it's looked stronger than Thresh because, the way it used to be is anytime you played an immobile AD carry, you paired it with Thresh because you have the Lantern for safety. But with the inclusion of Gale Force, kind of gives him that safety on his own, and Lulu just gives Aphelios a lot of damage. So I like this combo. Draft's looking good for Fly so far.
Man, JoJo's got a lot of ambition. I actually feel like maybe League of Legends is worse for him if he would have been a lawyer, doctor, actor, astronaut, president, general, and player in 2 professional sports.
No, he doesn't say or. It's and.
Yeah,
he's going to be all of
things.
Wow.
Yeah. What have we denied the world by taking him as a League of Legends player? My goodness, the things that he could accomplish if it weren't for League. Silas gets banned away, though, against Vikla. Has been definitely one of the better champions. I pretty much have loved Vikla when he's on any variation of these melee champions. Also look at on the Yone, the Akali as well. Maybe it still goes that way for FlyQuest. You know, when you have Sejuani, it even puts a little bit more emphasis on that. So I do like the ban from EG.
And we're going to see the Lee Sin and Jace bans. We've been seeing that combo a lot of like Gragas, Lee Sin, Jace. Just a lot of flex picks going on there. Just don't want to deal with that.
Banning away the Gwen as well. One of those top laners that if FlyQuest chooses to lock in their mid laner first and then leave counter pick in the top side, Gwen is one of those champions that can be good into a lot of the picks. So getting rid of the ability to take that on fifth pick on red side, excuse me. We'll see which one of these solo lanes they want to draft first for FlyQuest. They know that the Gragas has been receiving most of its play mid, that Cassante is one of the champions that Gwen is traditionally picked as a counter into it. So banning away the Gwen does sort of give you the hint that EG is thinking about taking Cassante as their own top laner. FlyQuest going to deny that, pick it early for themselves, leave last pick for Vikla.
I want to see a Cho'Gath here in response to Cassante. That matchup is actually so good for Cho'Gath because as soon as Cassante ults and goes all out, you just eat him. Because he loses all of his health.
You just eat him, man.
You half health yourself, and then you get true damage chomp.
You just eat him.
Wait. They actually win Garen. He does the same thing.
It's someday Garen.
Yeah, he
had to get Moose Hater on the phone.
He actually does have the same idea with the ultimate as soon as Cassante does ult, but you shout it out immediately, Flowers. In Moose Hater and Champions in Challengers League, but as well in Europe as well. Adam in the Challengers over there, or in the Champions queue at least over there, definitely getting a little bit of Garen. This is one of those picks that is primarily for solo queue, though.
Wow, this is Azir blind after the nerfs. This is going to give Vikla pretty much free reign to pick what he wants here in the mid lane. Hoping for something spicy.
I think it's got to be, you got to outspice the Garen in pro play lock-in.
Well, if you want to go kill pressure spicy, then you go with Yone or Akali. If you want to go kind of match and then roam, you go the Talia. Looks like they're going to do the match and roam here. And I would love to roam to that bottom lane for sure. So definitely looks like a good option to me.
I want to see Garen with Ignite.
Yeah?
I think Ignite Garen is the cheesiest thing you can possibly play. You can't mess it up. You just ignite ult Cassante when he ults. Same thing as Cho'Gath. Yeah, I don't think Impact's going to have a lot of fun if that's the case.
I mean, I'd love to see it as well. Most of the times when I've seen, I do a lot of like random spectating of Challenger games, high elo games or whatever. The couple of games where you do get a Garen in there, a lot of times they do like to take Ignite just for exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, you don't have the global pressure of a teleport later on in the game, but your goal is to not get to a late game that feels fair in the first place. Your goal is to slam the guy, execute him constantly, easy peasy.
Yeah, and I feel like it's always Ignite or Ghost, baby. You're going to have one of these two, isolated, more selfish summoner spells to be able to use. Obviously, with the phase rush as well, the mobility of the Garen has been one of the biggest tools that has got him to this point where he is that kind of pocket pick for some players. Stridebreaker pretty much always the rush as well for him. Let's see what someday can get done.
Oh, so he goes for the Ghost.
Okay.
Not the Ignite.
All right.
Okay.
Which I do actually like a lot for playmaking, and it makes it so scary later on into the game, especially having those side lane options or being able to close that extra gap to the Aphelios when you've got Lulu peeling for you.
And that's the thing that I'm thinking about is in the fight, especially against these immobile AD carries that are depending on a Gale Force or a Lulu or whatever, Garen running at you 400,000 miles an hour is not going to be a comfortable situation where you can play the fight the way you want to play it. So let's see how it breaks out here. The phase rush, the Ghost. It is a very fast Garen here in the top lane for someday.
I gotta spoil something right now in all chat because
what do you got?
we've got some false acting coming up. JoJo's already trying to all chat with Spica, trying to set up. We're gonna do nothing after the game to create extra drama. So if it happens, you know.
Wow, you really spoiled that.
I gotta spoil it. I don't like fake drama, Meteos. I want real drama. Okay.
I can respect that.
We're not getting any sort of drama early on. We're just doing this 5-point spread. This is, I was hoping for a little more spice than this, boys. We have a Garen and we're just going to sit AFK in our own blue brush?
I don't know if he's the strongest level 1 champion.
Garen and brush, bro. This is
the
oldest meme in League of Legends.
He isn't a brush.
I don't know. That's not a very Chad brush. just a normal brush.
We'll just have to give him a little bit. Need some levels.
Okay. All right. We can do that. Bottom lane here, Ayla and Prince just going to be hanging out here. The Aphelios becomes one of those scaling monsters, similar to something, you know, like the Zeri. Not quite as many pentakills as Zeri, but hey, still pretty exciting to watch. Kobe, you were talking about how Prince is a very aggressive Aphelios from the things that you have seen in Champions Queue. Also, with the current state of AD carries being this bloodthirster overheal build that gives them so much extra shielding, so much survivability, especially when he gets that red-white combination, he just turns into a death blender.
Certainly does. Let's see about the early stages playing from them, because Ayla's going to get played in.
Yeah, I would expect EG to be looking bot side this game. I don't necessarily think they have scaling on their side when you're up against, you know, Aphelios, Lulu, with a huge front line like Sedge, Cassante, so they're more than likely going to look to punish the bot lane early and get some kind of snowball going.
Both junglers are starting on their respective top sides of the map, so we'll expect to see them pathing down here towards this bottom lane. Both of our duos hit level 2 without anybody immediately going all in. That is something you oftentimes see, but not here for this particular matchup. Spica's just going to path behind Vikla early on here, walk through mid lane, and he'll make his way down into the bot side jungle of his opponent. Walks over a ward there. Jojo winning out nice and early in these trades against Vikla's Talia.
That's a really smart ward there by Inspired. He put that on the way down to his bottom side just to... It's spotted for the invade and also the mid gank. Really good coverage by Inspired.
Yeah, and because of the extra information, that's why he backs off of his red, goes to Krugs instead. Spica doesn't find him and is going to be able to finish up the Krugs while his bottom lane remains safe.
A little bit of violence in the 2v2 breaks out after Vulcan hit that hook. They trade Ayla's heal for Vulcan's ignite, but everybody's still at pretty high health totals overall. The ward placed down from Spica on the red lets him know that's exactly where Inspired is right now. Inspired also not using his smite on the Krugs means he has that smite ready to go for the red in case Spica wanted to stick around and challenge, but we have perfect vision. We know that's not the case.
And after the cross through mid and the journey through all the wards there for Spica, it is going to be a pretty hefty jungle CS lead here now. 2 camps advantage for the Gragas as he transfers up to the top side and should be able to trade crabs. A little bit delayed.
In today's day and age, though, does that really get you that much as a jungler?
You know what I hate? I still hate that the crabs experience was reduced so heavily on the first one. It just...
I don't know, man.
It's not as big of a prize.
Kind of bad. If you got double crabbed early on, you're just like, it gave me a rush, though. I love that.
I think the game should just end if one player gets both.
You get both crabs, it just explodes at the Nexus.
Yeah, it's a win con.
Blabber's face pops up. Good job, you won!
Inspired looking for mid. Might be able to seek out an angle here on Vikla. Yes, they do. The body slam, the flash, the damage, the auto attack, the first blood for Jojo.
And he gives it to his mid laner there. Could have easily yoinked it away himself. Inspired, very humble.
A bit of a mistake there by Vikla blowing the flash. It seemed like once that body slam connected, you were gone for sure. And by blowing your flash, you're just opening yourself up to that Azir scoop that you always see right at level 6.
Top side, let's take a look at how these trades of Garen versus Cassante go. You can see, you drop the silence, you spin on top of them. As soon as the silence wears off, it's generally when you're going to start walking away, not staying around for the entire duration of the spin, just to guarantee he's not able to fight back very well. Impact's going to freeze the wave outside the turret here. Oh, we even had the shake effect on the dragon. That's spooky.
Someday sticks around because Impact pulls the wave over.
Yep. Get the next one shoved up in there. Impact's going to try to fight him however he can, but there's not a whole lot really to fight. Someday doesn't have enough strength to instantly clear the wave with a single spin, so he sticks around a little bit longer, grabs that last one there. Spica's still hanging around here in the top side. We'll be able to smite that Krug to guarantee he clears this camp out a little faster, but Someday's going to back off now.
It's always a bit of a weird spot when you're the top laner without TP against someone with TP because, you know, Someday wants to get that clean wave crash so that he doesn't lose a ton of XP when he has to recall.
Unfortunately for him, doesn't quite work out that way. Impact did a good enough job sacrificing his health as a resource. Ayla says he's sending Vulcan back to Academy.
I want the real drama, not the fake.
Vulcan says the only thing you send is supportive comms to your teammates while they carry you. So,
wow.
Are you mad? Impact decides to contribute as well. Team player Impact, not going to leave his boys out to dry. Impact, this is supportive combat. Stay out. He wants a fair fight. He wants the 1v1, man.
Classic. Top laners trying to get into the rest of the action and just getting denied. Stay on your island.
Ooh. Goes for the hook. Misses it. Ayla not going to be pulled in by that one. Of course, if that did connect, we know that Inspired was right behind. We know that Spica was waiting too. Could have turned very explosive very quickly, but still not a whole lot. Evil Geniuses does have a very nice early lead here. Just the one kill that they got in the mid lane onto Vikla worth about 600 gold. Another plus 500 from the advantages they've earned through their farm.
There's level 6 here.
Oh boy, and he swoops him right on over to Someday Scare, and they pop the silence. Spin to win. Evil Geniuses has their sights set on Vikla.
I, for one, am shocked to see his scoop from
Oh
right
my
like, that was a
God.
crazy play by Jojo. Props for that one.
Someday takes time out of his busy day to walk all the way down there too and collect on the kill with the Ghost Garen. Nonetheless,
Impressive restraint, not ulting that. He definitely
Oh, yeah.
didn't need it, but it's such a Garen thing to do.
If this is solo queue, that's a Garen ult 10 times out of 10.
Absolutely.
he really wants to have that interaction with Impact that you're talking about. Half health himself, then get extra execution damage on it in the 1v1.
I'm curious how Impact's going to play this out, because I went through a bit of a Cassante phase myself, and this matchup was not a good time. I didn't know what to do. See what Impact does.
He's been pretty good at playing a lot of kind of losing 1v1 matchups, still managing to control the minion wave decently while not exposing himself to too much threat. So if we're going to learn from somebody, I definitely pick Impact.
Oh, he's incredible at it.
I mean, the guy's had an incredibly long career, and a lot of it, he's been the Lord of Weak Side, right? He can play that part of the team that's not going to get the focus, that's not going to get the resources, and still find ways to be relevant later. So 60 versus 64 in the farm count. Things are perfectly fine up there for FlyQuest's top laner. The biggest difference right now is in that mid lane with Vikla being focused, having 2 deaths so far. He's also not running a teleport, so whenever he dies, he is more easily punished. He's down about 3 waves versus the Azir of Jojo. Bottom lane's also a minor lead there for Prince, but that's about it. 2 kills, 1,500 gold lead. Spica level 6 now on the Sejuani. Inspired level 7 on the Gragas. Both junglers have their big playmaking tools ready to go.
So a little bit of interesting stuff's going on with these AD carry builds. So FBI is going for Poke Varus, and Prince is not going for Bloodthirster. So pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little, that's a little bit of a head scratcher. I feel like Bloodthirster has become sort of like the meta item that everybody wants to rush, but I guess it's probably what you're talking about. Gale Force is so important. You want to be able to have that extra mobility, especially with no Thrash.
To go in and get the execute proc damage every single time. Berserker uses it aggressively. Also, we got notification confirmed. This is the first LCS Garen ever.
The LCS has been around for like a decade. That's
Yes.
3,652 days, because of leap years, don't forget that, of no Garen.
I remember it like it was yesterday, 2013. Here we go, Vulcan hits the hook.
Ayla!
Oh,
Ayla! Goodbye.
You got an emote. There it is. There it is. The white
Yes.
flag. Let's go.
Let him know.
Vulcan strikes
ult
first.
check, ult check.
I'm on it, baby. I'm way ahead of you. I'm spamming enter here. There's no new spice to the fire here being added. Vulcan just takes his kill and the emote is enough.
Man, Evil Genius is off to a great start here against FlyQuest. EG's been a team that, you know, they've had a lot of weird moments in a lot of their games so far this split. They are 8-4. They're doing pretty good objectively, but there's just a lot of these moments where it feels like people end up on a different page. Things get a little wacky later on. So being off to an almost 2,000 gold start nice and early, this is great for these guys, and I hope they can keep up this momentum as we work towards the mid game.
Yeah, definitely getting a nice lead in the mid lane there. But aside from that, the side lanes are still going pretty well for FlyQuest.
Yeah. Honestly, Impact doing a pretty good job up there in that Cassante matchup versus Garen, staying pretty even. Despite the little roam down towards mid by Someday to collect the extra kill. Not too much of a difference being gained there. Spica going to slip into the Dragon, start it up himself, and since they've got the bottom side push here with Ayla moving over, they don't want to give it away by going over the Scuttle Vision, but it's so low that if they just show, he can instantly burst it. Should be able to finish it off. If Vulcan steals out with a death sentence, he deserves it.
This is also a very, very late first neutral objective compared to what we've been seeing so far and recently in the LCS. There's no early Herald taken. The first Drake not falling down until 11 minutes into the game. A lot of times these Drakes are being taken 6, 7 minutes. Herald's being taken 8 or 9 minutes on spawn. Jojo goes in looking for Vikla yet again. Spica coming in trying to help that mid laner out. Inspired looks for a little bit of damage, not quite enough to finish it with the ult.
Very close. Does get his flash, though. Still a good exchange for EG there.
Yeah, Jojo aggressively trading, using his flash to get the flash eventually of Vikla due to Inspired's follow-up, means that you can rinse and repeat because flash timers are going to be a lot longer than the Azir sweep. So that's why you always want to be the one opting into it as the Azir. And honestly, from Vikla's side, I got to see some real big plays later, you know, interrupting or stunning Gragas across the minefield, you know, stunning this Azir out of some big play, or else it is really not looking worth it.
That seemed like a personal threshold there. There was nobody else around Vulcan, and he just death sentences Ayla and pulls him into the box in the river. FlyQuest have more guys nearby more quickly, so they still have control over this Rift Herald pit. They're looking to take this one out.
Talia wall.
Zoning Inspired away. They go for the death sentence. They find it on Spica. The eyeball has been dropped, but it has not been picked up. Vic was providing a little bit of covering fire as Impact has to disengage. Evil Geniuses, they may not have been able to secure the objective, but they will protect it long enough that FlyQuest cannot come in and pick it up. We just gotta wait, make sure nobody's able to dash over the wall and come in and get it at the last second. Nope, eyeball disappears. No Herald for anybody.
Kind of surprising result out of that. You know, 5 versus 5, the Thresh hook lands onto Sejuani, but I guess just both teams were able to get out with no casualties.
No box, unfortunately, to follow that death sentence up with, so EG's not able to lock him down, get any sort of a punish off of it. Still enjoying a 1,500 gold lead. 1 minute left on all the turret plates. No eyeball being claimed means you're not going to be able to get any guaranteed extra money from a Rift Herald charge. EG is going to swap their mid laner down into bottom side to answer the same swap that's already been done by FlyQuest with Talia being down here. Remember that as long as Talia's ulti is not available, you don't feel that extra pressure of wanting her to be mid so she can jump anywhere all over the map. And so Vikla's just going to hang out for a while.
Yeah, he used it just kind of join for the last little Rift Herald fight that FlyQuest at least were able to kill it. Yep. As you mentioned last game, you know, you still get 100 gold for killing it and 200 local gold as well. So 300 for the team at least. It's still a very sizable lead here for Evil Geniuses, though, especially on Jojo. The Leandries completed for this Azir. Definitely a huge power diff for these mid laners, and him having the Azir ultimate ready is causing FlyQuest to run.
Vulcan goes in, and they're going in after Vikla. Man, they just juggle him around, beat him down. Jojo getting the money on it, 2-0-1 here on Azir. Vikla dead the 3rd time this game. He is having a rough one.
He really is, and this was that last pick Talia. He could have picked any champion he wanted.
Yeah.
And this is what he chose, and it's really not working out.
Yeah, I mean, I do generically, you know, not considering players like Talia into Azir, but man, they have not been able to use it aggressively, not been able to roam at all, no setup plays. Usually you want like a jungler that can, you know, lock somebody in place to set up for the easy W combo, but they just don't have it here. And he hasn't been able to create anything without setup. So definitely gonna have to take that into consideration next time around, probably here for FlyQuest. Definitely some learnings already as Evil Geniuses balloon their lead even further.
You can see up there in the top side, some days wave clear is now at the point where it feels really good for the Garen. You just spin on top of the wave, pop the active on your stride breaker, guarantees you clear out everything that's not a cannon minion. Impact honestly doesn't have much harder of a job than that. A couple of Qs and he'll clear out the same thing. But Vulcan and Inspired and even Jojo are coming top side. They want to focus on Cassante now. Everybody goes in. Nice, using the all out from Impact to get through the Shurima shuffle to get past the Emperor's Divide. Impact just says hell no, sends them all back.
Great play by Impact. Like we were saying, he is just the king of absorbing pressure, and that was awesome for FlyQuest. You know, EG committed 4 members. They're going to get multiple waves, mid and bottom, some damage on the turrets, just a lot of space created by FlyQuest there.
Yeah, Impact at it again. One of the GOATs. Dragon coming up next too. Looks like there's still going to be a half timer on the Azir ultimate. Jojo will have flash though, so definitely could set up another big one here. FlyQuest rotating everybody down. They are going to try and defend it. Push mid first, get your mid priority, and then be able to rotate down. They've got vision control here.
Yeah, FlyQuest definitely has the positional advantage here. They've got all the vision control. They've got control of the river, but it does look like EG is going to want to push into that.
Watch this inspired flash on Gragas, ready for the full combo.
All right, FlyQuest has claimed the dragon. That's going to be their second Drake of the game. Vulcan goes for the hook over the wall, but he won't find a target. FlyQuest gets the objective, and they disengage. They don't even spend a summoner spell for it.
Vulcan was really thinking about the Hex Flash there. You saw him sit next to the wall, just contemplating, calculating. Did not go for it this time, though.
He knows it's a one-way trip. It's just, is that trip worth it?
And then you get some trash talk back. You don't want to let Ayla get back on the board, you know. Right now, he's got the advantage over him. But honestly, very well done by FlyQuest. That is back-to-back neutral objectives. Now Vulcan under attack.
Oh, Vulcan's going to be caught in a pretty bad place to be. And Prince getting the money is exactly what FlyQuest ordered.
There we go. A nice pick from the Taliyah, getting some value with the Taliyah wall, cutting him off and securing themselves a kill. This is after FlyQuest got 2 neutral objectives. They got the Rift Herald kill at least and got out, and then they get the Dragon and get out as well, even in the face of this mid lane advantage, this big gold lead for Evil Geniuses.
It's really just smart macro play by FlyQuest here. They've, they're doing this from behind. They have very little control over mid lane, but Vikla, he comes down for the Dragon, and he's able to get a pick on his way back to top lane. Just very smart play.
Finally, the crown of the Shattered Queen completed for Vikla. He knows he's been targeted again and again and again. He's just trying to get something to help him survive a little bit better against some of this pressure, some of these all-ins being expressed by JoJo and Inspired. FlyQuest still down over 2,000 gold, but they have those 2 Drakes, Hextech and Infernal, best Drakes for damage, so that means that they're going to be able to make up some of that overall gold difference just in that 3 value.
And I'm looking a lot at Prince here. His Infinity Edge is well underway. The Gale Force IE combination or BT probably be the bigger shield. Hoping for some bigger crits, but probably be that big shield.
I would expect a BT, just, you're up against poke Varus as you're, even Gragas to an extent, like, by all means, EG wants to poke you out before fights.
It's just too good right now.
That really makes me question the poke Varus in this game specifically, because you're going to be up against a BT Aphelios, and Sedge is almost always going to build Warmog, so not a ton of great targets to poke out.
Well, Evil Geniuses do a good job here picking up this second Rift Herald and getting the eye this time. FlyQuest are not able to interfere with that process, but FlyQuest are going to go ahead and take the trade. You get the Herald, we'll take the mid lane tier 1 turret. It is a 2-0 turret count. Now for the side of FlyQuest, bringing that EG gold lead back down to just over 1,000, 19 minutes into the game. That's not terrible to have to do.
No, I would be really happy about FlyQuest taking that trade. One of the best things you can do with the second Herald is getting that tier 1 mid, but if they just give it to you for free, you don't even need the Herald for it.
Yeah, it's just, all right, you got the thing that'll get you this, we'll just take that and skip the startup steps. Nikla's going to clear out the wave here again. Top side, just mid laners trading farm back and forth. Of course, JoJo's farm advantage is massive at this point, almost plus 40 over Vikla's Taliyah. Not a nearly large enough lead like that anywhere else on the map. Prince is plus 20, Inspired is plus 20. Top lane just dead even between these two. Second item already completed for Impact up there in topside does have the Jack Show along with the Sunfire Aegis. You can see Someday still working on getting that second item done. Did stop off for completed tier 2 boots with the Berserker's Greaves. But yeah, we're just about 20 minutes into the game. We're about 90 seconds away from our third Drake spawning. EG can still give away one more if they want to, but FlyQuest are stacking.
Now's a really good time in the game to look for plays and just kind of fish around on the Aphelios just to burn summoner spells. If you could burn Flash a minute before Dragon comes up, that gives you a way to really win this team fight, especially with Gragas and Azir capabilities, trying to take down that Aphelios. But looks like Prince playing very safe. He went back, was able to finish his BT, walk straight back through lane, and not going to blow anything before this Dragon comes up.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for FlyQuest. Gold aside, they've got 2 dragons. Their Aphelios is on a really big spike. He's super strong. I'm not really sure how EG is going to deal with this Aphelios. He's very hard to kill at this point in time.
Yeah, they're going to have to combo, Inspired big flash play from Gragas into JoJo play here. Maybe FBI can fish around for something here with the Varus and set them up, but it definitely is going to be #1 on everybody's mind for this team fight. How do you deal with the 2-item Aphelios?
And it's not just 2-item Aphelios, it's 2-item Aphelios piloted by the best AD carry player in the league. Prince has been a standout performer throughout this entire split. FBI is going to be caught by Spica there, but he has the cleanse so he can get away from the ulti. Impact coming around on the side as Vikla separates them all and Inspired's the one caught out, but Impact may just be punished. He flashes away from the chickens and escapes with 10 HP. The fight continues and Prince goes forward, but Prince may have been caught. He gets back over the wall. How the hell's he still alive? Finally going to be shut down. Vulcan gets slammed down by the Demacian sword, and now Spica has to run away from the Garen. Sunday's still after him, and he just keeps on spinning. Spica has to flash back over the wall. It's 2 dead on the side of Evil Geniuses, 2 dead on the side of Fly. But the FlyQuest players who died were Vikla, and most importantly, Prince.
That was a crazy fight. It was both teams just back and forth at each other's throats, like kind of engaging, disengaging.
Oh, and we're not done yet. Someday an Inspired trying to deal with Spica and Ayla. Impact is going to reinforce. He teleported back down to rejoin the fight, but now they gotta fall back because they know that EG is also bringing more men back to the party. It's FBI rejoined with the rest of the team. It's JoJo teleporting back in to rejoin the team. And it's Evil Geniuses with enough control of the bottom side river to guarantee they can get this Drake and stop the stacks and FlyQuest.
Yep, FBI gets back first as far as the DPS, and JoJo teleport difference is able to burn it down. Leandri's doing a lot of work there. In the end, Evil Geniuses get their dragon, but man, that was such a crazy start to it. With a dual-sided engage there, evasive maneuvers from Inspired, gets his ult off, and then flashes over to the Lantern to put Impact in such a scary spot.
Yeah, that was so back and forth. And Impact barely got out. Prince went in, barely got out, then got flashed on. It was just all over the place.
All right, well, the ramifications from that fight, a lot of summoner spells bone.
Yep.
A lot of flashes down and trying to take advantage right now.
Prince gonna get shuffled back into the rest of EG. He's trying to tank it out as long as he can, but it can't be done. JoJo takes him down, and Ayla walks away with another 10 HP escape, but JoJo won't let him get all the way home. A double kill for the Emperor and the mid laner of EG, as now they've got a 5v3, and their sights are set on Barret. They gotta keep Spica in mind, though. Always keep eyes on him, always keep him away. If Someday looking to play interference, as they're going to throw JoJo's soldiers back over the wall. Vulcan goes for a hook. Impact goes down below half HP. Another death sentence flies out, but it ain't going to find the mark. Impact trying to deal with Someday and keep him away, so Spica's able to find an angle to enter into the pit, but it ain't going to happen. Someday goes all out. Someday goes all in. There's the execution on Cassante. He presses his ult, and then you just eat him. You don't even got to be Cho'Gath. It's Evil Geniuses getting everything.
I love how much attention EG put on not letting there be any chance of the steal, going over the back of Baron. They were tanking Baron spikes for like 30 seconds there, fishing around to kill Impact and Spica to make sure the Baron doesn't get stolen. They get the extra kills as well, and we finally got to see it.
You know, I think it was a good attempt by Fly to get that steal there. It was a pretty desperate situation. They lost Prince, there's no way they can fight, but I like the way that Impact ulted Someday over the wall, knowing he's going to die to that ult, but it does give space for Spica to maybe get the steal, but you know, EG still were able to prevent it.
Yeah,
Good try, though.
Look at this. JoJo has done so much work this game. The Azir soldiers over the back of the pit, and then Inspired is able to take the Lantern and jump up with Vulcan. There's the ult for ult. Garen answer into Cassante. Meanwhile, Vikla gets zoned out by the rest of them. He will shoot Baron, actually, spitting on and finishing. JoJo is the only extra kill back.
So the funny thing, remember Cassante, right? He loses a lot of his bonus resistances too. Never, I don't even get to talk about it, man. They're already going in. Prince is down, but he's traded away for JoJo. FlyQuest now looking for their chance to punish EG. Vulcan wants to get away. He flashes over the wall. He'll survive, but now Impact is going after Inspired, and he's going all the way. Spica gets the kill, and FlyQuest, coming off of a play where they lost a team fight, they lost a Baron, they lost it all. They come right back and hit EG for 2 players in the mid lane. Impact needs to disengage again now, because Someday is split pushing all the way to victory, looking to take down the tier 3 turret and top. He'll get it, and he'll get out.
Someday is absolutely living his best life right now.
Yeah,
He's
man.
hard chilling on this Garen. Just so strong right now.
I love it. You can see it on the player cams as well, laughing after he was able to get the execution onto Impact. They're still wearing purple here for several members of Evil Geniuses, though.
Yep.
So top side inhibitor tower has been taken, and they can just reset, push out bottom. Vulcan going to give it a little boost here for FBI with the added Hex Flash as well for some min-maxing on the distance of the Lantern.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm impressed by EG's ability to keep catching Prince out. You know, they don't have a ton of damage, but they're just hitting, look at this Gragas ult, just sends him right
Into
in.
a zero ult, into body slam. He doesn't hit the ground. Gragas ult into a zero ult. He's just bounce house, bouncing all the way to the fountain there.
That was a very good Gragas play. That was not an easy ult to hit.
And then boom, they wombo combo. It's the impact ulti into the shove from Talia that guarantees the extra kill onto Inspired there from FlyQuest. Now they gotta try to defend underneath their tier 2 turret. Gragas ulti flies out. Impact doing a good job there, being that frontliner, being the guy who can soak all this damage. Jojo's not grouped up with the rest of Evil Geniuses. He's pushing over to the side, taking out the tier 2 in mid lane. It's gonna buy enough time for the rest of EG to take the tier 2 in the bottom lane. The gold lead expands further, 7,500 gold to the Geniuses.
All right, baby. 17 seconds on this dragon. Can we do anything? 7,000 is a lot of gold to contend with. Evil Genius is getting back. They're spending it all right now. We see all the item completions coming through. Void Staff as well now picked up for Jojo. Plus, he's got the True Damage Potion in inventory. He's really min-maxing the duration. Gonna walk it all the way out till right before the fight to be able to pop.
Yeah, what a disastrous last 5 minutes for FlyQuest. You know, this whole game has been neck and neck, and then since that dragon, or well, losing the fight right before it, they've just sort of lost control of the game entirely. Prince does have Flash up now.
All right. Flash cleanse, has the Gale Force ready to go. There's so much pressure on him, too, to be able to just put out this ridiculous amount of damage to get them over this 7,000 gold wall that EG has built.
And especially because of the way the early game went, with Talia being pretty far behind for the majority of it, everybody on EG is always looking at Prince. So everybody knows it. You know, he's going to have to outplay all of this CC coming at him. We saw Inspired, Jojo, FBI, Vulcan, everything being shot towards Prince's way. And they don't feel, after all those losses, that they can contest on Dragon number 2, because the rewards are very small and the risk very high.
Someday is so scary on this Garen now as well. With Dead Man's Plate completed, he's just going to run at you so fast. As soon as he hits you, you're going to be slowed down. You're going to be silenced. Stridebreaker's going to follow it up for an additional slow. He'll be re-hasted from the phase rush. It's a very, very sticky Garen that it's hard for Prince to be able to get away from, even if he's got that Lulu
He's off to the races, Flowers.
Oh, no, here he goes. He's flying like a bat out of hell. Lulu, run, little Lulu, run.
Goodbye, Ayla.
Run, little Lulu, run. FBI gets the money, and Ayla's out of the picture for 35 seconds.
I think they should have given that to Vulcan.
Yeah, just to send a message.
Yeah.
I would have done that.
Call him on over. He used his Shirelias. That's about it.
It's getting rough for FlyQuest here. They are struggling to find any way to really stabilize against what EG is doing. You finally got Infinity Edge up for Prince, so hey, 3 fully completed items and Aphelios. That's just about the only thing that might be able to turn this around.
And the scoreboard doesn't really show it, but I have to say so much credit to Jojo in this game. The Azir, really big difference in pressure, setting up for a lot of these mid-game moves where EG are also finding picks, and someday going to get his 1v1 teleport out for Impact, though.
Oh,
he came back up!
The silence came back! The silence came back! Black Cleaver's ability haste is enough to restore the Q's cooldown just in time to cancel Impact's escape. He wants to flash away, but he knows he can't do it. Someday is so fast, and he just executes him. If you guys want to beat Cassante in solo queue, there's how you do it. Pick Garen.
Impact tried so hard. Nothing he could do.
I have to say, too, the first and only Garen in the history of the LCS, infinite KDA. Looking
incredible.
Good.
Incredible. 4-0-2. He's got his Zeal. He bought the Zeal right after the Stridebreaker. He's just been sitting on it forever because it's such a cost-effective item. Just gives him some good stats. As Evil Geniuses, with the enemy frontliner dead for 15 seconds and also not having his teleport because it was used and wasted in the attempted escape, EG knows this is a great time to go after the Baron, but they've got to be aware of Spica. They can't allow this to end up being some sort of YOLO flip on a 50-50. Spica's still trying to hang around. FlyQuest knows they can't just give it away. Prince wants to fire off the Moonlight Vigil, but it ain't gonna do a lot. Holy moly, you gotta be shit!
Really?
Spica gets it!
All of that, and you just let him walk in. Why?
Insane stuff. So we saw first Prince went up to shoot ult to try and get vision for him. Everybody on FlyQuest is trying to get vision for Spica. Then he has to go in himself. He ults, he flashes in, and brings hope to FlyQuest.
At the 11th hour, man, the Sejuani.
It's actually such a huge swing with the increased objective bounties into the game now too. That one magnified, and now they can get more with Baron buff. Let's take a look at the vision attempts here from FlyQuest, because Talia wall was used super early. Then we know Prince is gonna try and move up to get him some space. Prince doesn't, find anybody with the ult, but then Spica shoots his own ult in, he flashes in. It was an early one, and then he gets it at 330 something health.
Oh man, that is a heartbreaker for EG. I have to wonder why FBI continued to hit the Baron. It seemed like they were doing fine, leaving it about 4k HP, but they just kept hitting it. They kept whittling it down and put it into range for the Aphelios Sejuani combo to get it.
Yep. Well, boys, we now have 1:45 for FlyQuest to try to get everything they possibly can from this Baron they picked up. Yes, they're pressuring a tier 2 in top lane, but look at JoJo. He's in the enemy base. He's at the tier 3. He's kicking down the door of FlyQuest's base. He knows he can't stick around for a long time. They're coming to collapse on him. He will not get the entirety of the turret, and EG manages to divert some of the pressure through this method. Ayla sidestepping away from the death sentence as Vulcan wanted to engage and find the enemy support. Now Inspired here in the front, and Vicla's able to keep him back. JoJo wants his entrance. Spica's going to keep him away now, too. Prince ready to follow up. Vicla's here in the front line. He wants to get back. Seismic Shove going to be flashed away as JoJo stays alive. Prince is on the hunt. FlyQuest right behind him, looking to enable him, looking to allow that AD carry to find the money that he needs to get to win this fight. He has the green gun. He's got the range. Keep your eyes on Prince.
Speaking of range, peep the Garen build real quick. You see what he turned that
Oh
to?
my, rapid fire! Yes, extend the sword. Go gadget, extendo sword.
Why use a sword when you can buy a gun? Somedays ready to silence you from 27 extra auto attack range away.
Yeah, that's fine, because Garen used to always get the Mortal Reminder out of his Zeal, but now that's not built out of Zeal anymore, so I mean, I guess I've never seen this
Does
before.
his ult get longer too?
I don't know. It's only auto attacks. It's only auto attacks to my knowledge. Okay, so Garen's got a gun, and FlyQuest have Baron for another 15 seconds. They'll be able to use that to force down the tier 2 in bottom lane. That's the last thing they'll get with this Baron. The gold lead that was about 8,000 is down to 4,000. FlyQuest have 3 Drakes, EG have 2. The Baron wears away. We got ourselves a banger of a game, my friends.
Absolutely massive Baron steal. Just completely got FlyQuest back in this game, and now it looks like EG's actually the ones who are struggling, because if you look at their builds, right? JoJo, they were kind of committing to winning off that Baron, right? He bought the blue pot. He isn't building Death Cap, so his late game's not going to be as strong. The items are just coming in for FlyQuest. They've got, almost 4 item Talia, 4 item Aphelios. It's getting tough to win these team fights.
What is going on? What a game. Runaan's Hurricane completed for Prince's Aphelios as well. So as they try to dogpile in with the Garen, with the Gragas, with Azir flying into the middle of the fight for everybody, if Prince is not immediately killed, he will be hitting everyone all of the time for massive amounts of damage. I feel like out of all 10 players on the Rift, Prince is the one who's going to matter the most in terms of how quickly he dies or not in this next fight. Spica will lead the charge as FlyQuest pushes up into the bottom side triangle of the EG jungle. They're not going to try anything super crazy, just sitting down a little bit of vision, seeing if maybe there's a straggler out there. This is one of those things that I think can become very interesting in a game where one team was so far ahead for so long, you might be able to catch them in a situation where they don't think there would be any danger, but now there is because things have changed so suddenly.
Right, it's always a difficult situation to be in when you go from having such a lead to not anymore, because some people are still feeling like you're really strong. They're like, let's just keep fighting. Some other people, maybe if they're behind, they're saying, oh, I don't think we should fight yet. I want to get my items. And they're just slowly losing control of the map.
Yeah, I think it was a really telling toggle of vision by the observers. How dark and scary the map has quickly gotten for Evil Geniuses.
So let's say you're in Inspired's position here in this game, Meteos. You know, you're the jungler on the team that was ahead for so long. Things have changed now. What's the kind of call that you're wanting to make? How would you want to play it out from here for EG?
It's tough. I mean, I think you need to try to find some sort of pick. I'm not convinced you just win a, head-on team fight in this situation. I think you have to kind of get creative here and maybe find a big Garen flank. You've got tools like Varus, Gragas, Thresh to find picks. I think you want to just get defensive vision down, try to control your jungle, and punish Fly when they come to get control.
And again, in the 2-minute period before the dragon spawns, try and fish around, see if you can get anything off of this Aphelios. Cleanse, Flash will take any sort of advantage you can for the setup, because that is going to be a big, big problem. Even Talia now, Talia hitting 5 items here with the Void Staff coming in for Vikla. No longer is he going to be held down from that early game. The minefield you have to be wary of. It's a big part of stuffing those EG comeback plays. The Gragas, the Azir, going to have to be mindful.
And it's the opposite of what Meteos was talking about for JoJo, whose build does not have the mega high damage items in it. It's Void Staff, it's Seraphs, it's Death Cap. All of these items added together create just a huge amount of threat. The Azir Stun Disc was summoned up mid. Prince killed it in 4 auto attacks. Spica's over the wall, coming out looking maybe from an angle with the Arctic Assault over, but doesn't see a good target for the Glacial Prison, but they're not going to engage anything just yet. 75 seconds before Dragon spawns. It's Soul if FlyQuest gets it. Baron also spawned up now. Ayla chunked out massively, and
Really
that
good
means
poke.
EG are looking for the opportunity to go after Baron yet again.
Yeah, Ayla's pretty much the only member susceptible to poke. And
Oh my god, are they going to flip again? It's a flip.
It's a flip. Can Spica do it again? No, he can't, but he charges over the wall, and now he might just be dead. Spica has a flash that he would be able to escape back over the wall with if he needs to, and yes, he will. Baron over to EG.
Radiant Virtue healing there. Tanky Sejuani, even with Azir, JoJo trying to whittle him down. He's able to at least survive and get out again. But nice burst this time. EG, no hesitation, they just melt it. They don't want to let Spica get a chance to get in. He did the same thing though, throw his ult in, then try and get in. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see here that with the game being closer, EG doesn't have the luxury of being able to zone everyone. They just kind of YOLO it, say, yeah, let's just see what happens.
Nice Gragas ult, hit him, and he kind of got squeezed against the back of the Baron pit wall. And it was just that little window, they burst it down.
EG have a Baron for the next 2 minutes. FlyQuest are looking for the opportunity to stop something here. You can see Spica just used the smite to pop Banshee's Veil on JoJo, so now they have a chance to try to make a play on him if they get another angle. Spica using the Arctic Assault to buffer through the chains of corruption. That's another big cooldown there from FBI. EG moving down towards the Drake. Remember, it's not Soul for them. They're just trying to stop FlyQuest from being able to get it. Prince is going to lead the charge. FlyQuest are just going for the inside angle in the enemy base. They're saying, if you want the dragon, you can take it, because we might be able to find a different angle instead. JoJo may have been caught, but Prince got caught instead. He's actually staying alive, but someday on the Garen, we'll find the flank, and EG run him over. Vikla won't escape, and that's the end of the game right there.
Flowers, you asked Meteos, what would you do if you're the Gragas in this situation? You game-winning initiation onto Prince.
Incredible.
Holy moly.
Absolutely
So well played by EG. Even JoJo getting engaged on getting that stopwatch off, and it just ended up with FlyQuest being in a really compromising position.
Yeah, they went right for him, and Inspired, huge job to chunk him low enough to set it up for that someday flank.
Inspired deserves so much credit this game. Almost all their early game advantages came from his pathing, and Gragas is not easy to play in team fights. Hitting these just max range ultis to knock an Aphelios in, just incredibly good play.
For the second time this split, FlyQuest will fall. Oh! One last message to Ayla on the spawn platform, and evil geniuses triumph over FlyQuest.
Ooh. I am sorry for all of your Garens in solo queue. Someday ends with no deaths. No Garen has ever been killed in the LCS. 6-0. He got the final kill onto Prince as well. The enemy carry. Wow.
What a battle. It nearly ended up going the other way after the incredible Baron steal from Spica. But EG hold on. They find the beautiful final engage that you guys were talking about. They take out the full build of Aphelios. And that's the second loss that FlyQuest has suffered this entire split. EG hands it to him.
That was an awesome game. What a pleasure to be able to cast that one. You know, a lot of hype going into it. Back and forth game. Very good play from both sides. Just awesome to watch.
It was a pleasure having you on for that game, having you on throughout the day so far, buddy. Right now, though, we actually have to send you down to the stage to do the post-game interview now that this game is done. So go ahead, pop off your headset. Thank you so much for joining us. We'd love to have you back anytime, man. Thanks. And we will get you... Oh, you're hooked in here. Hold on,
We'll get him back to work.
There we go. Head on down to the stage, and as soon as you're ready, we'll toss the interview over to you. Kobe, that game was nuts.
A battle. That was a battle. That was so fun to watch. Made possible by the steal from FlyQuest, from Tika getting over there and breathing some more life into it. Vulcan right now, giving the shush to Ayla.
We are about to see so much shit on Twitter after that one's done.
Certainly
so much.
Wait, let me check all chat one more time. No. Yep. Everybody's typing GGs in all chat. Good, clean game.
That's the way you do it.
Sportsmanship.
Talk your trash on Twitter. Say GG in the game. Let's see one more time.
Okay, we need to take another look at this. Okay, so JoJo, he walks up. He does get Sedge ulted, but then he instantly is able to use the stopwatch. There's that inspired engage I'm talking about. Right onto the group, right onto Prince. Prince flashes back. Sumday's already on the flank, gunning for him, gets in there for the execution, and they wipe FlyQuest's hope of running this one back.
And that strength of the Garen ultimate. We got to see it for the intended purpose versus Cassante a couple of times already, stopping him from being able to use his ult the way that he wants to. And then at the end, just that ability to guarantee that you have a point-and-click true damage execute. Once the health bar's low enough, the play can't fail as long as he's in range. He built specifically for closing the gap. Rapid fire cannon. It might have looked goofy, but it worked out. That's what matters. Honestly, just the ideal situation there at the very end for Evil Geniuses. Prince is such an aggressive AD carry player. He saw the potential for a pick on JoJo. He wanted to go for it, but it put him just a little bit too far forward. Vulcan times that. He knew that Ayla was coming back up, and he's not afraid to step forward and eat the laser to take Ayla with him. Honestly, man, EG fought hard for that one, but getting a dub against a team that everybody kind of just looks at as like, okay, we're probably going to lose this one. That's really good, especially for your positioning going into the last couple of weeks of regular play, working towards playoffs. But hey, quick reminder to all you guys, speaking of playoffs leading to finals, and we are officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and April 9th. You can head to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot, and we hope to see you there. But before we get into anything else, it's time for us to join Meteos and Vulcan for the Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I'm joined here with the victorious Vulcan. First time being on this side of the interview. It's a little weird, but let's keep this focused on you. So, incredible game. I gotta ask the classic, how does it feel? You know, that rivalry, you had so much going into this, so many stakes. How was it?
Yeah, it was a big ego battle after last week's tweets back and forth. The sad thing about that is that I actually tweeted the first thing that started the whole war, just in support of Winsome, because I've been playing soccer with him in the esports soccer group, and he's kind of my boy now. So I was just like supporting him, and then it just started this whole thing where I get my face taped to a punching bag, and then I see the other guy punching it. It's a little bit weird for a regular season game. Like I get that, you know, it's LCS and he's not too good, so it's kind of hype for him. But yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that was going to be my next question, just what led to this. So it was more support of Winsome than an attack on Ayla. Either way, awesome stuff. Love it. Love the banter. So in that game, this was the first time since LCS started that we've seen a Garen. What was that about? Was that something you guys been cooking up? Is somebody saying like, oh, I got cheesed by this in solo queue, it's so good against Cassante? Like, walk me through that one.
I'm pretty sure it started from Moose Hater in NA Challenger League, and that's where everyone started playing it. It actually has a pretty good matchup into Cassante, and as you can see this game, he was like running him down on side lane, and every time we get a kill with his ult now, the Garen ult, we told Someday to scream Demacia in voice comms. So keep an eye out for when that releases. You guys can tune in on the EG YouTube channel to catch that. That's pretty funny.
That was incredible. So this game was very back and forth. You know, it looked really good for you guys in the beginning. You had super huge control over the game after that third dragon, but it started to slip away when they stole the Baron. So what was going through the comms, you know, how was the team feeling once it seemed like you started losing control? They started taking over the map.
We just had to kind of slow down a little bit, be more clear in comms, because in that Baron, I think it's very easy for Gragas, Varus together to burst it, and it should be hard in theory for Sejuani to get a good steal in. I think we did a poor job at like saying when we're going to burst it, what moment. Maybe we can look for Varus ult to CC the Sejuani like we did the second attempt when we were able to get it. So I think it's a good play. We just were a bit too wild in the comms and we didn't really listen to each other or say the right things. But we knew that our comp was good. Azir was like pumping against 2 tanks and he was doing a lot of DPS. I did get a little bit scared when Jojo got kind of caught out at the end, but he was able to press stopwatch and then we wiped them. So that felt good.
Yeah, I mean, awesome game, very well played. Glad you were able to win that ego battle. And yeah, we're going to toss it to a break now, and up next is TL versus TSM. Thank you, Vulcan.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another NA Talent Update. Kicking things off, we had the NACL Qs last weekend, and Maryville University actually took the first qualifiers. So, shout out to the school kids. Speaking of, we had a lot of movement between LCS and Challengers last week, so let's send it to Professor Magical to see how he graded the newcomers.
What is it? Can't you see I'm busy?
We had some exchange students submit some last-minute work.
Fine. Ziki, I thought he retired.
Oh, that's Diplex. I mean, look here. Across the 6 games, he's got the 2nd highest damage share in the whole league.
All right, you know what? He gets an A. Ah, Spawn, my old student.
Oh, he's actually looked pretty good this past weekend. Struggling a bit in LCS, but now he gets to play with his old teammates, XU and Sanity, who they made to Proving Grounds finals last summer with, actually.
Spawn gets a B+ then. Win some.
Oh, this is a great one. He, ever since joining this roster, they've gone 4-0, and it looked like a brand new team.
A+.
He's not actually a doctor. He's just esports certified. And on that topic, certain orgs are certifiably killing it this split. But how well has Rafa been paying attention? Previously.
Hey, Rafa, have you seen how good FlyQuest are doing?
Of course. They're like #1 in the league right now, dude.
Not LCS. FlyQuest Challengers. Check this out. With Alo finally here, Winsome's in and can shot call for the team. On top of that, Masu the Wi-Fi wizard is finally in LA, and he's looking incredible.
Hey, Golden Guardians, they're on a hot streak too.
You mean like 7-game win streak Golden Guardians?
Come on, man, it's Challengers. Check this out. In the last 3 weeks, Golden Guardians Challengers are 9-3. Their rookie Young has gained a lot of confidence after his LCS appearance, and Prismo and Array are really doing better in their sophomore split.
So, only the top LCS teams have good Challengers teams.
Well, Dignitas are in second.
And did you see? XU played in Italy.
But the Challengers teams aren't the only ones impressing us this split, as some of the provisional teams have really stepped up their game. So to commemorate that, we're happy to introduce a brand new product hitting store shelves soon.
Now that's what I call provisional. 6 of NA's hottest new superstars with smash hits like Moose Haters, Carrying on My Wayward Son. There'll be justice when you're done. Limit-defying tracks like Minui's. And for a limited time, playoffs Gamsu. I don't know if it's true, but I'm feeling Gamsu. Get some of the best provisional teams to top the NACL charts. Order today.
Well, that's it for this week's NA Talent Update. Thanks for tuning in, and as always, may your week be filled with positive gaming experiences. I'm feeling Gamsu.
Hello and welcome back to This or That with Kobe and Jack, presented by Verizon. Fresh off one of the best games of the split.
That was a good one.
EG and FlyQuest, that was a bang.
The Ayla Vulcan payoff. Good stuff.
Vulcan gets the trash talk for so long now. It's actually insane. Let's get to the slides.
Yeah, 6 slides today. This or that. Aurelion Sol takeaway. Team should be slamming it or it needs more time to cook. You're the chef.
I think they should be slamming it. It has two things that increase in scaling max health damage, and one of them is an execute.
Yeah, I think Palafox has slammed it twice. He first picked it today. He is the best one at stacking whatever it is you stack. Stardust, yeah. It's like the Senna Souls, where the good players are already good at min-maxing it, and like the other players are not. So yeah, team should be slamming it. I think we're gonna.
It's not very complicated to stack, by the way.
It's gonna eventually
execute stuff with your singularity. Breathe on people.
Watch Bjergsen's game. He wasn't doing it. Slide number 2. On this or that. Which bot duo is harder to play in pro?
Xayah and Rakan or Aphelios and Thresh? What is harder to play?
Yeah.
I feel like it is harder to play Aphelios Thresh because Aphelios does not have the ult get out of jail free card. That being said, it is pretty difficult in setting up those godlike blade caller moments for Xayah. Looking at just the AD carry side of it, Rakan is a bit more dangerous to play.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
I think like this one's more difficult.
Yeah, he thinks that is more difficult. The Aphelios Thresh, guess what says on slide. I think this with Xayah
you are never
is more difficult just because it's not as strong in lane. You need to play on slimmer margins, and then the engages are snappier. Whereas Thresh, you just kind of get to slowly. It's like.
So you think it's easier to just lock yourself in place and throw out your death sentence?
Yeah.
And hope for the best?
Yeah. Like throwing something is easier than like flying towards something.
Okay. Rakan head first.
Slide number
It's way more difficult.
We're done with this one.
Next slide. More overrated. This is from Hamoods. Thank you. By the way, if you leave a comment in YouTube, you might be up here with
us. I heard a producer note. I don't know, it's kind of a cowardly take. He says he doesn't think either of these players is overrated. He just wanted to make that clear. But he wants to know which is more overrated.
Okay.
Yeah.
If in this theoretical world, one of these players were overrated, which one would it be, chat? Vikla or Spica?
It's Spica.
I think Vikla for sure. Are you freaking kidding me? Did you see that last game, the early game with the Talia?
Listen,
Spica is a god.
One of these players is more overrated, but
it's more relative. One of them has to be more overrated than the other. They can't be tied.
Is more relatable. He talks more on Twitter, so people are just going to have a more favorable opinion of him on general, so he's more likely to be overrated.
Vikla is getting topped up so much by people thinking LCK, godlike, but he has had a lot of bad games.
This last one.
Spica, though.
They both lost. Slide number or something. Do you agree with Double Lift? Sad results need to fix our early game to even have a chance of playing, or there is more to diagnose.
I definitely think that they need to fix early game first to have a chance of playing. That's what comes first, though. Of course, there is also more to diagnose, so
a lot of times in this or that, I want to say both, but you have to pick one. So would they actually, is this the most important thing, or is the rest of it
I'm going to go with yes. I'm going to go with fix that early game right now, because it is looking horrendous.
Yeah.
That's all I got. I said, yep.
Got it. Next slide, baby.
I agree with Double Lift. Prince gets traded to T1. Who is a stronger MVP candidate? Cloud9, Fudge, Golden Guardians River, EG Vulcan. That was a pretty sick. He's had a lot of good Thresh games.
Fudge.
Fudge?
Yeah. MVP is the whole split. I thought his week 1 was incredible. They're behind FlyQuest, only 1 game back. We got 2 games back for Golden Guardians. River has been good, but I just think compared to other top laners who are having a hard time making an impact, Fudge has been head and shoulders above the rest.
Fudge is pretty good. I say River's got a very good case for himself as well, doing so much for Golden Guardians. A lot of their games, they had to rely on him to be able to get to that big win streak and get into the conversation at the top.
Last week for Player of the Week, it was 5 votes to 4, River and Gory. I know why River won. I voted
River.
I understand. All right, slide number 6. I understand where you're at. This or that. Another YouTube slide by Turd Boy. Apparently,
Turd Boy is a regular.
Great slides. He's a regular. This TSM or that Team Liquid Honda more likely to make it to spring playoffs. They're tied in the standings.
Woo, man.
And they play now.
I'm gonna go TSM, honestly. I know you have some bias going on here for both of these orgs. How do you decide? You worked for Team Liquid.
I did.
And you kind of almost worked for TSM.
I mean, it depends on if you believe the conspiracy theories. This is a weird thing. I'm going to say Team Liquid Honda because the theme of
because
this
they actually paid you
is the early game. their early game is much better. That becomes more relevant as the season progresses and
So
teams
back
are
to
able
the
to
double
fix some
lift
of their
slide.
issues.
We've got a theme emerging.
Yep, and they beat Golden Guardians yesterday. Did TSM do that? No, they didn't. So
Fair
they're on a
enough.
hot streak.
Fair enough.
That's a wrap for this or that. Remember to send your suggestions in the YouTube comments. 2 of them got used on this one out of 6. Maybe we get more next time.
What's up, gamers? Azale and I are in for our last 2 games of the day. Numero 4, numero 5 coming your way. One thing, though, they didn't take my YouTube comment.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
That's kind of messed up, guys.
Yeah.
Maybe it was trash. Or maybe you're Turd Boy. Maybe you've been highlighted.
No, you can't
Are
side
you Turd
with
Boy?
No.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. Well, one thing I do agree on is Team Liquid Honda might have a better chance than TSM going to playoffs because, especially looking at the state of their wins, they are
the
tied.
bias. The stats show they are equivalent. Come on, Rafa.
Well, but hear me out. Hear me out, though. A lot of the early games they had have been some of the most dominant early games than almost any other team in the league. It's just, it kind of sucked at closing out those leads. And I know you've been a big proponent of no more Lucian Nami, guys. Just, you need to try something else at this point.
And here's the thing. It's always funny to me because people are more likely to overlook late game issues than they are early game issues, right? So people are going to say, oh, well, if you have a good early game, surely you just have to do better in the late game and then you win. But I think that's actually the more complicated part of the game to fix. There's more factors going on.
Yeah.
And if you're creating those leads by picking champions that you can't close out games with, it's artificially inflating your early game, right? And I think that's kind of what TL has been doing with Lucian Nami. They're actually winless on that pick. That is their most played duo. They've been very good in the 2v2, but unable to close games with it. So, it's one of those things where, if you pick early game, you have to be at a lead, and sometimes you have to be an even bigger lead than we've been seeing to be able to close it out. We did see them yesterday, though, bring out the Varus, which has actually been banned out by TSM.
Good scouting.
Aphelios getting banned out as well. So TL, I don't think would be going back to it. It feels like it's pretty easy Zeri first pick on blue side if they want to go towards what we've been seeing a lot of in the LCS. But I just think that Lucian Nami, needs to be a thing of the past. Unless you're playing it at the absolute elite level, it is not worth the pick ban priority.
Well, Team Liquid don't feel the need to lock in their marksman at the moment. That Space Dragon is the craze right now, and Harry had a pretty damn good performance on it yesterday.
He did. I mean, if you can get towards the later stages of the game, you really can take over. This thing scales out of control. The damage, I think, is just far too high in the later stages of the game. The ultimate becomes like an entire screen. The champion is incredibly strong. So a lot of people, though, when you talk about it being OP, will be quick to point out, oh, well, there's answers to it. You can play Victor. You can play these different things that can outrange it and harass it in lane and, scale alongside it. I want to see if anyone can really punish it. I don't know if Maple's going to be the guy to do it because Maple is really not a lane-focused player.
Sure.
He is much more about how he moves around the map, how he actually facilitates his teammates, and I think he has been having a very good season quietly for TSM. He did bring out, AP Galio yesterday. It was not in a win for them, I don't believe, but it's one of those things where I just don't think he's the guy to really punish a scaling pick in lane, right?
Yeah, like you said, Talia has been one of those big picks as well, which was something that Team Liquid took away right from straight out of the gate. It was the pick that he also had when they got that big upset over FlyQuest a couple weeks ago. And like you called out earlier, it is going to be the Zeri Lulu for Yon and Core. And for longtime amateur and Challengers League fans, everyone knows that when Zeri first came out, Yon had this big clip on social media and Twitter of him just popping off on Zeri and zooming around the map. Obviously, the champion has been toned down since those glory days, but this is a champion that Yon is no stranger to and can perform on.
Well, that was the Pea Shooter clip where he was like turbo behind and he's just doing 0 damage and it takes him like 10 minutes to kill them. But no one could catch him and he eventually kills the whole team. And he actually has a nearly 82% win rate on Zeri, most of that in Academy.
Yep.
The guy, is very adept at the champion. I feel like, this style does fit them more. Wait, his dog is named Tesla? Okay, he has to clarify. After the inventor, not the car. He's like, come on, guys.
Nikola Tesla, I think.
Yeah, I think that is.
Well, neat.
Egg and avocado toast is undefeated. Well, he's not going to be able to afford a house. That's the only downside.
Damn. Yeah, egg stonks are massive these days. I remember I couldn't find a carton the other day, and you were like, I don't know if you made fun of me or you're just like, no, I got eggs over. You need eggs.
No, man, it's actually been strange. There hasn't been a lot of eggs around. But Kindred getting banned out. It wasn't the first round ban by Pioshik, but still has been banned, I think, all but one game against Team Liquid so far this split. So very much still getting respect, for that champion that he is really well known for. That's his namesake. Pioshik meaning Mark, I believe, in Korean.
Yep.
So, that is where that does come from. But a couple of jungle bans have already been thrown his way, at least obviously in that first round. Kindred as well as the Wukong, trying to push him down that tier list a little bit. You already have some pretty good hyper carries though, so it's not like they really even need to have a carry jungler. I think you can just go towards Sejuani, play something kind of standard, boring, play frontline. You already have a hyperscaling AD and a hyperscaling mid laner.
Yeah.
So I don't really think he's that bothered in this situation that he can't actually play something like a Kindred.
Yeah.
Because I don't really feel like it fits into the comp that well anyway.
TSM also don't really have strong diving threats other than this Vi, but most of the time, if you are going to pair a Vi on your team, then you're going to need to have something either from your mid lane, like an Ahri, which can't be the case since Syndra's already locked in. So now you're looking towards Solo, but Solo has not really played any of diving champions in the past few games. It's mostly been tank duty, and this Nocturne, that's huge.
Yeah, very, very interesting that they're actually going to grab the Nocturne for themselves. So I do think they're going to have to draft some sort of a dive buddy for him in the top lane. Obviously, later in the game, Harry can be kind of going in there, throwing the ultimate in the back line with that Nocturne.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I'm actually really interested to see that it is going to be a Syndra coming out for Maple. I talked about how he is not the lane dominant player, that is not his style. This is actually the first time he'll have played Syndra in the LCS, right? Career-wise, obviously he'll have some games on it. The guy has been playing since the very, very beginning.
Yep.
And does in fact have, it's his fourth or fifth, actually fifth most played career-wide. So has 34 games played on it, but no games on it this split, no games on it last split, so no games in his time in the LCS. And is going to be playing this pick, which does require him to really bully his opponent. If you actually just trade farm against Aurelion Sol, you are getting nothing done on the Syndra. And actually, well, I mean, it's not a super tanky team for TL, but it is a relatively low damage composition on TSM. So if Turtle or Maple are having bad games, I think they are going to really, really struggle, because then all that happens, if you're playing essentially what becomes a one threat, if Maple or Wild Turtle are having a bad game, the carry that is fed is going to get Nocturne ulted in every single fight and just have, Aurelion Sol throwing the ult down on your head. And even if you survive that, if you're not doing damage, the rest of your team is going to be getting shredded by the A-Sol, getting shredded by this area, and that's kind of that problem. Because it is Scion, it is Karma, it is, Vi. There's not going to be a lot of consistent damage coming out from those other roles here.
The big concern for me is that Aurelion Sol ultimate combo with Nocturne, because normally you can dodge it when you have vision, but Nocturne turns out all the lights and suddenly a giant star has fallen upon your head and crashed everything on top of it as well. The other big thing for TSM is picking this Vi always feels like a burden, because you have to do it in order to get some type of single target lockdown on Nazeri in the late game, but there's no one else that's a real dive buddy for the side of TSM. So every time Boogie's going in, it doesn't really feel like a complete dive mission. It's like, hey, I'm gonna prevent Yon from doing damage for like 2 seconds. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to hope that Yon isn't that far back, and that Vi can go in. You can follow up with something like a Scatter of the Week, like an Ezreal all over the top. Get the damage in that way.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. If Yon is positioned appropriately, and especially if Core is there with him, there's gonna be the Lulu ult. There's gonna be Lulu shields. Lulu's also playing heal, so a little bit of extra damage is not gonna be enough for Boogie, especially in the late game, to be able to actually 100-0 this guy. So that could definitely be a difficulty. When I look at the composition though, I think a lot of the reason that you're actually playing this Vi is to focus on Harry in the mid lane. When you're gonna play Vi Syndra, you better hope you smack this A-Sol in mid lane, or you are gonna have problems later on in the game.
Yep, TSM, a little bit of a clock. Team Liquid, quite the contrast in what we have obviously seen from their first round robin of play, where it has been so early game dominant.
Yep.
But as we discussed before, time to flip the script here, try to practice scaling compositions here.
Well, and it is worth mentioning that they have had some scaling, right? Harry had actually been playing almost only Azir. Like, that was his most played, so I don't think him going from Azir to A-Sol is that big of a change. It really does feel like largely it's just a bit of a shift in the bot lane away from the Lucian Nami, which has been so hard to execute on. They did win the one Lucian Sona game, but that was 1 out of 5 or 6 Lucian games that they have actually been able to take down, so has not really been working for them. It's just way easier to execute on some of these other comps, right? Lucian not only has to play hyper aggressive, but you have to put yourself in danger to actually be able to execute on these fights, which means you have to be playing, really on that knife's edge.
Yeah.
Champions like he played yesterday, such as the Varus, are a lot more forgiving. You can sit back and poke. Zeri can kind of chill and scale. You have a lot more safety, to be able to have that additional range. When you have lethal tempo stacked up, this guy has like 900 range on his Q. It's ridiculous.
The other thing, too, for Team Liquid, as we are in a pause, we're getting through it as soon as possible. No updates on what that pause is.
Yeah, we saw Solo talking to the ref on stage, so I'm assuming that it is TSM pause. I'm assuming that it is a Solo issue. You can see him turned over. So he either is trying to find out what it is or maybe having a bit of an issue with his PC. But as soon as we get an update, we will let you guys know what exactly would be going on. Turtle also, if you missed the game yesterday, is in for TSM this weekend. So that is a bit of a change up, and one that you were talking about a lot of the NACL guys being surprised by.
Yeah, there's no surprise that especially if you've been watching Challengers League for the past few weeks, Wild Turtle's performance has been kind of hit or miss. Most of the time it has been on the miss side as well. And when Chowie, first released that video in pre-match to the match yesterday, they said that they wanted to look for someone that was going to step up in laning phase because they were going up against FBI and Yon, who have been more of the dominant laners here in the LCS, and they felt that between Neo and Wild Turtle proved to be a better laner. Most of us on the Challengers League broadcast don't feel the same way, but obviously we're not the coach, and so we're not going to have the same insight. And maybe during that, set of 2v2s trials, they felt that Wild Turtle was the better choice. Yesterday, I don't know if that made that much of a difference.
No, I wouldn't really say it did. But it is tough, right? Because as you say, we're not actually privy to all the scrims. We're not watching all those games. But we do have an update for you. It is an audio issue that Solo is having on stage. So while they're trying to work through that, we will just be sitting here chatting with you. Hopefully it won't be a long one. Hopefully he's going to be pretty ready to go. Looks like he's getting kind of focused up, facing back towards his monitor. So maybe going to be ready to go here in a second. But both of these teams, it's a pretty important game for them as we are getting relatively deep into this season. And, the magic number generally to make playoffs is 9 wins.
Yep.
That's usually where you have to get to. We have seen teams, I think once or twice ever, make it at 8 and 10 when there was the 16 playoff format. So it is possible to make it with 8. But we've also seen, I believe it was Team Envy, miss with 9 and 9 in the past. So it's also possible to miss with 9. But generally speaking, you need 9 wins. They're both sitting at 5 and 7. So that does mean, from here, it's not that easy of a road, right? You are a well below 500 team, and you've essentially got to go 4 and 2 in your last stretch to have a decent chance of making playoffs. And that means this is almost a must win. Not mathematically, but you're getting there.
Especially with strength of schedule for some of these teams that they haven't played, like Team Liquid next week, FlyQuest.
Yeah.
That's a big one where people are already counting Team Liquid out and saying, yeah, that's going to be a FlyQuest dub. So you cannot. You got to make sure that on the wins that seem much more competitive, or the games that are much more competitive, you have to net them in. Seems like audio issues have been resolved for all players on stage, so we resume the game. Crossing fingers that no other pauses happen.
Yep, audio issues are all good to go for now. And we'll have to see, how this bot lane is going to go. Wild Turtle playing PTA. It is kind of more that lane-focused look. If you can actually hit the Q, people can shift forward, try to actually block that PTA. It can be really powerful in the all-ins. And Time is playing Comet and Ignite. You talked about Chowie mentioning the focus on lane being the reason for Wild Turtle coming in. So it makes sense that they are going to be going for this more lane-focused setup here with this 2v2. And there's kind of the two approaches with Ezreal. You can be playing these lanes where you're looking to roam and you're looking to sit back and just kind of chill. But when you are playing Ezreal Karma, and especially with this rune setup, you're looking to hard shove, you're looking to non-stop poke, and make life difficult for your opponents. And the reason that it's so important to have this shove is that once you have your opponents under the tower there, all the melee minions, all the range minions are gone.
Yep.
Every time they step up to actually CS, it's just free fire for that poke. It makes it so easy to predict where they're going to be. So they have to either choose A, do I take the poke, or B, do I miss the CS? And that's kind of that lose-lose situation that you can put the Zeri Lulu in if you can dominate the shove.
Yep, and then it's a domino effect as well, because the more pressure you put on the bot lane and the tower, the less freedom they have to be able to respond to any aggressive moves from Boogie as well. If he wants to invade into the bottom side, get some counter vision down, or get some counter jungling in as well against Pioshik. As already Pioshik clearing towards the top side, might be playing around Summit as Gnar into the Sion matchup. And usually the way this plays out, you always have the range advantage of being able to push him in, but the tank Sion gets, if the Gnar is not snowballed, then Sion's just gonna start shrugging it off.
Yeah, absolutely. You can start to really just ignore that damage. For Pioshik, I think as the Nocturne, you'll take ganks of opportunity. If someone is in a really bad spot or really overpushed, you can kind of show up behind them. You can maybe force a flash or maybe even kill them. But generally speaking, unless their opponents are really in a bad spot or you have to fix a wave, you just want to power farm. You want to get to 6 as fast as possible. You want to cycle your camps and really look to threaten with that ultimate. And then it's rinse and repeat. You're trying to, every single time your ulti is up, find a kill, immediately get it on the map, find that ultimate target, get something with that, then right back to farming and just kind of play that cycle. And the more closely you can do that, the better of a situation you're going to be in. Chime getting really low here, though. He has been taking the worst end of these trades. You know, Turtle, it feels like has been so focused on actually pushing the wave, and it's been kind of almost this support battle between Chime and Core on the side.
Yeah.
But Chime was using his shields on Turtle, and Core was using his shields on himself. So he was actually taking a lot of free damage there while he was hitting into Core's shields. So, you know, Core and Yon, again, doing a good job in these 2v2s. That has been, I would say, one of Liquid's great strengths.
Does allow Wild Turtle to get a back in, at least a tier and a long sword, so it's not the dream tier Sheen Mac. Probably would have had to lane for a little bit more longer.
It is also interesting because this is like the much less aggressive take, and if you're trying to play this lane to win it and not just kind of farm it out, you can just go straight Sheen, right? And that's what a lot of players will do, is they'll actually delay their tier for more of a spike in lane.
Yeah.
In this case, he's not going to do that. We'll see if Summit can get out of this one.
Waiting for the flash, comes through, Solo gets it. Summit is now playing without a flash, but as long as his hop cooldown is available, he should not be in danger from Boogie if he makes a return visit.
Yeah, the danger is going to be if he goes for a Q flash and if he can connect on that, right? Because Boogie didn't really waste much time. He goes up there, sure, he's a camp or two behind, but he's going to catch up to Pioshik pretty quickly as far as that farming does go, because his camps are actually spawned and available. And then you can look for that rinse and repeat where you've now forced flash, you have Solo's flash, you have Boogie's flash. So what it is going to do at the very least is force Summit to play it more defensively. And generally, you have to kind of play aggressive in these matchups to really create leads. Summit is known for just destroying people in these 1v1s, especially when he gets his hand on Gnar. He is so adept at actually pushing the pace in these lanes.
Yeah.
But it does often mean exposing himself, and that's when he can fall prey to ganks.
I mean, this is what we knew him for back in last year's spring, just dominating lanes on Gnar, the Jason, much like. And we know that people have been trying to capitalize on the aggressiveness that he would show as well.
Absolutely. And one change-up that I actually really liked that I haven't talked about yet from TL yesterday was Pioshik was top non-stop yesterday. This game, he's playing Nocturne. It's a bit of a different story. We'll see what ends up going with that first ulti. But he was constantly up towards top lane, covering Summit, looking for ganks for Summit, trying to put Summit in a position when he was playing that Gragas, and I believe it was into a Jax, into that situation where he could non-stop be pushing, be in the opponent's face, you know, always know that if the enemy jungler shows up, it's a 2v2. And if your top laner is already winning, if they're winning heavily, well, the 2v2 should be winning as well, right? So it felt like they were trying to change things up a little bit, and I did like that they were mixing that in, because while Summit does have a clear weakness, he also has a very defined strength, right? He is by far the best 1v1 solo laner in the league right now, it feels like, right? You know, he's able to create those massive, massive advantages that other people aren't often able to replicate.
And that was always the question with this roster for Team Liquid is, if you're going to go into this season with one of the best laners in the world in your top lane, why are you not playing around him? Why are you playing so much around bottom lane? I mean, it was cool to have Yon and Core be the focus for a lot of the first round robin play from Team Liquid, but obviously it was starting to become a deficit where Summit is overextended 90% of the time, and no one is there to cover him.
Yeah, and I mean, sure, it's a bot lane meta, so, you know, that is why they're going to say that they were doing it. But if that's not getting you wins, play towards your team's strengths, you know, adjust and try to do some different things. So that is a change-up that we did see yesterday. We'll see where Pioshik wants to go here. I think it's pretty darn tough to actually dive solo, so I don't think we're even looking for that unless solo gets super chunked out, which of course we know is not happening right now. So it'll be interesting to see where he elects to actually go with this first ulti, because I do think that can dictate a lot of how your game is going to go sometimes on Nocturne.
Yeah.
You know, you get out there on the map as soon as you hit 6, if you can get that first kill, it feels so good.
Pioshik is in the jungle right now. It's going to find Boogie. I believe Maple has first roam, and Chime is also here, so Pioshik, I don't even know if he can flash out of this one. He turns out the lights, but there's nowhere for him to go to. However, Harry's trying to give him a window of exit, but it's still first blood over to Chime, and TSM punish on Pioshik being overextended.
Yeah, Pioshik's just walking such a dangerous route. You know, I think being up there, taking away the Krugs is absolutely fine. because his top laner is pushing up. When you walk down through the jungle over towards the Raptors,
that's disrespectful.
That is super disrespectful. It's like, where is Boogie going to be on the map? He's going to come up to those camps that are up on the top side, and you are walking towards mid lane, where of course Maple is going to have first move. So that is just really, really poor pathing from Pyosik that ends up getting himself killed. I talked about the importance of getting something with that first ulti. What did he get with it? First blood for the other team.
Yeah. I'm a little curious why Team Liquid wanted to pressure for this hero. They didn't have Smite, unless they were hoping that maybe they could get a miracle steal away from Boogie on the back end of it. But they rotated, I think, their support over just to cover it, as well as Harry being pressured out of lane. This is going to force him out as well.
Yeah, I mean, Core had been up there. He was a little bit late on the roam trying to answer, I think, where Chime was going. So he was kind of already in the area. And I think they're trying to see, all right, is there any sort of a chance? Like, can we push them off this? Can we poke and prod? Are they getting too low? Did someone take a greedy base and now all of a sudden we have an extra member?
Yeah.
So I don't mind them taking a peek. It's not like they called up Beyond in a situation where they couldn't really do anything. So they were only kind of utilizing the members who were already around there on the map. So it's not something I mind, but this is really risky. And if Maple had ult, you are dead right there.
Yeah.
Harry does know that he expend that ult on Pyosik to get the kill, so he will be able to kind of greed it out, stays alive, gets the wave, and shouldn't be losing too much, thankfully, for him.
And this is a good time to check in, because we haven't really talked about TSM and what they needed to do. We highlighted a little bit at the beginning of the draft phase, where it's like, hey, we know that Team Liquid have this massive scaling factor in both the ASOL and this area later the game goes on. TSM, you need to press the gas early. They didn't really do that. They capitalized on a pick from Pyosik, and now TSM, the onus is on you to continue pressing on that accelerator.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to continue to create those leads. I do think as long as, Maple and Turtle are both in a good spot, their scaling is fine. They are, sure, the carries don't scale as well, but they have a very strong front to back team fight. You're going to have this Scion that is going to create space for the Ezreal. So yeah, the Ezreal, you're not going to expect him to put out as much DPS as a Zeri, but it's a lot easier for him to do damage because he's going to have 4,000 HP solo in front of him. So I think that they're in a decent spot right now.
Yeah.
I do want to see them try to get things done, though. As soon as Maple has ult, as soon as Boogie has ult, you want to look to aggressively make plays onto Harry, especially because Harry is missing his flash now, and that should be a pretty easy look towards mid, as long as they can set it up.
Boogie's on the bottom side of the map. There's some vision in the river, but if he can get through that around, that is an easy cease and desist into full Syndra, full combo. The other big thing, Essence Reaver being completed for Wild Turtle. He's actually been up in CS, I think at least 20-25 for the past couple of minutes so far. So already a little bit of that lane dominance that TSM's coach Chawi was looking for has already come through a bit.
Yeah, and the CS is going to even out quite a bit. He will lose most, if not all, of the wave to this crash, so he did go back for his own base. He's going to get one of those minions. So it is, just about a two-wave lead, which is pretty nice. But they are going up against, obviously, a really strong duo in Core and Yon, who are playing some really powerful scaling champions. So I think they're okay with their lead. It's something to really write home about just yet. But they're going to be looking up towards topside. A nice chunk onto Solo. They have him low enough that they could theoretically consider a dive, but I still think it would be somewhat risky.
Yeah.
Yeah. With no mini wave, they can go for it. I think if they still had minions and the W on cooldown there from Scion, I think you could maybe look then. But it just feels like, again, Pyosik up towards topside. He's playing around him a lot to try to cover him, to allow him to play aggressive in the 1v1. I think he's less looking for a dive and more looking to say, well, Boogie might be coming up here now.
Yeah, and anytime you're playing Nocturne, those first casts of Paranoia are so crucial because it's a longer cooldown than the later ranks, and they can be game-changing or they can feel absolutely like nothing. And because that first one was cast because he was caught out, there was no drive and tempo for the side of Team Liquid. So it's still TSM that are in control of this game because of this.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, right? And I think in that situation, he honestly should have just kind of taken the L, except he was going to die. Because there's three members around him, I don't really see how the Nocturne ult was ever going to get him out. Yeah, sure, he spell shields the Q from Boogie, but the buy ult is going to be there to follow up.
Yeah.
There's a Karma in the area, there's Maple coming, so it seemed like a really low percentage play to actually spend it. And as you say, it is a very long cooldown. Hasn't been able to really find anything so far. And TSM are extending, I think, their lead to a pretty respectable level here. It is 1.4K, not enormous, but you add in 2 dragons, you add in the pressure that is being created down here in this bot lane. This turret is really close to falling. When they get that, you're going to be looking at a 2K lead here very, very quickly.
Yeah.
At only 13 minutes.
I would actually love to see the goal difference between Wild Turtle and Yon right now already.
Check for you. It's 5K to 4,200, so he's about 800 gold ahead.
I mean, but this is isolated 2v2, sometimes 1v1 with Wild Turtle Chime versus Yawn and Core. There has been no jungle interference whatsoever, at least directly. There's been a couple of hovers from Kyoshik and Buki, but this is just a result of Wild Turtle and Chime actually getting the first brick all on their own.
Yeah. I mean, they did have that Herald, obviously, from Boogie, so coming down there, that contributed. But largely, it was the 2v2 pressure that they did create, so are deserving of the pressure for it. You know, the credit goes to them. You know, drafting for this 2v2, pushing lane, going for the aggressive rune setup, you know, PTA plus Ignite Comet. They wanted to create that advantage, and they were able to do so. So we'll see now, can they continue to push this forward? Because TL have changed up the lane assignments. They move Yawn over towards mid. They have Asol down on that bottom side looking to farm. I want to see if Turtle and Chime can actually continue to push that pace. Can they threaten this top lane tower? Because if it does just kind of revert into a trading farm type state, TL are going to be feeling pretty good about that with Azeri.
Yeah, it's an overall 2,000 gold lead for TSM just at the 14-minute mark. Turret plates have fallen off, and TSM are looming in the shadows. Summon is just going to back off for now, not be overextended, because there's 3 people on the top side of the map, and they're just going to continue this game of knocking out turrets one by one.
And I like how TSM is doing this. You know, they're moving in support and jungle here together, clearing out vision, and they're saying, Summit, you've got to be scared of a dive, right? You've got to be scared of these situations. And they're trying to just cut out that kind of bastion of safety that he had with all these wards that were up in that top side. And you can see now, you know, most of them have been cleared out in this area, right? It's nothing really there for Summit. So he does have to play a little bit more carefully. It may force him to actually give up that tower, or at the very least accept that's going to take some damage. But I do like this. As Summit goes back to base to complete his mythic, they're going to send him bot, and they're just going to fly Harry top, because Harry was actually already coming out of base and get up towards that top lane faster. And this way, you're not going to give up any farms.
Oh, Core sitting on a ward. Actually, no, it was a fog of vision, but I guess TSM was able to catch him out while he was still by himself. That's another Rift Herald going over to TSM. I think it was going to be theirs anyway, but they just got a free kill on top of it, too.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, another kill there for TSM, and they're playing a really good early game here. TL has been a very strong team when it comes to the early minutes of the game. You know, it's been more about their team fighting, about their mid game, their late game that has been the troubles, and you can see all this poke coming down on Harry. So now he is going to have to get out of there. Book can actually drop Herald top. Should be another turret going TSM's way, and that lead is going to continue to grow. You know, TL on average at 15 plus almost 1,500 gold so far this split. So this is one of the better early game teams in the league that they're actually going up against. And TSM is running this game.
Yeah, and there has been little to no contest from Team Liquid whatsoever. There hasn't been any calls to say, okay, you know what? We can punish TSM here. We can turn around this fight. They've just been kind of rolled over for the most of the game.
Well, and I've got to say, you know, where's Kyoshik been? Right? Like, the only time you've really noticed him on your screen is when he was dying on that invade, right? He took a poor path, hasn't actually had an offensive ult the entire game, had the one defensive ult, so he has been pretty absent. It's not as though TL don't have options, and maybe they feel that they don't need to make any plays. Maybe they're not worried about the sign, and they're just saying, it doesn't actually matter. You know, we're going to have Summit just pressuring inside lanes. We can play through him with this Nocturne behind him later on. Asol and Zeri just need to farm it up, and we're going to win late. And if that's how they believe, then I think it's respectable to say, all right, it's not about me. Just let them get farm. I'll just use my ult only for coverage.
Sure.
And okay. But that's not really my read on where the game is. You know, I am concerned about the advantage that TSM has created if I was in TL's shoes. Because if TSM grab this next dragon,
they're at
Soul Point, right? And you're going to have to really start to respect what they're doing. Their AD is on a much stronger point of the game right now. Their mid laner is at a much stronger point of the game right now. Their top laner is at a much stronger point of the game. Like, you don't really have any advantages going for you.
And normally it's understandable when your team is telling you, okay, yeah, we can't fight right now. Our AD hasn't completed their first item yet. It's like, okay, we want to wait for mythic spikes to come online first. But if you keep waiting for item spikes to come online, TSM are still going to get item spikes much faster than you are. Right now, Wild Turtle's on 2.
And I think they're just going to give up the dragon, because generally it feels like what teams do is they say, all right, once you've completed your extra item and it's just like pieces over top of you, that's when you'll look to fight. But with second item coming through for Ezreal, I don't know if they're going to be confident to actually go for it. It feels like they are trying to push in here, but Core is already chunked low. There's a Herald drop mid, so this is going to become very difficult for them to approach. They've lost control of mid, so mid tower is gone. And TSM can just allow it to continue walking forward. TL will have to go over there and answer, and now you can actually just start up the dragon here pretty much for free. So it's going to be a very difficult entry to the fight, I feel, for TL.
But they still want to fight. I mean, you have to play through bot. Solo has been forced out by
Mega's
Summon.
going to expire. This is the problem. With Mega expired, I really don't know how they win this.
Yeah, now they're just going to turn right onto Summon. He has Flash, but can he even get out? They turn out the lights with Paranoia. Summon still doesn't get out alive. Harry has made his arrival. He looks for a huge Skies descend, but there's not much damage follow-up from Team Liquid on back of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great ult. That was a 5-man ult, but your top laner's already dead. Your support's running away. Yon can't go in there 1v5. Nocturne already used his ult, so there's nothing really to come through. And I just felt like it was a really ill-conceived fight in the first place from TL. I'm looking at the position, I'm looking at the map setup, I'm looking at the items. It seemed like a really hard one to win.
Yeah.
And then when Mega expires, you have no business being around there anymore because your only chance to win that kind of a fight is through those X factors. And let's be honest, who's the X factor on TL? It's only Summit. You have no surprising hard engage. You've got scaling mid laner, scaling bot laner, no engage from your support. It basically had to be a crazy Meganar or you can't win. And he is fully on vision, clearing a ward when Meganar expires. So they know full well that somebody is in a bad spot. They know that Asol is mid lane because he showed to actually clear out the Herald.
Yeah.
So he can't reach either. So let's start the fight. If TL commit to it, they're committing to a 5v4. We get the kill before Harry even arrives. And then sure, again, this is a great ultimate, but there's no tools left because your top laner is dead. Your jungler's already used his ulti, and Yon cannot 1v5 on one item.
It just seems so ill-advised, but at the same time, you wonder if in comms, Team Liquid are just debating, guys, we have to fight for this dragon. Yeah, it's desperation, right? And then they're saying, oh, we need to fight this dragon. Okay, but how? And sometimes, you know, you can't just rush the second question. You need to figure out how, even if everyone is on the same page.
Yeah, and I think that's difficulty, right? And I think that's one of the things that we have seen from TL in the games that they are struggling in, is that they don't necessarily have clear comms and clear setups on how they actually want to play the game. You know, it felt like they wanted to go towards this Nocturne, you know, pressure one of the carries. There's only 2 carries. If you can eliminate one from the game, that's great. But Pyosik really got nothing done at all so far this game, besides just kind of heavy farming. And now, when you're kind of behind the pace of the game here on the Nocturne, you have kind of 8 kills in the first 20 minutes. You stop really being a solo threat at all, right? Like the carries are a full item ahead of you at this point. You're going to start getting out levels. You're going to start being in this situation where it's like, great, you ulted on the Ezreal. He shifted away and he's still 80% HP. Who cares, right? So TL are going to have to find angles. They're going to have to find ways to really kind of flip this game on its head. It's either going to have to be through some incredible team fighting and carry performances from Yon and Harry, or it's going to have to be Summit finds that perfect flank and gets a big Meganar, right? And that alone is going to be a tough ask because, as we can see, there's no wards really kind of across the map here. You know, all the offensive vision is actually from your opponents. This is all TSM wards.
Yeah.
You know, there's one ward here for TL. There's one ward here for TL, right? But you're going to need to look for deep vision in areas like this, right, where he can actually come in and try to look for flanks, you know, on these fights around the dragon to try to stop this soul. Because especially against Ezreal, you do not want to be giving up a 23-minute Infernal Soul. That is just so hard to deal with.
But the Muramon is stacked up, and I think he's going for the Eclipse as his mythic with that serrated dirt. Maybe Prowler's Call if he's, you know, feeling really Giga Chad, but the damage spikes for TSM are at a peak right now. I mean, obviously, it's still going to get better and better the later the game goes on, but it just feels so overwhelming at this point that TSM, they are chilling. They have their front to back set up. There hasn't been any strong flank attempts set up by Team Liquid. So TSM, they're just playing their own game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think TL are going to have to hope that you can get Yon to 2 items and, you know, not have 3 items basically on the other side, right? You want to have it 2 items versus 2 items in pieces. You know you're going to be behind, but if you can get to that sort of situation, you can be okay. Harry is at that sort of spot right now. You know, comparable itemization to Maple. He's not going to finish another full item before this next dragon does come down. Turtle is actually getting kind of close to it. He's got 1,400 in pocket. Yon actually has only 700, so he'll likely have his second item, but I think Turtle will probably be on 3 by the time this dragon spawns. But it's going to be a forced fight. They're going to have to go for it.
Okay, well, this is the first offensive Paranoia we've seen onto a solo target, but unfortunately for Team Liquid, Maple is not by himself. Boogie goes golden with the stasis, and they turn it right on back. Yoshik gets exploded. You know,
just kidding.
Solo just driving through saying, you cannot cross here.
This team all back says, just a prank, bro. Let me out. Just turns it around, puts it in reverse, gets out of there.
It's one of those situations where, like, guys, I'm coming. It's like,
We're gone.
over.
Yeah, you're
We're
late.
good.
Where's the train at?
Oh, maybe the fight isn't over. Harry, all right, he's just gonna give the good old fadeaway breath of light as he gets on out of there.
Yeah, Wild Turtle under some pressure. Nice little trade from Summit. Does chunk him low. But again, it is, that kind of first real offensive ultimate, it felt like, from Pioshik this game. The other one at Dragon King can kind of count, but it was more, again, defensive, trying to save Summit.
Yeah.
This one, to me, felt like the first real true offensive one where they're looking for a pick. But Boogie just did a great job actually peeling for Maple. They didn't end up even getting the flash off him. He just pops the Ghost, kites it back. They turn it around on the Nocturne. They force him out. Great usage of that stopwatch from Boogie to buy time. And then the rest of the TSM members start piling in. You spend all your resources to try to knock down this Syndra, and you don't have much left in the tank. And now push is going to come to shove here, and unfortunately Jan did not get to his Navori. He didn't actually have time to buy it, so he is going to be on 1 item against 3 completed items per turtle.
Yeah.
So this has got to be a steal. You've got to look for a steal.
They turn off the lights, but Soul is secured for TSM. Can Team Liquid even turn around this fight? They're onto the back line, but he's already golden, and Wild Turtle's just kiting, hitting one after another, free firing like it's shooting fish in a barrel. TSM easily clean up Team Liquid, send Summon and Core packing.
Yeah, they just lose one, but they get the Infernal Soul. Pioshik was going on a one-way trip there, wasn't even trying to go for the steal, they're trying to go for the fight, which really speaks to the desperate situation the TL were in, maybe hoping to try to get an ace, get a Baron off of that. But this basically seals the deal. You're 24 minutes in, it's a 5K gold lead. They're gonna go for the Baron as well. TL have no choice but to try. I mean, this is desperate times called for desperate measures. Probably not gonna work out, but we'll see what Summon can get done.
Oh, Wild Turtle Arcane shifts forwards, and he's pumping out a lot of damage as well. He went Duskblade, so anytime he gets a kill or an assist, he's gonna go invisible. He's gonna just Arcane shift over the wall so he can be safe while they're tanking down this Baron, and it is secured safely for TSM. Summon wants to see if he can capitalize on one. All right. Unfortunately, Chime, you don't get to go home with the boys. You're gonna have to take the long way home.
I love how Solo's zoning for him. He's like, all right, he's mega, I'm out, bro. You're on your own. We're not that good of friends.
Hey, you got away out from me, right?
Yeah.
Nah, dude, sorry.
I'm getting a little bit tired. I think I'm gonna head out. We can see this on one more time. Summon trying to come from the flank angle, but again, Mega Nar's not even prepped. They're not even going for the steal. It's just gonna be an all-in play here onto Maple. Asoul is able to follow it up pretty well, but you can see Boogie already peeling there, throws down the ulti, hits him with the Q to follow it up. And yeah, you are going to take down the Syndra, but the problem here is the 3-item Ezreal with the Infernal Soul free-firing the whole damn time. Solo just creating space, creating mayhem. And again, here we have it one more time, just back onto the Baron. You can't blame TL for trying something. They know it's such a low percentage play, but the game is toast if you give up the Baron.
Yep.
Solo's trying to actually buy time for him to be able to get out with that recall because he didn't have flash. Let's see the reaction. Was there? Oh.
Bye, guys.
Oh, bye, guys. I'll see you at home.
Yeah, Jonathan knows.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's the perfect reaction. That's great. Yeah.
You already accept your fate. It's like, I guess one of us has to die here.
Yeah. Solo zoned as long as he could. Can't be blamed. Top laners take no responsibility for their support's deaths.
Yeah. I know we haven't really talked about it from their perspective, but this has honestly been such a nice game from TSM. I mean, a lot of the advantages you can argue that maybe Team Liquid gave them, but at least from the bottom side of the map, Wild Turtle and Chime really earned their way, setting up that turret for success and getting that snowball in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I think they played a really great game. They've been very resilient. They are going to try to look to go on a solo here, and they interrupt the ulti.
Okay, well, they scoop him back, and they know that Solo doesn't have... it doesn't even matter. He's too tanky, man.
All right, now you wave Solo.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, man, that is the state of the game right there in a nutshell. Ult in, you get him to half health, you realize, oh, we don't have anything left, do we? Oh, okay, time to leave. They're just so far behind, and I think TSM has played a really strong game. Bot lane 2v2, they more than did their job. Solo is a rock on the top side. Yeah, you're gonna fall behind in farm to Summit. Big deal. He's doing his job in these team fights. Maple didn't create any monster advantage in the mid lane, but they didn't have to because they capitalized on the mistakes that TL made. He was there to absorb Pioshik's mistake in the jungle to help capitalize on that. Then he actually avoided that one ult that was used on him offensively, stays alive, they turn that around. I think Boogie has been great in the team fights.
Yep.
Every single team fight, he's peeling the right targets, he's reacting very quickly, he's disrupting the engages. Nocturne's ulting under your backline. Instead of ulting the Nocturne, which is what I think a lot of people would do, he ults the Aurelion Soul, so no follow-up damage can come through because the Nocturne isn't the damage. He actually can't kill anyone on one item and a Kindle gem at this point in the game. So he's just playing these fights out really, really intelligently, and it's been a pretty bulletproof game from TSM.
And it's quick adaptation too from Boogie, because normally a lot of times you pick Vi, you see Zeri, you're like, okay, where's the Zeri? Where's the Zeri? I want to lock down her to prevent her from doing damage. But Yon has been behind Wild Turtle on the curve for most of the game, so he knows that, I mean, it's not going to be that much damage anyway, so you try to shut down the dragon from being able to get any damage off or look for those ultimates.
And Yon can't get there, right? If Maple is that far back, the only person who can actually have backline access there is A, the Gnar, or B, the A-Soul. Gnar wasn't in Mega, so we don't care about him. So you literally only care about Harry at that point. And I just think it's really quick thinking from Boogie. In every single fight, I feel like he's been choosing those appropriate targets. Solo up here on that top side. His job is just to slow him down because the cavalry is coming and Summit is far up in lane.
I don't think there's any point in burning a flash. He's just going to take the death valiantly. Wild Turtle picks up his 5th kill of the game.
And you know what that means?
Yeah.
That means they just go straight to Elder because, sure, he's going to be respawning right about as it comes up, but he's got no TP. So it's actually a really costly death. So it likely means they can't actually even contest, and now Yon is...
Oh, Wild Growth, and flashing the True Shot Barrage. That could have been deadly for him. Boogie still on the chase, looking for at least one straggler. Yon is not going to get locked down, but it forces Core to flash away as well, and then turning him down. Look at the damage coming out from TSM. Yon, he's just doing all that he can, but Harry's already getting the hell out of there. He knows that it's Dune from this side of the state. Yon is going to skate on over, delays some time, but the Elder's still coming up in 17 seconds, and Team Liquid are not at all prepared to contest this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be him dying eventually here. Does end up going down. There's no shot they can contest this now. Boogie's just giving him the hands, man. This Vi has been everywhere. 9 out of 10 KP. Yes, you're going to look at this game, and I think you're going to remember Turtle kind of popping off on the Ezreal, having all the items, but I feel like Boogie has really played this game out incredibly well.
Sure.
Has been so much more impactful than his counterpart on the other side. And this is going to be Elder plus Soul. They can use that to get Baron, which is spawning in 30, and then that's triple mega buffs basically here for TSM.
Yep.
And the game is theirs to close out.
Well, might just try and write this one off in the books for TSM. Elder Dragon is on their side. Soul has been claimed. I do want to take a step back because we've given our due credit over to Boogie. But for anyone that has been watching Wild Turtle in the Challengers League broadcast, everyone knows that Wild Turtle has not been playing well. I mean, this has been probably one of his cleanest games of the year so far. He's just been damn consistent in these team fights. He played laning phase pretty darn well, especially above what we were used to seeing over in the Challengers League leading up to this point. So I know a lot of fans who are probably seeing Wild Turtle debut on the first time, it's like, oh yeah, it's like back to normal, like nothing has changed. Like, no, this is a stark improvement from what we saw early in the year. So it's great for Wild Turtle to play and show up when it matters most.
Yeah, it's nice to see him, comfortable. Obviously has so much experience in the LCS, and he's at the top of leaderboards and LCS in so many stats because he's been playing around since almost the very beginning here. And TSM now will do their due diligence, grab up the Baron. They have the Soul, they have the Elder, they're grabbing the Baron, and then it's just well and truly time to push, right? Time to get something done here. You don't want to allow TL to kind of have any sort of chance to get back into this game. So push up, look to really close this one out, because even one Q from Ezreal at this point on a 4-item Ezreal that's going to proc the Infernal Soul, that's going to proc the Elder Dragon burn, is going to be like half of your health, it feels like, as a carry. Like, this is going to be pretty darn impressive.
It is a front-loaded Mystic Shot ready to hit someone smack dab in the face. Even the Muramana and the Duskblade is going to add just that little extra bit of potential overkill for some of these squishier targets on Team Liquid, but they're already pressing up their advantage into the base. Inhibitor turret number 1 is about to fall, and TSM are just making short work of these structures.
Yeah, I think TL is making the call, just don't fight until Elder expires. That means you're giving up at least 2 of these inhibs. We'll see if it's going to be even more, though, as now they're starting to try to get some damage out on Solo, but just not really going to matter. He's just going to shrug it off and turn around.
Oh, someone is going to go Mega, but will he get a chance to do anything? No, the Elder Dragon smites him down. TSM now dealing with a 5-on-4 in the base of Team Liquid. They still have an empowered cannon minion to work with. But it looks like they're going to take their leave. They won't press their advantage or just waiting for this next minion wave, just waiting for someone else from Team Liquid to overstep.
Yeah, Turtle just ulting that wave in top lane, trying to get that going so the waves crash here at the same time. Top and mid are pushing in. Solo's just going to take out the turrets.
Yoshik is going to turn out the lights. Are they going to pick a target? They go into Boogie, but I don't think that's going to get anything done. Huge skies descend from Harry, but where's the damage follow-up? Yon needs to be able to pump out damage as fast as possible. He go, oh my goodness, where did he go? Wild Turtle pops him. And now TSM, they don't have to deal with the Zeri. They don't have to deal with the Gnar, so surely this game should be theirs to close out, but Team Liquid are going to make them fight for it. Chime is going to go golden as he holds Pyoshik in line, flashing away. TSM have only dropped one in Boogie, but it's 2-on-4. Summon has respawned, but it's already too late. TSM will clean up this game.
TSM stomping Team Liquid here today. What a statement game from them against one of their big competitors here for the 6th and final playoff spot. You know, they are trying to get at least to that 9-win benchmark here to try to get into the playoffs themselves. Turtle having a really good game here on the Ezreal, but it's just honestly pretty bulletproof overall for TSM. It never really felt like TL got anything going in this one. They got a couple kills, but I mean, one is as the Nexus is dying. You know, one is in a 1-for-5 ace over by a dragon. Right? This was a very, very one-sided game where it just didn't feel like TL ever got off the floor. They never really got off the ground running, and TSM, very controlled, very methodical, good setups at the Dragons, punished every single TL mistake, and ran this one.
And for fans of this new TSM squad, that's exactly what you want to see, right? Charlie has stated it multiple times, whether it's in Legends or interviews as well, that, guys, I don't care if you end up being a top 3, top 4 team, but just be consistent. Play the style that you know that you're good at and you feel confident in, and you do that, get those reps in, and then TSM, if they make playoffs, I mean, they could be considered a dark horse that a lot of teams are sleeping on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not always about the form that you show all year long. It's about the form that you are in when you actually get to playoff time. So there are those opportunities to really surprise people. Both these teams, you know, still well and truly in that playoff hunt, but this does mean TL is now 5-8. It is not mathematical, but I always do target that 9-9 to try to get in 6th place.
Yeah.
So that's putting TL in a spot where they have to go 4-1 now in their last 5 games to realistically have a good shot at playoffs.
And there's
going to be other chances, you know, theoretically they could get in at 8 or something like that, but that's the worst record anyone's ever got in. And it's only happened once, maybe twice in LCS history that someone got in with 8 wins for playoffs in a 6-team playoff bracket. So TL are really up against it now. They basically can't be losing to pretty much anyone. And TSM on the other side has bought themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, just one more step closer to potentially the top 6 end of the standings as well. But for Team Liquid, it's, I mean, we already talked about a little bit of their strength of schedule remaining for the rest of the split. FlyQuest is one of those.
Yep.
I mean, that's already one where a lot of people are feeling that's one that Team Liquid cannot count on. I don't remember what the rest of the matches are that they have for their schedule, but
yeah, next week they have FlyQuest and then they have Cloud9. So that is a tough weekend. When you know, in my kind of like projected playoff standings, you probably have to only lose one more game for the rest of the split. So you got to go 4-1, very likely. For them to get to 9-9, that's likely what they would need to get into the playoffs. So that means they need to at least beat one of those teams in the scenario that I'm kind of talking about.
Damn. Well, we're going to be headed over, I think, either to the stage
like,
or I don't know how to break the bad news on that one. It's tough news to hear. But before we go, a reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper. So make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. But with that, we're going to be joining Raz and Wild Turtle for our Verizon post-game interview. Take it away.
What's up, everybody, and a big welcome back to Wild Turtle.
Thank you. It's been a while. Hello.
Honestly, I mean, when you debuted in the LCS, it was in the white and black, and then you're back. Like, just talk to me about just being back on TSM and how that's been feeling for you.
It feels pretty nostalgic. Like, this is definitely an org I used to enjoy playing for, and you know, we're running it back, and hopefully it ends in a good year.
Hell yeah. Also, just more so, I guess, about the process, because you're working in the NACL, and then you come in being brought up during a playoff race with TSM. So tell me about just like the process coming back into the LCS team, working with Chime, and just like the team as a whole throughout this week.
I mean, the NACL process has been amazing for me. I love playing with Svenskeren and Hanser, and then we have like 2 new rookies on the team too, who I also enjoy playing with. So it's been a great pleasure playing with those guys. And then moving up to LCS, I feel like I was ready because of these guys, like my NACL partners, you know.
Yeah, and I guess a little bit more about you, because I saw a message that you sent, I think it was with Nick Jersey, but just in general, like a lot of the positive sentiment, you coming back into the scene. Just like, give me a message for the fans out there that we're damn excited to see you back on stage again.
I mean, it feels really great to me that, you know, a lot of fans still want to see me perform and, you know, be the Wild Turtle they all remember. So thank you guys for supporting me the entire time, and it's been great.
There we go. There we have it. Thanks, guys. Especially that the Wild Turtle sign we saw over there.
It was great. It is great. I'm sorry.
There it is. No problem. Hope to see you more with success like this. Thanks a lot, Wild Turtle. Appreciate you. And now we have IMT versus Golden Guardians next, guys, right after the break. Thank you.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Hello and welcome to another MasterCard Player of the Week interview.
I'm joined by Golden Guardians River. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
This was actually really close between you and Gory. So just generally, you guys seem to have really good mid-jungle synergy. What has communication been like between you and Gory since he came to the team?
Gory is really good mid laner, so he always win 1v1. So I just help him, then we win 2v2.
He, when I asked him about how he was, or when he was asked about getting all the solo kills, he just said it was luck. How many times does Gory kind of call for you to come to his lane, or is that you deciding when to go?
Usually I decide fight, but always in mid, Gory is good trade, so I can play easy. Yeah.
Okay. How does he compare to other mid laners you've played with, like Maple, for example?
Yeah. Maple is really good too, but Gory and Maple is different style. So yeah, Maple, when I play with Maple, Maple help me, but now I help Gory. Yeah.
Nice. I've heard you, Gory, and Huhi are kind of responsible for Golden Guardians' early game. One thing that I think is really great about you as a jungler is you always seem to know where to go.
Yeah.
Like wherever on the map. So again, is the team calling for that, or are you just leading the team early?
I think our mid and bot always good trade and yeah, just team gap. Yeah.
So right now, do you think that's just junglers' jobs? Like, okay, whose lane is winning?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be there.
Yeah.
Speaking of, how strong do you think the role of jungle is right now?
Jungle is really weak this patch. So bot game is meta. Yeah.
What has to happen for junglers to become strong again?
Buff other strong champion, jungle champions. Please, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember when you were on PSG, you would play like Nidalee, Udyr, Hecarim.
Yeah.
I remember the Talon at Worlds.
Yeah.
You've been getting a lot of praise, not just from us on the analyst desk, but from around the community. How would you rate your performance thus far, and what are your goals for this split?
We did really good job. So maybe MVP this split. Yeah.
All right, you guys heard it here first. MVP River. People have already been talking about it. Thank you so much for joining me. And that'll do it for another MasterCard Player of the Week interview.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Thank you, River. We're going to be seeing him go up against Immortals in a second. And quickly, we interviewed Balulu after the game, but Tactical had like a pop-off game. It was really nice to see.
Yeah, he had some big plays. Of course, you know, there were it was a back-and-forth game. There are obviously things that everyone made mistakes on, but he had, I think, the game-winning plays both with his pullback on his feathers that got them their first Baron, as well as ending the game. He was very aggressive, jumping forward and actually getting the kill onto Tomo, who was kind of unkillable on the Caitlyn.
1,039 damage.
It was a good game.
That's kind of bonkers.
He pops off every once in a while. He's going to be going up against Stixay, who, even though their win streak is over, was a Player of the Week a week and a half ago? 2 weeks ago?
1 week ago.
Yeah.
Last week, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, he's been popping off all year. You can see a huge resurgence for the guy.
It's been insane to see. I know you guys have mentioned it multiple times about like the fact that he started his career on a huge like high.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the dip happened, went into coaching, all of that. That story has been really intriguing just because it really goes to show how someone just doesn't lose it. Like, he was able to get it back in the right environment, in a change in mindset. And he was able to, in a few interviews, reflect on the process to getting there, losing that confidence when he was on the back half of CLG, and then regaining it.
And he seemed to work really, really well with Huhi. I talked about how frequently Huhi roams compared to other supports. I think he holds himself well in lane, so they've been doing well in the 2v2. He's been doing well when Huhi has left him down there.
Yeah.
And then additionally, they've just been setting up so well for him in team fights, and he's been delivering there too.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this team has come together because it felt initially to me in the offseason like a little hodgepodgey where you're like, okay, you get Huhi back, sure, but like, okay, Gory and River, that makes some sense, but they actually work very well together, that three-man core, and then Stixxay has been so reliable and actually quite good in the early lane phase as well to kind of unlock those roams from Huhi, because if you're just getting stomped and like pushed in the entire time, then Huhi can't be going mid to help out with the other people in the map. So it's like this kind of push and pull where he's talked about how he's like, sometimes I don't know what they're saying, that three-man core, they're just making plays happen, but as long as he's able to work with Huhi and then let Huhi do what he wants, it works.
And one thing I like so much about him right now is the passion. You alluded to it a little bit, Raz, as starting hot. I think if he would have stayed in the LCS the entire time, he wouldn't have reached this level. I really do feel like when he went to coach and had to be convinced back into playing, it gave him enough time off to almost change careers, to reignite the fire and appreciate being a pro player. I even remember earlier interviews with Emily when he first came back, just how grateful he was to be back on stage. And I think he's allowed himself to love League again, and it's helped a lot with his play.
Yeah, it was really, really interesting hearing that from him in the interview, and also just knowing how far he's gone, right? This is an MSI finalist.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of nuts, and I was glad that he was able to look back on that part in his career after other people convincing him to come back, and now he's performing great.
All right, Golden Guardians versus IMT. Rafa and Azael, take it away.
Boom. Boom. I don't know why. I feel this sudden need to just start
Can you do the
firing
upside down one?
Give me a second. This is gonna take a while. You might have to slow cast for a while.
That's fine. My time has come.
Oh God.
Golden Guardians versus Immortals. We'll see if Stixxay.
Wow, the blood's rushing to my head down here.
Okay, don't die.
All right, we'll have to do it another
I respect your commitment to the bit, but he's back.
I'm back. I'm not dead.
Yeah, Stixxay has been having a really, really good season. And it's been so fun to see, right? Because there's always so much discussion, I think, particularly in League, in some esports as well, other esports as well. But particularly in League, there's always, I think, this mindset of once you hit a certain age, you're no longer good. And you can no longer improve. And you can no longer kind of, reach these high levels. And I think that's something that's really, really a common misconception. To me, the only thing that is true about it is often that players who have been grinding at it for a really long time can lose motivation.
Sure.
But if you can stay disciplined and you can stay at that same level of work ethic, players can have long, successful careers. We've seen it across many esports. We've seen people, reach the peaks of their career, in their 30s and stuff. And having sports careers, having these legends who are in their 40s even, playing at the highest level of physical sports. So there's absolutely no reason that we can't have that in esports as well. But I do think, esports still has some growing to do. And that is one of the things that I think there needs to be some kind of reevaluating and maturing done in our scene about that. Because Stixxay is a perfect example of this, right? Like, this is a guy who came in 2016. Everyone's like, this guy is the new hotness, right? He's going to be the next Doublelift. He's going to be better than Doublelift, right? And he hits these really, really high highs. He wins the championship, goes to MSI finals. And then, he's fine for a while in LCS. He starts kind of falling off a bit. He's down to Academy. He becomes a coach. All right, career's over. But he's back into Academy, works his way back up. He's in the LCS. And I think he's playing as well as he ever has in the LCS now. And this is 8 years into his career, right? From 2016 to now. This is a long time to kind of hit those same high highs again. It just shows that players still can improve, and the environment in which you're in matters so much to kind of really have that levels of success.
Yeah, and not just environment, but also sometimes just chance of like what variables come into play. I mean, I don't remember if I was discussing with you or with Kobe about it, but had Golden Guardians' first choice for their Academy bot lane in spring 2022, Violet, didn't have visa issues and was there from the get-go, we would have never seen Stixxay asked to go off the positional coaching role and step into play. And then I think from there, that is where Stixxay was like, oh, wait, I'm still pretty good at this game. Golden Guardians also realized it too. And they're like, you know what? You're getting promoted to the LCS in summer. And then this is where now we see him at the trek of that kind of U-shaped curve that Mark Z was also talking about as well. It's like, okay, we started off here, then there's a big valley, but now he's back at least one of the best bot laners we've seen in the spring split so far.
Yeah, and I mean, he's performing incredibly well amongst some of the best competition that there has been in bot lane in a really long time in this league.
Yep.
We have some really heavy hitters here. Obviously, Friends coming over, Berserker, Doublelift is back. We've got a lot of really strong contestants for him there, including Huhi's former bot lane member, FBI. So Stixxay has been performing really, really well. Has been a lot of fun to see. Mortals on the other side, did get a win under their belts. They're able to actually take down Dig, so broke their very big kind of losing streak that they were actually on. They'd picked up a couple wins pretty early on and then had been on quite a slide. So we'll see if they can perform a little bit better here today. They definitely want to get back towards those winning ways. See if the addition of Bolulu can, bring consistent success here. Zoe is going to be banned out. That is kind of his signature champion. We saw him play it yesterday. It was really, really impactful.
They
in a game that
it this time.
I feel like they really had no business winning, from the game state that they got themselves into.
Yeah.
But Bolulu was a really big part of that. And, another pick that you had mentioned to me that he's really known for in NACL is actually his Vel'Koz.
Yes,
So
sir.
I would love to see him actually, continue to go away from the meta towards his own personal strength, because people are going to be less comfortable playing against those picks anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you saw in the Garen game earlier today, it's not something that Sunday was known for, but as Vulcan said, it's like, well, we started taking notice of the Garen because Usader was playing it a lot from Wildcard. It's like, okay, well, you know what? Garen is really good into this specific champion. And we know historically that Vel'Koz has usually been strong into control mages like Azir, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if Gory's going to be busting out Azir anytime soon. He's mostly been favoring things like the Yone and the Sylas as of recent, but if that is something that's on the table and Golden Guardians kind of have a lapse of knowledge of like, oh yeah, by the way, Bolulu's other really good pick is Vel'Koz himself, and they don't have that preparation, maybe we'll see it, but I would not be surprised if Bolulu just goes back to something standard like a Sylas.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. He has had, I think, a bit of a different champion pool than what we had been kind of seeing from Blaze Olive. You mentioned the Sylas. The Zoe is his second most played after that. So it is a little bit of a step away. Of course, he still does have the Azir in there. He still has some of those other champions. So just fun to see a player actually come in and bring confidence and bring their style. And I also like that Immortals, it felt like kind of rallied around him a little bit.
Yeah.
They were playing heavily through him. We saw that Kemby was over towards mid lane quite a lot, actually playing with Bolulu, trying to look for those early kills even through mid lane, trying to find opportunities to really enable him and to have him feeling confident on the stage, because that's such a big part of having success. When you're put into this new situation, you're thrown onto a new team, you haven't had a lot of time to scrim with them, you've got to keep that confidence.
Yeah, and it was one of the things that Bolulu mentioned, I think it was his interview yesterday, where he talked about he loves playing with carry junglers, which is why he works so well with Chad, who is the Immortals Challengers jungler, who's also very much a carry player, very well known for his Rengar.
Tell me how Kemby got famous. What kind of champions does he play?
Carry junglers.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, it's a good fit right here. And, one of the things that we thought in the past that maybe would work is if Kenby had a mid laner that was willing to give up resources so that he could enable Kenby in aggressive invades. Obviously, the first round robin of the spring split, not many carry junglers that you can really get onto other than the Kindred or the Elise, right?
Yep.
But Kenby has mostly been stuck on Sejuani, Vi duty, Maokai duty for the most part. But if it enables the team, then he's willing to make those aggressive moves for the sake of his mid laner here.
And I mean, surprise, surprise, 2 out of their 3 wins. 1 game on Kindred, won that. 1 game on Graves, won that, right? Their only other win was yesterday. It was on a Vi, right?
Yep.
But it wasn't a game that was as much about him. So I do think that's, again, another example of Immortals when they are playing towards their individual preferences and strengths, their individual comfort, they look a lot better. Because let's be honest, they've just been worse than the competition at playing the meta, right? So if that is not working for you, you need to find a way to stop imitating the teams above you in the standings and start innovating and playing in your own unique style.
It's what TSM did. I mean, Solo wasn't playing, Cassante and Fiora every single game. He was playing tanks before.
Sion.
Yeah, before everyone else thought it was cool. So it's something that we always encourage, especially of teams that are lower in the standings as well. It's like, don't feel the need to play what everyone else is playing. Just play your own style and try to improve on that.
And I mean, I think it is really important to play the meta, but, if you have your own flavor, if you're a master of specific champions that are less popular, you can still not always pick them every game, but you can find windows and you can find areas where they can be really successful. Or you can, at the very least, maybe draw some bans or make your opponents kind of nervous about them. So I still think there's always that value in being able to have these picks. Licorice going right back to the Renekton. They've been playing Renekton Sejuani a lot. It's the most played for River and Licorice. Licorice largely, I don't think has been that lane dominant on the Renekton, though, I will say. He's been more doing things like the Jack Show Renekton and these kind of more tanky styles where he just uses it to get prio in lane, and then it's more playing for the team fights.
Yeah. All right. If you're hoping for a Vel'Koz, I don't think we're going to see it because you do have to blind it, and Gory has could just
YOLO.
easily counter it. Now, one of the times I did remember seeing him play Vel'Koz, he picked it willingly into an Akali, and we're like, why did you do that? It's good for lane. Was it good for the team fight? No, it was trash, but you know. But he's gonna go with the Ahri. This has been something that has been popping up a lot more ever since those buffs.
Yeah, he does have one game played on it. You know, this split in NACL did win on it. Not a lot of games. He's actually one game in his career. So, you know, not even just the one game this split, which he does have. That is the only game he's actually played Ahri in his career. So yeah, as you say, it is getting a lot more popular. Gory, though, going to be going for an aggressive pick here. He's solo AP on the LeBlanc, so Revenge, I think, is going to have a pretty easy time with his itemization. Potentially Kemby could actually get some armor in there as well.
Yeah.
So that's something that they're going to have to potentially worry about a little bit. But we'll have to see how he's going to be able to handle this pressure, because when you have something like LeBlanc, the setup for those junglers can be really, really powerful, right? If you can actually get the chains down, it can be so dangerous with Sejuani coming in.
Yeah.
Especially post 6, you know, really easy to force things like that defensive Ariel. And if you have that Ariel being forced out defensively, you lose really all your pressure in the lane. You lose that kill threat. Whereas LeBlanc is going to have a much easier time staying safe. You just need the distortion up to be able to dodge these ganks to really be able to stay safe in those situations.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if River also wanted to just attack mid lane early, right? Because you don't have access to Spirit Rush early on, you can be susceptible to distortion into chain, and then if you don't respect and immediately flash away from Sejuani before she gets in range, I mean, you're dead. CC chain is gonna kill you.
Well, and especially we see that Ahri is actually playing TP, and it's Flash Ignite on the other side, right? So you do want to actually pressure this guy. You want to be able to, you know, put that threat, put that fear on him. And even if it just gives you that lane pressure, because Gory needs to be, if you're playing Ignite, you need to have push. You need to be the ones actually shoving that in, you know, being able to have decent resets. As we're seeing Revenge zoom off stage, maybe quick bathroom break there or something.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
Maybe forgot something. He's like, stove's on. Be right back, guys.
Guys, I left my camera on. The vlog is still running.
I had a really good tweet. Could I pause? Please.
Wait, guys, let me just tweet this banger real quick. I can't do it from the stage piece. Well, now Immortals are gonna be in Zen mode. I do want to take some time to actually talk about Balulu and Fleshy being on a previous team together in Nasser Esports. So it was one of the cooler things of seeing Balulu getting a chance to move up. Obviously, you know, heart goes out to Ablaze Olive as he's taking this time to just, you know, step away for now, and we'll see what happens in the future. But it's a great opportunity for Balulu to show his stuff, and for Balulu and Fleshy, I mean, they have a long time history, and Fleshy was talking about
that was fast.
We actually had him oh, I can't talk about that. Well, I talked to Fleshy. You don't need to know when or where.
That's the worst. You're the worst kind of person. Where you do that, you're like, oh, bro, did you hear? It's so crazy. Oh, wait. Never mind.
Can't talk about
I shouldn't say that.
Well,
so there was a spill on stage.
Oh.
So that was the issue. Maybe he was running to get some napkins or something. I don't know. Yes, he was running to get some napkins. I was joking. But that's responsible right there, though. He cleaned up his own mess. He's not like, hey, refs, come clean this up.
Shout out to Revenge.
My kind of top laner.
Hell yeah. But yeah, Fleshy and Balulu played on Nasser Esports together all of last year. And something that Fleshy was remarking about how he loved playing with Balulu, this is before the roster change came in, is like, yeah, I mean, Balulu will just, especially on Zoe, find angles that no one else in the world can. Obviously, he's not playing Zoe here, but Balulu is always the type of player that will just push his limits and see like, hey, even if we're down 5,000, 6,000 gold, I'm still going to try. And this is where you can like, I mean, we know that Golden Guardians is the expected favorite in this matchup, but in the way that Immortals came back in a match that should have been Dignitas's to close out, it was really Balulu finding miracle plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that was a really big part of it. And sometimes just having a new player come into the roster can kind of give you this little mental reset, can make you feel a little bit better, can make you feel like, hey, we've got some chances in this game to be able to come back. So yes, they are the expected favorites over on the side of Golden Guardians, but there are definitely going to be chances for Immortals to try to get something done here, to try to really threaten their opponents. And playing aggressively, I think, is such a big part of that. You can't walk into a match like this and play scared, right?
Yep.
You've got to still play your own game, try to dictate the pace, try to, you know, kind of assert dominance on the Golden Guardians here if you want to be able to take an upset win.
And for Immortals, sometimes also that roster change can always bring in that energy that inspires the rest of the teammates to also be more vocal. I mean, sometimes if you have someone like Balulu coming in and then he brings just a little bit more vocal energy, which we've already seen reflected in game one. Everyone else is more encouraged to be more vocal. You know, sometimes if you've been in a slump and you've just had, you know, loss after loss after loss, you know, everyone goes and it's like, okay, guys, we're gonna try, and then as soon as one thing goes wrong, everyone just full mute, right? No, I mean, I know you've definitely played in those games where it's like, all right, guys, you want to FF soon or?
Not me, never. Never ever.
Never?
No, of course, always.
Okay.
I am an early FFer. I'm a strong believer. If a game is so damaging to your mental, it's better to get out and get into the next one.
You know what? Fair
People
enough.
are like, we can win this. I'm like, yes, we could win this, but in 95% chance, I have no fun in the rest of this game. Get me out. Get me into the next game.
You know what?
Fresh start.
That does remind me of the game we played a couple days ago where I was kind of fed on Italy, but you were just getting blasted mid lane, getting ganked by Zach over and over again. You're like,
Yeah, see, not the 1one v1, not the 1v1. It wasn't my fault.
Yeah, no.
Clearly.
I know it wasn't your fault. That's why I felt bad.
Jungle diff.
Like, hey guys, maybe we can win. You're like, Nidalee not gonna carry this one, bro. There's no shot. All right, well,
They preserve the mental, and then we got in there, and maybe we won or we lost. But for the sake of this story, we won.
We did win the next game.
Oh, there you go. I don't even remember, but I'm gonna believe you.
All right, well, we're in our last game of the day here of week number 6. Wow, we're more than halfway through the split. We're closing in on the second round Ramen as well, and then playoffs are gonna come. Now we're gonna go Raleigh. Oh, this is
30 seconds until the minions.
It's so crazy that time has flown by this quickly. I felt like yesterday was week 1.
Yeah, that's what happens, man. You get into the LCS schedule. I feel like I started last week. I've been here for 8 years. Doesn't take long. It's weird. Uh-oh.
Death sentence from Huhi connects, and that forces an early heal from Fleshy.
Well,
no deaths, but yeah, you're down a summoner spell in the 2v2.
And you're down a potion, realistically, right? Because he's going to be missing 200 health. So, you know, if he wants to be starting lane at full health, he's going to have to actually pot pretty much right away. Because Huhi didn't commit his Ignite, right? So it wasn't even a trade. So if you actually get hooked, you know, if he hits level 2 and you get hooked and you're at full health, then you're just going to die. So there's the potion. He's already going to have to leave that running. So you're basically down a summoner and you're down half of your sustain from that.
Damn.
Is he playing cookies? Let's see. I'm going to check his runes right now. He's not playing cookies. He is playing Magical Footwear and Cosmic Insight. So he's playing more of that kind of scaling runes, which I think is great. He's even playing Gathering Storm. So he's playing for late.
Wow.
No Scorch, no cookies. LS will be pleased.
Immortal saying, all right, guys, no matter what happens.
Late game is ours.
Yes, we have late game. 20 minutes, if we're down 10,000 gold, believe we will.
I do love to do that. Anytime I'm playing Gathering Storm and someone on my team dies, I just ping Gathering Storm. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Late Game Kingdom.
Maybe I should have pinged Gathering Storm on my Nidalee.
Oh, did you have Gathering Storm?
No.
That might have convinced me.
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, see? I knew it. You're a dirty early game. I was playing like Electrocute, Scorch Secondary, you know? You're up 5 CS. We got this, guys. Get out of here with that.
Sometimes you just have to move on. Well, so far nothing too much interesting has been of late. It's just the standard early game, as I say that.
Standard early game, get invaded on, lose your heal, lose your potions.
Well,
what kind of standard early game are you playing here, Rafa?
We ignore that.
Okay.
That doesn't fit my narrative here as well.
Okay, true. It doesn't. I agree. Yeah. You are right about that. Might not have been right about the standard thing, but that you got nailed.
We'll come back to it.
Yeah, we'll wrap around. Once people have forgotten about the invade, see, you could have gotten away with it. You just had to wait. If nothing had happened at 5 minutes, you could have been like standard early game.
Yeah. Oh, okay, definitely on standard.
All right, who's scripting? So definitely not standard now.
Whoa.
3 for 3 on the hooks. That's point and click.
Yeah.
He's gotten a heal, and then he got a cleanse. Got both potions.
They are setting up this bot lane for success for Stixxay. I mean, we've talked a lot about and given a lot of credit to Stixxay having a comeback split and probably the best one he's had, you know, in a few years.
In a lot of years.
Yeah, but Huhi also, oh my goodness. Huhi has just been as damn good, and also sharing the credit for setting up 6A
Yeah.
for success as well.
I mean, I think Hui has been really good. I think people will kind of laugh at some of the, like, the memeable moments, you know, the flash finding in the minions, things like that.
Sure.
But, you know, you shouldn't be kind of, oh God, as Kemby's in a lot of trouble. That chain is going to connect. He's dead.
And Kemby is dead to rights. That's first blood for Gory.
Yeah, he tried to flash it, but it's the extendo chain, man. Go Gadget. LeBlanc is just cheap with that. The range just goes so far on that chain. You get locked down, you're toast. Didn't respect this at 20. He kind of just straight up walked into him, wanted to mess around with him on that scuttle, and that is really dangerous here.
And a little curious, too, because
he sees it.
Yeah, I mean, Balulu's also pushed in, so he has no rights to be checking that river in the first place.
Yeah, he is no prio up on that side. But the strangest thing to me was he didn't immediately try to retreat when he saw River. It felt like he wanted to go for, like, oh, maybe we'll just kind of see if I can push him off or something, or didn't really realize how much trouble he was potentially in there. But, you know, gives over a freebie, and it's first blood onto the LeBlanc, who is playing, you know, this Ignite LeBlanc, who wants to be playing ahead of the pace of the game, and now, thanks to him, is definitely going to be.
Oh, okay. Definite does not lit, but Tactical just holding himself composed.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he actually didn't have to burn flash there. Just good dodge.
Yeah, really good dodge. He dashes to the side. You know, who he didn't wait on the predict. He tried to go for the play, the instant hook, and he kind of just did it in line with this play, which is fine. But Tactical had the read there, dashes to the side, and it ends up being, you know, that flash for nothing, really. So, well done. Immortals getting something back on that bot side. And they're going to need to, because, you know, you look towards mid lane even, the buy is so much better for Gory. He's going to be having the CS even up quite a bit because he actually dropped quite a few minions, you know, on his base. He's not playing DP as opponent is, but he has a Lost Chapter buy here, which is going to be feeling really, really nice. Has the red buff as well. So you have red buff, you have Ignite still available, you have Lost Chapter, you're going to be putting on some pressure.
That's the big thing for Golden Guardians this game. I mean, not to say that they don't really have scaling to combat Immortals into later the game. There's always a point where LeBlanc can just one-shot someone past the level 16 mark, but it does really feel like Golden Guardians want to push the pace of this game. They don't want to let the game idly sit by and let, you know, we already talked about the Gathering Storms that are in the pockets of some of these Immortals members. They want to take the game by the reins, and when a LeBlanc is already off to a start like this, you get that first item power spike, you start looking for roams and picks, and man, Golden Guardians, we're going to see that explosion in the mid game.
Yeah, it's going to be looking potentially really good for them. You know, mid lane going really well, bot lane's going well, top lane, you know, slightly in their favor here. So Chris just kind of doing his job, just hard shoving through bot. River hanging around here on bot lane, trying to see. I don't think he was spotted as he actually stepped in that brush. Now is going to reveal a little bit, but it's Gory just making a roam down here towards the bottom side, trying to see if he can actually find Kemby on a camp. And they're just going to be starting up this dragon because they have the 2v2 pressure through bot. They have mid push. So they have all of the kind of check boxes checked here to be able to safely do this. Even vision around on multiple sides. Hui checks out that tri-brush. They have tanks on the other side. So they're not really going to be surprised here. And it's going to be a very fast early dragon soloed up by your side running. It's great.
And it's a minute before Rift Herald spawns. Kemby is going to try to make an attempt on top side. Licorice being pushed in by the all-out, flashing away from Kemby because he doesn't have that cease and desist. There's no further lockdown to get this crocodile.
Yeah, not going to be able to actually lock him down. I wonder if he could have greeted out the flash, but the more I think about it, the more I like that he actually flashed to preserve his health. Because flashing early there means he avoids all the damage from Kemby, which means he can actually collect the farm at his turret. Because if he had TP in that situation, I think you could read out the flash, but because he didn't, they're not going to. Nice engage.
Looking for Fleshy. Oh, the patience from Fleshy, flashing away once he saw the Glacial Prison emerging from River's body. Well played.
Yeah, well played there. I wonder if he could have held it a little bit longer, though. You know, you hit that play slow, you're playing Glacial Augment. Gory, look at this solo!
Oh, ho, ho. Gory doesn't have flash, though, so Balulu is able to get out just fine.
Yeah, a lot of near misses. Oh, God.
Gotta be careful, Balulu. I mean, Gory still does a little bit of damage. Huki looking for the Hex Flash.
Yeah, nicely sidestep by Fleshy, but it's going to be 2 plates going their way. All of the farm is being lost here. Zeri's not going to get there for any of that farm. Repeat up towards Licorice is nice, but Kemby not feeling he could actually pull the trigger there as Revenge didn't have the angle to actually get over. So sure, Fleshy gets a little bit of this farm, but you lose that full wave and the wave is going to push away from you. You are now down 22 CS in bot lane, plus 2 plates go the other way. Like, just look at the buys.
Yeah.
It's not even close to even.
Yeah.
And Zeri does generally go for tier 2 boost rush. 6A's foregoing that though, which means he's going to have shield bow so far ahead of when Tactical gets his, and he's going to be running that lane.
Kenvy's stage just to make this gank work. His level 6 cease and desist. Licorice has no flash, but he still is able to get out alive. All that time spent, and they don't get anything.
Yeah, he was waiting around there for a really long time, and now River is like, well, you just spent your resources. I'm just going to actually start up this Herald. I wonder if he could have just gone in with the Q and then tried to hold the ult till after the Slice and Dice is used to actually lock him down. Because what ended up happening, it looked like, is he uses the ulti, which put him on the other side of the Renekton and gave him the free Slice and Dice, right? So I think, you know, pulled the trigger a little bit early there. Revenge also not quite in position to be able to follow up. So it feels like one of those things, and I think every jungler has had this at times, where you're over-invested into a play, and you get into that mindset of the sunk cost fallacy, where it's like, well, I've been here for a minute. I gotta get something.
It's gotta work out. And now don't tell me Revenge is in a world of trouble as well. The all-out from him gets him closer to the turret.
Ooh.
And the last-minute shield keeps him alive. But I want to talk about the repercussions of what Kenvy's choices versus River choices are so far, because the bot lane that River prioritized, they got a first dragon, they got some plates for themselves. Kenvy tried to spend time on the top side. They couldn't really translate that into Rift Herald either, and they're still down plates.
Yeah, and he was behind 3-4 camps, right? So I do think
oh, man.
Oh, come on. He's having a good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think it's been going really, really well for Golden Guardians, right? I'm honestly shocked that it's a 1-0 game. It feels like there will be way more kills. There's been so many near misses and a lot of pressure coming out from both sides, right? We've had the bot lane getting pressured so heavily by Hui in 6A. We had Gory almost get a solo kill in mid lane. We had Licorice almost die, then Revenge almost die, right? Like, it has been a really action-packed 1-0 game. But it is a 2.2k gold lead here for Golden Guardians. We're kind of winning across the board now. You start to actually look at the gold leads here. You look at the CS, you know, winning top. Jungle has more farmers, got more objectives. Winning mid, winning bot, right? Like,
it's all winning.
But as Cloud9 will always tell you, the CSD for supports is heavily in the favor here of Immortals.
Oh,
so it's all
man.
fine. Oh. That's the capper on the point.
It's an old meme, sir, but it checks out. Well, Golden Guardians are in a great place to really hit this mid-game stride. First item spikes not collected just yet, but as we saw from the gold graphs, Shield Bow finally comes in for 6A.
You're a liar.
Once again, I've been lying a lot, unintentionally on the broadcast. Unintentionally.
Pathological. It's worrying.
Oh, no.
You've been here for a couple of weeks. You're getting just so comfortable, you know?
Well, I don't know if Revenge is going to be comfortable in a couple of seconds here. River and Huhi are here for the 3-man dive, and an all-out I don't even think is going to get used, because Revenge just gets bursted down without any chance for a counterplay.
Yeah, my boy was all out of options. He got 100 to 0 CC. Never got a chance to play his character. Nicely done. As the follow-up is there, you know, they have so much CC layering, and they did it really, really well between Sejuani and Thresh, as well as the Renekton Sun, everything working in their favor. And now Bolulu really feeling the pressure here from Gory, who does get a nice trade, but the fact that there was a cannon wave that's actually trading back made that a lot more even. This is going to be a full first turret. Feels like it's a while since I've saw a Herald just crack first turret like that, because they do so much less damage in the early stages now that usually you're just getting like a plate, sometimes 2 plates if one has already been chipped away at. So not really able to get much in most cases, but in this one, it's now 4K at 12 minutes. And this game is already starting to feel a little bit doomed.
And it's just been one swift move, corrective decision from Golden Guardians, recognizing, okay, bot lane has been accelerated. They've gotten, what, 3-4 plates by themselves?
No.
Oh, I don't know if you want this one. River's there over the wall. They get the wall throw to give him a little bit of back. Gory is taken down, and Baloo at least gets a kill on the trade. But man, that felt deep.
Yeah, that was real deep. I mean, that was nicely played by Gory. Very quick reaction time. He goes forward. I think he had the sweeper up. He saw that they were in there, and then immediately distorts back, then alt distortions back to his turret, then flashes under his turret. So he closed so much distance there with the Vi coming in. River's able to get over there, help him immediately. Great reactions from him. I mean, had Ari not gotten the kill, this is like one of those moments where you don't want to play anymore, right? So at least they get something, but yeah, pops the sweeper. He's going to go in. He sees him, distort back, then double distort back towards the turret, then flash towards the turret. River's like, right in the area to help. Flashes over the wall very quickly. The Vial is just putting him in such an awkward spot. Like, Lulu also is available for Fleshy to keep him alive for a little bit.
Yeah.
Again, at least Bolulu got something from it, but it's that desperation. You can start to feel they know they need to make plays. They need to find some avenue of attack because they're literally losing everywhere. Every lane is losing, jungle's losing. There's nothing going in their favor, and you have to have somewhere to attack, somewhere to play through. And their only real way to do it is the Vi, because that's their only real playmaker right now. So, it's pressure on Kemby, which I think is why he's feeling like, I gotta get somewhere, I gotta make something happen.
Yep. And the other thing, too, is at least Immortals drafted this Ahri with the Vi, because oftentimes we might criticize, like, oh, it's a lone Vi pick, but there's no diving threats behind it. But unfortunately, on that time, the way that Gory spaced out the distortions, that's a one-way trip for the Vi. Ahri can't follow up in that instance. And so these picks from Immortals, yes, you're going to have to just fish for some desperation plays and pray that it works. Unfortunately, that is going to be a time where, like, no one can really follow you up.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes so many charges of your ulti to even get in range that you're not getting any of that damage, and then by the time it's delivered, it's very, very late. But to me, that's much more of an outplay from Gory than a play. That was just really well done from him. Very quick reactions, quick thinking, pulls him all the way back. And then River as well. River instantly flashes over the wall to be there, right? So this was that quick thinking and quick reactions from Golden Guardians that we have come to expect from River and Gory. They have been such a strong mid-jungle duo. They are easily one of the best in the league. And, from name power, it's not something that I think people were like super excited about coming into the split.
Sure.
But obviously we were wrong, and we should be excited about these guys. And I think a lot of people are starting to stand up and take notice. Golden Guardians is no joke. Their 7-game win streak had been broken, but they are looking like they're in a great spot to win this one. As nice attempt from Hui, can't quite find it.
Yeah. And it's not like their win streak was broken by, a team that they didn't expect to have trouble against. It was from Likewise, right? So, this is... For Golden Guardians, we expect them now to be a strong contender for playoffs at this point, just based off of the play that we have seen. We've already given multiple credit to one of the strongest jungle mid duos in the league. 6-8 Huhi also having resurgence. Even Licorice had one of his better weeks last week as well.
I mean, I would go a lot further than saying, playoff contention. I think they're title contention. I think this is a team that has to be given that respect. I think who cares about week 1 when they literally didn't have Gory? Who cares about week 2 when Gory had 0 scrims with the team before he played? To me, you can basically wipe those away. This is a 7-1 team, right? And that's how I think you have to look at their actual power level going into playoffs. I do think that they should absolutely make playoffs, and they think they should be a big threat as both players trying to sidestep here.
I mean, nice cleanse from Baloo, just point blank, being able to dodge out on it, but for Golden Guardians, the pressure is still being felt. Even if they're not able to clean up that kill onto Baloo, it is still just Immortals being pressed on backwards, and they're the ones with their backs against the wall.
I mean, the stale that you can always tell for me, is you just look at where the vision lines are, right? Everything for the Immortal side is defensive. They got some wards here, they got a couple wards here, they got one here, right? There's literally nothing, not a single ward across halfway point, right? And that just is showing you how far back they have to be. They're not comfortable even walking to the river in most cases. Their only river wards are the ones they can do over the wall from their side, right? They're so uncomfortable to actually move out on the map. They know how bad their position is in this game. And it is a dragon stacking game here as well for Golden Guardians. It starts to feel like, well, they're gonna end already? It's 17 minutes, right? Like, this is very early on. It's a 5K lead. At 18 minutes, they can have their third dragon. You're looking at 23-24 for a soul, which is really, really fast.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of time for Immortals to really kind of sit back and hope to get things done. And I just love how Golden Guardians is moving around the map as a squad, right? They invade into the jungle, they get down some forward vision, then they push down through bot, they take the tier 1, now they drop Herald here. They know with their wards, they're passing those wards that are in the jungle. That ward actually spotted the rotation down, so they know exactly what's coming, and Hui's just moving in there looking for a pick, but here comes the TP flank. This could be a play that tries to pull him into the game.
Revenge, who does he decide to all out there? All-inning onto Gory. They get him charmed up, and Revenge is on top of it as well, but the fire back from River, Glacial Prison opens up space. Dixie gets taken out because of it, and Gory still has HP to play with. Distortions forward, but it's Licorice that's pressing on forward with the engage. Immortals still 1-to-1 trade. They find River, and Immortals, they're starting to press on back. It's all on the tactical to put in the damage, and Baloo the follow-up as well. Charm connects. Gory goes double distortion, but it's not enough damage from Golden Guardians. The Immortals actually fight back.
And that is massive from Immortals, finding a window to try to get something done. Gory trying to go back in again for a kill. Narrowly able to escape. the focus fire was just really good from Immortals in that fight. They get the early TP flank coming through. They knew they had to pull the trigger on a play. Unfortunately, they're still 5 games down, but it does work out for them. You know, they push Gory out of the fight so early that then it's kind of Stixxay as this lone damage because Renekton is very late to join. You know, Renekton is not actually TPing. You look at the map, Renekton now is TPing, but it's all the way down to here. Gory gets pushed out really, really early. He can't actually rejoin, and then all of a sudden, Stixxay is the front line because Licorice wasn't there yet. And, you know, Gory had been pushed back incredibly fast. Stixxay's just kind of dogpiled on. They take him out. Tactical it's chunked low, but they don't have enough damage to actually finish him off because their carries were really out of the fight. And then we all know what these Zeri moments can look like.
Yeah.
But Bolulu getting the resets on the Ahri is incredibly important. Gets another ulti reset, gets in there with the charm. Gory tries to find the angle to get in and get that damage down, but couldn't actually finish them off, unfortunately for them. It is back to live, though. It's going to be another dragon going the way of Golden Guardians, but at least, you know, it's signs of life for Immortals. It's not them just rolling over.
Yep.
And it's some kills in your carries here, right? You know, the Ahri got a couple kills. The Zeri got a couple kills. So you can kind of hope, hey, maybe we can find another angle. Maybe we can find another moment here in 5 minutes at this Soul. Hit your 2 items. Hope you don't have 3. And you just see what you can get done.
Yeah, if you kind of tuned out for the past couple of minutes and you come back thinking, oh yeah, Golden Guardians is still ahead, nothing changed. I think, no, there's actually a big fight from Immortals that it was a good look.
Yeah.
Now, maybe they need to do it a couple more times before they're back in the driver's seat and control again. But it just, like you said, if Immortals are able to have the confidence to say, all right, guys, we're just pulling the trigger right here, right now. It's now or never. Just go for it.
I mean, it is a huge ask, but I will say, if you can have a really dominant fight, take away the next dragon, that'd be at Baron time. Maybe get a Baron. You know, like there's a way into this game. This is not a completely doomed game. But you know, if you lose Soul, I think it's probably lights out. So I do think that they are going to have to try to look and really play heavily for this next dragon. Try to find a way to get the early setup because that play was able to happen since they actually were on their side of the map and they had flanking wards.
Yep.
They again have no vision out in the river, no vision out past the halfway point of the map. So they wouldn't even be able to find a flank like that in the situation they're in right now. Of course, they have time to actually get that down. They got about 4 minutes, so we'll see what they can make happen. Also would have loved to see, you know, some better communication from Licorice and his team. To actually just get a ward dropped in the fight so he could TP and join in the fight, because he had to run so far to actually come in. There was a ward over by the fight, but I'm not sure if it was after or before his TP came through. Either way, that should have been cleaned up. Whoever's fault it was doesn't really matter. Because if Licorice joins that fight instantaneously and he's there with Stixxay, maybe they can actually take that fight.
Yeah, Stixxay doesn't go down super early on. He's not a lone archer fighting on the battlefield all by himself. Immortals.
Sounded like you were going in some like little RP there, you know? One man, one archer stands alone
against the world. I mean, he was doing, you know, the B-roll shots earlier where he was just firing arrows.
True, that was a lone archer.
He was just playing character. Just unfortunately for him, the rest of the team
was... should have known he was going to pick it.
Oh, true. Well, for Golden Guardians, it seems like business is back to usual. Huki making the engage, pulls them into the box. You see Blue on the right side. Gory's marking him, making sure that he cannot get into the fight and start sniping out Stixxay either.
Yeah, Gory just going over the wall there, forcing out the Everfrost, just harassing Bolulu. As you say, just kind of zoning him out. And he's going for a very aggressive build here. It is Gory going for the Death Cap second. And Stixxay's playing on-hit Varus here. He has the Rage Blade. You can two-man this if they're given time. And they're showing members mid, they're showing members top. So I don't think Immortals has any idea. They're all collapsing for Licorice.
And Hitter's like, all right, guys, get this crocodile. And Lurker's like, all right, I'm buying time as much as I can. They all out takes him over to the left side. And Golden Guardians actually want to come back and support this fight. They trade Licorice for Kenvi. Bolulu with the flash almost finds Gory, but quick flash from Gory as well gets him out alive.
They're not bad. It is a trade 1-for-1. Jungler's dead. Do they actually go back? I don't think so. Hui's going to get engaged on, but Gory's behind him.
It goes his sword right over, but he goes right onto Stixxay. Wait a minute, Immortals. This is a great angle to play from, because River and Gory is separated from Stixxay. Stixxay gets taken out of the fight, and now Tactical is revving up the damage, looking for more. Gory's forced the distortion away. There's no more Baron play for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, that is actually really big. All of a sudden, Bolulu 303, Tactical 303. They are sitting in a much stronger position now. Let's see how much gold he has on his base. He's got about 1,100. What is he going to buy up here, you know, for this next fight? I'm going to be interested to see if it's just like Caulfield and he wants to go towards Navori. It is so just Caulfield. Not the craziest buy, but, you know, again, proactive plays from Immortals. They're in a difficult spot. This is better than what we've seen from them, I think, in a lot of weeks. It feels like they are playing with a little bit more confidence. They get that pick, and then Gory here, I was setting up a beautiful flank, but Baloo says, get that out of here. Like, he's pushing him right out, because I thought, when I saw Gory behind them, that they were going to get collapsed on from both sides, and they were going to get eliminated.
Yeah.
Baloo creating that space on the side here was so big, because now they're zoned out, and all of a sudden, you have a 3v2, 4v2 situation that you've created over on the other side.
Yeah.
Him creating that kind of area that you couldn't walk through, because who he was walking around, excuse me, maybe it was actually Gory and River that were walking around, but those two basically got zoned out by Bolulu and segmented from their team. So all of a sudden, instead of a 4v4, it's a 4v2 and a 4v2.
Right.
They pile on a 6A, he has no protection, he goes down. So it's great team fighting from Bolulu there and great team fighting from Immortals.
Yeah, Bolulu, while the damage not matching Revenge and Tactical, his work was done in the zone control. And that was one of the few times where I'm very much okay on Zeri aggressively going over the wall like that, because not only you isolated the threats that cannot handle themselves, but you get yourself away from the scary LeBlanc and the Sejuani.
Because he wasn't inting Roger. You're okay with it.
I've seen it a lot in Challengers League, man. I'm just saying.
All right, Soul, fight, fight, fight.
Here we go. This is Soul Point on the line for Golden Guardians. Permafrost onto Revenge, but he gets out just fine. Gory is on the right side looking for a flank, but they have a vision ward, so it zones him out completely. But Lulu, wait! Hits the charm into Gory, and now Tactical's just free-firing into the right side, and no one is affecting Tactical. Tactical's just ripping them apart! He's lighting them up! Tactical in the middle of 4 members, but he's not going down! How does he not die quite yet? He finally gets taken out, but Balulu can look for the cleanup, the resets. But Golden Guardians persevere and endure what seemed like a winning fight for Immortals.
Yeah, that fight was looking doomed. Gory got a 1v2 outplay. He got a kill in the 1v2 on the side there. He was fighting both Kemby and Bolulu, takes one down with him, and forced him to spend so much time and so many resources that is really what turned the fight, because the start of the fight looks so good, as you're saying. But watch Gory up at the top end of your screen, right around here. They go in for him. Bolulu finds this great charm as he walks over. He spots him, he goes in, you know, is able to find it. It's a little bit later as it comes up. But that is so much about what this is about. You know, the delay there from Revenge, buying time, and then right around here, as they actually engage, Baloo hadn't spent his charm. Ulti charm over in on him. Fleshy is over there as well. Kemby's going in. So all this time is actually being spent there on the Gory. He gets the kill, and then he's actually faking with the clones there, distorting back, you know, wasting so much time. So while on the other side, we saw Tactical kind of going crazy, Bolulu wasn't there, right? So they had the extra member. They're basically in a 4v3 on that side, while Gory was in a 1v2 on the other side. So yes, Tactical did such a good job in that fight, but it was kind of just him alone on a solo mission. His jungler died on the other side. His mid laner really couldn't contribute. So even with that great fight, they were really down on resources.
Gory saving that, making sure that Bolulu doesn't get to be a part of the fight. Oh, wait, a flash from Revenge. Kemby's into the pit, 1,500, 1,200. Who secures it? Licorice, out of all people. But they've already taken out 6, and Gory cannot participate in this fight. The Baron is secured for Golden Guardians, but they're now down a member.
Yeah, they get that Baron, and they got the soul after the replay. So they are sitting in a really, really good spot. Some of their champions, you know, not the best with the Cloud Soul, but movement speed always very valuable. And particularly on champions like Renekton, I think Cloud Soul is so strong. You pop that ulti, you can get right in the backline. Gory's got to be a bit respectful here. Playing with fire somewhat, as Tactical is getting pretty strong at this point. Yeah, has got to be closing in on the Navori. I wonder if we're going to see Bolulu actually just go for the book. He's got 10 stacks on his Dark Seal, so...
It wouldn't be the first time.
I mean, I actually respect it in this kind of situation. You're so far down. You need the X Factor. You need that gold efficiency. So here it is one more time. Gory and Huhi on the side. They're trying to actually get the finish on this. Revenge flashing into the pit. Kemby flashing over there, trying to get in range. You know, it does go for the Q, goes for the ulti, just gets into the pit. It's at 1,500. They have the laser coming through. Laser hits the 1,300. There's a smite, 136, went to 19. I'm not sure if that was actually an auto or just an ulti tick from Licorice, but he gets it, and we're gonna watch Revenge die, unfortunately, in the bot lane. Congrats though to Huhi, 3,100 assists.
Let's go, Huhi.
Across 2 different roles, across a variety of different teams. It's wonderful to see these veterans performing at a high level.
I mean, it's been a resurgence split for him, resurgence for Stixxay as well, especially answering back at all the criticisms he had on 100 Thieves. And we've talked about it a lot, but I'm more than happy to talk about it again. I mean, Stixxay and Hu have been awesome this split, just bouncing back as Golden Guardians now crashing and taking out the bottom inhibitor, making their way through the mid lane. There's still a second tier turret to take care of, but with the Baron empowered minion wave, they're gonna make short work of it soon.
And I just like this position. They're kind of claiming this area, figuring out the vision there. Gory can play over the wall. Anytime LeBlanc and Thresh are playing from Fog, it is so difficult to actually navigate that area.
Glacial
and they find the ult.
Tactical forced to use the cleanse to get out alive, and now he's facing himself beautifully on the back line, but can they chunk through the front line of Golden Guardians? They do it enough. They lose out on the inhibitor turret, but they protect the inhibitor at the very least.
Yeah, they are going to be able to at least defend that. Mortals are actually fighting pretty well. The problem is they just have had no map control. Pretty much it feels like the whole game. Things started to go bad for them early, and then they just started bleeding towers, you know. They've gave as good as they've got in all the fights.
Yeah.
But they've kind of lost the game outside of the fights because they've lost control of the map, they've lost control of vision, they've lost control of their jungle. And we've been seeing River be so effective, you know, with taking these objectives consistently, you know, getting the advantages anytime Kemby tried to make a play and couldn't make it happen. They're losing something elsewhere, right? They're losing those early dragons, and that stacking has paid dividends at this point.
Yeah, it was the efficiency of what River did in contrast to what Kemby got on the other side of the map. We saw that play where Kemby was really waiting on making something happen on top side. They didn't get anything out of it outside of a flash from Licorice. Whereas bot side River snowballs bot lane, reverts any damage that was done on top side, gets that turret completely taken out. And from there, just the map was choked out for Immortals to really play with. I mean, credit that they've been able to play out some of these fights, but this has always been a losing position that they've been in so far.
But the positive takeaway is definitely that they have stayed proactive. They have still looked for winning plays. You know, they're not playing not to lose. They are playing to win here.
Yep.
It is just from a very, very large deficit. And Golden Guardians having all the tools they need really now to try to close this one out. They're going to try to sync up these waves here. There's the supers coming through bot. We can see the wave actually being pushed through mid as well by Gory. And they're going to have 4 members here coming through top, with River kind of playing bodyguard a little bit so he can bounce between those waves if need be. But this is where things get really, really difficult. They're going to go for Gory.
Do they want it? Okay, flash, and then the charm from Balulu. Almost 100-0. Gory gets out alive. Does he? No! Gory still making it out. No harm, no foul whatsoever. And he's still got a TP, so, or not a TP, but he'll be able to respawn, recall, and he'll be able to join the fight.
That's one of those situations where itemization makes a difference. You know, Bolulu, when you're playing from this far behind, I don't think there's anything wrong with Banshees as an item in this game. You know, being able to eat a Varus ult or some damage from or a hook or, you know, Sejuani ult, there's good uses for it. But when you're behind, I feel like you have to go for maximum damage because of these types of situations. Your only chance to come back is usually picks. And in this case, had he had a more aggressive buy than the Banshees, probably is that little bit of extra damage to actually get him a kill.
And you wonder, maybe he feels the need to protect his lead, his 504 stacks on the Dark Sail, but it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Glacial Prison from Golden Guardians, they start the engage. Once again, Gory playing on the left side, chunking out Kemby to about half HP. Cease and desist is coming up for Immortals. They might look to turn around this fight, but Elder has also respawned.
Yeah, Immortals gotta just flip it. You gotta, Kemby might just be dead.
Okay, they lock up Gory, but he still has the stasis to play with, but he doesn't get time to pop it. Gory is taken out of the fight. Immortals now have a 5-on-4.
Yeah, but we see that Revenge is in the base, and they know Kemby has the base as well, because he had like 10 HP. So they will have a 5v4 eventually if they can actually set it up. Do Golden Guardians have confidence to start this? They don't. Golden Guardians kind of hesitate a little bit. I thought maybe they could actually just start on it instantly. They did not. Now Revenge is TPing out there, and Kemby is going to be back from base. So if you get this Elder, you do have some chances. The Elder could lead to the Baron. The Baron could potentially lead to stabilizing this game a little bit here. You can see Rivers on the side. If he could steal this, this would be the backbreaker. He got spotted though.
9,000 HP. They try to turn onto him. Balulu trying to zone him out, but he's forced to retreat to the left side of the flank. Licorice is taking up on the front side, gets pulled back by Huhi on the dark passage. Stixxay waiting for his time to shine and just pelt arrow after arrow into the backs of Immortals. River taking the Glacial Prison over the wall, chunking out Kemby. Immortals members, their health bars are going low. Oh, they're gonna just TP to try to end. If they keep Immortals here, Licorice can look to just end the game off of minion waves. Immortals, someone has to recall.
They don't don't see Revenge, though. Can River actually stop Revenge? They don't know where he is.
Revenge is channeling the recall right now. Elder Dragon, I don't know who secured the buff. It was Immortals, and now Licorice is all by himself trying to take out this turret, but I don't think he can get any more. He only got one Nexus turret. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, it is still Kenby keeping alive. Tactical gets isolated and taken out by Golden Guardians, but the fact that Immortals have the Elder Dragon gives them a little bit of a window, but as I say that, Kenby is routed off, and just like that, it's down to Bululu and Revenge. Golden Guardians, they have all 5 members, and even without the damn Elder Dragon, they're going to look to push the end of game.
Yeah, you may not have the Elder, but it's a 5v2. Revenge and Bolulu. I think there's almost no shot here. We'll see what they can get done.
All right, Bolulu Revenge, this would be a miracle if you could pull it off. Huge knockup from Revenge, but the damage from Bolulu, it's not enough. Fleshy is respawned as well. They find one, but River and Stixxay are just turned on to the Nexus. Stixxay is hitting one after another. Can they lock him down? No! Golden Guardians will close out this game.
That Golden Guardians getting the win, but I'm not going to lie, that game got a little bit dicey. With the lead that they had, they can be happy to walk away with the victory. But I don't think they're going to be happy with the way that they closed it out from the massive lead that they created. Golden Guardians were running over this game, very, very dominant. You got to give credit, though, to Immortals, whose team fighting down the stretch was really solid. Bolulu, as well as Tactical, getting a lot done in a lot of these team fights. And had things gone a little bit differently around that Elder, potentially things go in their favor. When you get that Elder, if you can stabilize the game, get the Baron, who knows?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it is Golden Guardians, another win under their belts here on their march towards the top of the table. That is their 8th win. 9 is usually the target for playoffs. They're very, very close to that mark already, and I think they can well surpass it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Golden Guardians still showed, at least in the first 15-20 minutes, what was such a clean and dominant, well-processed, proficient game. It was just off the back of one positioning mistake, one macro decision from Kenby, and it's like from there, River completely took control. But the fact that, as you said, Immortals showed stronger team fighting, and this week alone, rather than, all the weeks that they've had it, maybe that's a sign of life for Immortals to play through. Obviously, their chances for playoffs contention is not looking great, but there's still a summer split to play.
Playoffs.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen either. But, talking with this team, I've always been adamant, hey, what are your goals and strengths for the year, not just the spring split? And I know, talking to the GM, Tonington, is we would love to eat our cake and, or have our cake and eat it too. But, I think
at this point, you'll be happy with one or the other.
Yeah. I mean, and I think for this team, as long as you guys are, continuously growing and getting into the summer form that's going to be there, because, at this point, I don't think it's going to be possible. But this is a sign that you can start looking off of. If Bolulu and Tactical are having this strong of team fighting stage, now we just need to work on how do we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of positives for them to take it away. But we're going to hand it over to the LCS Lounge to close out the day.
You don't get it.
Welcome back. That sure was.
Hey, Immortals has the superpower to make any game interesting.
Stop stealing my jokes. That was.
Oh no, Raz, they're fighting again.
This is a classic thing.
You see what we have to deal with?
Anytime there's humor, it's usually he just jacks it from me.
Yep, I don't have original thought.
Okay, like you jack his analysis, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, there we go. Now we know. Now we know.
There's a Jat tweet, apparently. What is this?
Jat tweet?
It's probably
the Steve Blue tweet. Yep.
There we go.
I have never gotten this many tweets about my outfit.
Every single person made the exact same joke, too.
Ovly made the tweet. This was
LS,
during this or that.
Do we have an LS one, too? Also, she got Dora the Explorer. Yeah, he did one, too.
We just got a letter. We just got a letter.
I will blame Ovly for not knowing the difference between Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer. The map thing is Dora the Explorer.
That is actually quite bad, yeah.
Okay, but at least she found
egregious.
Wow, how many are
there?
There's
a lot.
Were you just getting spammed with you and Steve from Blue's Clues?
Pretty much.
Steve is back.
This was apparently a really popular show.
Yes, that was my childhood. Yeah, it was great.
Forget that's not worth it. Huh? I was about to go down a tangent, and I was like, this is just not worth it.
We're about to learn about Mark's childhood, but instead, let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. Oh, okay, it's not ready yet.
I will say,
They
hey,
swapped.
if
they
you want to
swapped
talk about
the
your
slide.
childhood again,
Yeah.
Mark.
Mark, what were you going to say?
A second.
So it wasn't about my childhood. It was about Blue's Clues and like how transformational it was for early morning programming for children's cartoons, because they would replay the same thing all week long, and like what people found was that kids actually liked knowing what was coming next. And so they could do the riddles and the puzzles after they watched it the first time on Monday. On Tuesday, you could go along with it.
Yeah.
And that's like how a lot of children's cartoon programming went after Blue's Clues. It was actually really revolutionary.
Who?
This was according to Brandon Sanderson when he was talking about it on podcast. I didn't fact check it. I'm just regurgitating other things I've heard.
Wow, way to steal a point, Mark.
Who would do that?
But yeah, who are you talking
Do
about?
we have the Fast Five yet?
Mark. Who are you talking about, Mark?
What do you mean?
Who?
About what?
Who asked?
Brandon
All right,
Sanderson.
now as we look for
Dude, you fished for that joke for like 30 seconds.
Off the rails.
I'm gonna commit, goddammit.
All right. I want to shout out Boogie because I thought we were talking about how he had a rough game yesterday, came back on the bye.
Yeah.
Had a great game today in TSM's win, so shout out to him.
I want to shout out Double It. People talk about 100 Thieves not having a good early game, but look at that. Fastest kill. 100 Thieves, good early game.
Pretty fast.
So fast.
222, baby. Core JJ as well. Who says he can't play Enchanters?
There it is.
642.
You got him.
Actually, now I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of surprised it isn't Luger. Because I remember tracking in my head, I was like, oh, that's like an old school CLG First Blood from last year.
Well, it was technically like that 2v2 from today, I'm guessing, where they flashed in.
Yeah,
And they got
so
the kill,
he
but then
got
they
the kill
immediately got
first,
double
yeah.
killed after.
Ah, there we go.
You're
That
right.
makes sense.
Tragic.
I will put a shout out there to Tomo. Just in general, because Tomo came out, had a pretty damn good week.
Yeah, that's true.
It was just nice to see in general. So welcome back, Tomo.
Yeah. And a reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can now earn bonus points for each week for correctly predicting the fastest performers. So congratulations to those of you who were able to claim that reward this week. So playoff picture,
Yes.
it is looming over our
a little weird.
shoulders.
Literally.
Yeah. It's starting to solidify this week. I think the big thing that everyone is super concerned about is this kind of cluster here, right? Because we have TSM, 100 Thieves, and TL. Obviously, everyone's already leaning into the narrative of 100 Thieves having to battle TSM and TL directly in the standings, and then CLG just above them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, one of the big things is just the fact that Golden Guardians, CLG, and TSM have been so good.
They're all in the playoffs, and Team Liquid, 100 Thieves, and Dig, who a lot of people were projecting as the actual top six, are all out of it.
Yeah, if this froze today, I don't think I would have ever been more wrong about projected LCS playoff teams. Like we almost all usually get like 5 out of 6 at the start of the split. And if I get 3, that's a really abnormal split.
Yeah, every single one of us had 100 T and TL in our top 5, right?
Yeah.
Like preseason?
Yeah, and there was a mix between, some people had CLG 6th and Dig. I think it was Dig and CLG that were.
Those were the 6-7 that people were debating.
Yeah.
I had Team Liquid pretty far down in my power rankings. I think it was 5th or something like
Still in
that.
the playoffs.
But it was still playoffs. I still had them in range of playoffs. And so, like, this was, you already said it. I was going to come out and say that this was my most copium split, where I'm like, oh, next week, 100 Thieves and Team Liquid are going to get it together. Because it's always that faith that the players that have done it before can get back in doing it again. And it just has not worked out. And I have to now rewire my brain to believe that, no, they are actually having a terrifying split. And they need to, they're in a desperate situation these next 2 weeks.
I am fresh out of copium.
Yeah.
It's kicked. It's cached. I've emptied the copium pipe.
Yeah.
There's nothing in there for Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, because I've been strung along long enough to be like, oh, they'll get it together. You know, Team Liquid is just, they got good early games. And like, I started to believe after the Golden Guardians one, but then the game today was depressing with all the exact same problems. Doesn't look like they actually played well. It just looked like for one game against Golden Guardians, the problems did emerge. And 100 Thieves, they beat Team Liquid. That's the only team they've beaten in their last 8 games. And they are just disastrous. They try to go all scaling one game, get absolutely blown out. Then today they're like, screw it, all early game, get blown out equally as hard. And it's a disaster to watch them.
All right, who we going in on first, TL or 100 Thieves?
I'm done. I threw both out. I don't like either of these. Yucky.
You want to do one team first? Oh, you go first.
I'll take TL.
Okay.
Azale said in his postcast he was looking at Team Liquid's upcoming opponents because if you hit 10 losses, you usually miss playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
There's only been one time that a team made it with 10 losses. And they play FlyQuest C9 next week.
Oof.
Back to back.
Oh.
Here we go.
That hurts.
They're not going to playoffs.
That hurts.
Unless they do something really, really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
and they've only beaten, I don't think you said this yet, we're talking about it between games. They've only beaten 3 teams in the LCS.
Yeah.
The whole split. They have 1 game against Dig they've won, 2 games against Immortals, and then the 2-0 over Golden Guardians. They're 0 for everybody else. It's rough out there.
Yeah.
I'm actually weirdly most curious about TSM. I want to see if, and obviously I know we were talking about 100 Thieves TL, but TSM are in that same like cluster. Yeah. And I feel like we see them have really good games like today where they look super coordinated, where once they get, Boogie has a really strong early game. Once they get a lead, they're able to close it out. Or which was actually cool to see because previously they would be losing the early game and then come back through mid to late game fights. But Turtle looked really good on the team today too. So I wonder if that's a roster change that they stick with going into the back half of the split during their playoff push.
You have to believe that it is. I think it's risky enough already with 3 weeks going to playoffs that you make a change. But the fact that they did so, and it's working out at least this week, it looked good. There's no way in my mind that they make a change unless if there's anything crazy that happens, right? Next week, maybe they get blown out. It's like, okay, we need to make a stabilizing change. But this, for me, feels like a big one for them. For a team that has stayed the same throughout the entire split up until this point, I think it's probably a lasting one.
Yeah, I think them, Golden Guardians, and CLG are surprisingly stable. They might lose one game or make mistakes in the games, but more or less they have their kind of strategies and they stick with them.
Yeah.
Golden Guardians came back down to earth a little bit this week, I think, losing to Team Liquid and having a bit of a banger versus Immortals, where Gory was having a bit of a happy game. But I don't think they're going to suddenly drop 5 games and drop out of playoffs, which is what would have to happen, finish 8 and 10. And for CLG, even if they go 500 the rest of the way, a little under, they're probably safe. Same with TSM. So
yeah, I think what TSM has done this split has been a positive thing where it's hey, we are in a Zubu Blaze, the one-trick warhorse, the one style that we play that is successful for us.
Yeah.
Solos on tanks, bot lanes on a hyper carry. Mid lane can be roaming, but Maple has this set champions that have been really good for him, and he's just been, I think even if he's out of that pool of champions, he does well anyways. But just generally speaking, they're a front-to-back team. And they've done really well in terms of front-to-back from the beginning of the split till now. So yes, if they do get to playoffs, there's going to be a challenge in playing that style in 5 games. But I think right now they don't even need to think about that. They've been succeeding with what's been given to them.
One team I'm really curious about is FlyQuest. They did lock playoffs today due to, I believe, the 100 Thieves loss. So congratulations to them. But they've looked a little bit shaky this week, not just in the loss, but also in their win. Yeah,
you can't win the LCS in 4 weeks of games. And I think we all kind of I think a lot of people kind of make the mistake of seeing how dominant they are in 4 weeks. We ask them a ton of questions about, how do you stay motivated? What's it going to be like internationally? And there's a lot of league left to be played. Even the preseason bet we have of whether or not C9 ends above FlyQuest.
True.
That's in play.
True.
That's still in play.
I mean, even on the dive, and they were like, "Oh, is this the greatest class of imports we've had after 5 weeks?" And Vikla got absolutely smashed today. Prince, mechanically was good, but he was gale forcing into situations and then dying immediately, not saving cooldowns defensively, just being over aggressive, trying to follow up on his team. I think you've seen that these players have incredible ceilings, but it's not like they're without their weaknesses. And just because that wasn't exposed immediately in the first 4 weeks, people are like, they must not have any. And it's no, they do, guys. They're not immaculate, and I think the people jump the gun because they want to be excited. It's fine to want to be excited about FlyQuest, but I think this is showing that it's a tighter race to the top than even we might have been giving it credit for.
Yeah, I definitely am super curious to see them in best of 5s. One thing, I talked to Nick Fan this past week, I wanted to talk to him about how this roster came together. And one thing that he really stressed when he was talking to all of these players in the offseason is he wanted people with the same kind of mindset and hunger for the game so that even when they disagree, they're all on the same page in terms of how they want to play, how they want to prep, and how they want to practice. And I think that's really interesting. He also said that he only thinks, and this was before the loss, that they're at 30%, if that, of this team's potential or what they think they can be, which I thought was really interesting in light of all of the hype we were giving them, especially in the first 4 weeks.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe internally it's completely different. We never know exactly what's going on for the teams and the conversations they're having. And Prince having the game that he had today could be more par for the course of what happens in scrims. Like, we were memeing a little bit with Spica yesterday when he was here, but like, what's your scrim win rate? Because like, they're different levels of dominance. So like 2020 C9 had like a 90% scrim win rate, which makes it like almost impossible to understand what's good because you're winning pretty much everything. I'd say the sweet spot is like 65%, where you're winning 2/3 of your scrims, so you have enough positive vibes to continue dominating, but you're also able to learn some of the things that are bad. FlyQuest, from the sounds of it, is like maybe sub 50.
Yeah.
Like, they're apparently running it down
I
a
couldn't
lot.
tell whether he was joking. He was like, I wish it was 50%.
Well, the Golden Guardians apparently said that they beat them 100% win rate against them. Cloud9 had reported similar things before about how like they're like, oh, I guess FlyQuest is a stage team or something. Who knows? We know what you did learn was that Garen is good. Moose Hater's been repping him up, finally picked into Cassante.
Moose Hater's nothing special. He's just been playing an overpowered champion. I think this is what I've learned.
Moose Hater catching strays over here.
He had a tweet where he was like DMing Tenacity about like you should play this into Cassante. He's like left on red, and then someday played it. Garen was the last champion to be played in LCS history. Every other champion in the entire roster of League of Legends was played until Garen. So now we finally have the entire roster played.
Is this like when the Cubs won the World Series? Like, the LCS is over now? We did it?
We've done it.
We're closing it.
The Pokedex is complete?
Randomly after week 6.
All right.
Roll credits.
See you, everybody.
And the last MasterCard Player of the Week ever in the LCS is Jojo Pion. I did want to bring this up because Jojo had a really good week. I know people were joking. I believe it was Cubby being like, yay, Jojo didn't die in side lanes. But you know, when you are pressuring the map, that does make a massive difference. He had a monstrous game today on the Azir, and it is really cool to see this past week them be able to recover and play really well. This is a team that we kind of already know how. Actually, we don't know how good they can be because they did change out pieces of their roster, but we have somewhat of an understanding due to their core of how good they can be.
Yeah, and I mean, just specifically, Jojo Pion is somebody that we wanted to celebrate coming into this split because we know how good he is, how, like, of a young player. And yes, the Azir game today was great, but also just the Akali game. If you look at the context of that Akali game, there's no way for him to be, like, doing well. Like, that was a really hard Akali game, but he is somebody that, we'll just say, pick it for me, slams it, has an insane game. Jojo Pion is somebody that has, like, we already know his mechanics are high, and we know that he will always play to his limits. But this week was exemplary, like a great example of who he is as a player.
Yeah, the Azir game, most of those early kills on Vikla came off him and Inspired's tag team, and he was just really clean. And I feel like, and this is probably too big of a conversation to launch into, but the community really focuses on big mistakes. And sometimes not enough on just consistent dominance to get to a position where like that mistake might be bad.
Yeah.
But like Jojo in early game and even in team fights is really, really good. It's just the map stuff and it's like whenever it happens, you're like, what an idiot. But like the other things that he's doing well is better than everyone else in the league, and other people can't even do that stuff.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, yeah, he does this like dumb thing every once in a while, but like, my God, at least he can do these other things well too, which other than like Vikla and maybe Eminez, it doesn't seem like is happening. Maybe Gori a little bit too, but like he is, even amongst them, arguably the best laner.
And I love that you mentioned specifically Vikla and Eminez because hearing from Vikla, he talks about, like, yeah, I want to play against Jojo Pion. And you hear from Eminez, and this was when he was in the Challenger League, right? When he was in an interview and was asked who you want to play against, he just says Jojo Pion. He leapfrogged all of the academy, like the Challenger mid laners, and was like, I want to play against Jojo Pion, and he thinks that he was really good. Everyone has that respect for him as a player. And so the fact that now people are really recognizing that, it's good to see.
Yeah. Well, let's pull up our standings.
Let's pull it up.
They were behind us because we were talking about standings, but just in case you need a refresher, FlyQuest still in first place with an 11-2 overall record. Today, they just qualified for playoffs. Following them is Cloud9 at 10-3, EG at 9-4, Golden Guardians at 8-5, CLG at 7-6, and then TSM at 6-7. 100 Thieves tied with Team Liquid Honda at 7th at 5-8. Immortals Progressive at 3-10, and Dignitas at 1-12.
Race to the playoffs.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tight.
Thursday's schedule: FlyQuest versus Team Liquid Honda. TSM versus Immortals Progressive, Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses. That's obviously a top one.
It's a banger.
100 Thieves versus Golden Guardians, and then CLG versus Dignitas.
I like these game 4s that we've been having. I don't know why. There's just like something about Golden Guardians 100 Thieves where there's the preseason expectations versus what we've seen lately. We had that Golden Guardians TL game where TL kind of like surprised us. If 100 Thieves doesn't win that one, I think they're also toast. So it's gonna be a banger.
And I'm a drama frog. So when I see Evil Geniuses versus a drama frog, when I see Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9, and I know 2 of the dramas that happened so far this split included Sven and Vulcan, I just enjoy that. Obviously, nothing's going to happen.
Not with each other yet.
I was like, wait, they don't have beef with each other?
I don't care. Maybe it's possible. It's possible. I'm going to throw that out there just see if anything happens.
Hey, you guys should fight.
Bye!
Raz apparently wants you two to fight, so good luck with that. That does it for us. We're going to end there on the LCS Lounge for today and for LCS for this week. Salt League starts tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much for joining us, not just today, but if you've joined us previous days as well. And that's it. Woo! I don't have a pen to throw. Oh, wait, I do.
We're on the caster's desk, and Meteos is joining us not for 1, but for 2 different games today.
Cooldown will come back up.
Oh! Flash from Boostio for the binding, but they turn it around. It's going to be a trade so far, but now it's AD carry versus support, and Boostio's got a whole lot of spears in him. Doko on the front line. A lot of damage being done at Tenacity. He's using the stasis, trying to stay alive here in the very front. Boostio is burning down. Doko's already killed Tenacity. Boostio run, and Closer's getting beat. It's Bjergsen already gone first, and 3 of the 100 Thieves are already dead. Boostio burns away. A double kill for Palafox. Baron be damned, the game is over.
Can you talk some more? Blur, say a sentence, man. Hello, my name is Berserker. Okay, man. Hello, my name is Berserker. Yeah, Minnie? Nails?
Hello.
Hello, my name is Berserker. Yeah, I'm good.
The Drake's at 3K. Blabber wants to try to steal. Santorin off. Blabber takes him down and steals it away again. He just keeps getting away with it. For the first Nexus turret has already fallen. Fudge finds a knockup on a Santorin. The Beast isn't ready just yet, but M&S finds blood in the water and absolutely tears Tomo apart. Dig is stuck back on the fountain stairs, and 1 Baron is all it took. C9 finds the win. So Speak is able to find an angle to enter into the pit, but it ain't gonna happen. Someday goes all out, someday goes all in. There's the execution on Cassante. He presses his ult, and then you just eat him. You don't even gotta be Cho'Gath. It's Evil Geniuses getting everything. For the second time this split, FlyQuest will fall. One last message to Ayla on the spawn platform, and Evil Geniuses triumph over FlyQuest.
I really don't know how they win this.
Yeah, now they're just going to turn right onto Summon. He has Flash, but can he even get out? They turn out the lights with Paranoia. Summon still doesn't get out alive. They turn off the lights, but Soul is secured for TSM. Can Team Liquid even turn around this fight? They're onto the backline, but he's already golden, and Wild Turtle's just kiting, hitting one after another, free-firing like it's shooting fish in a barrel. TSM easily clean up Team Liquid, but Lulu waits, hits the charm of Nagori, and now Tactical's just free-firing into the right side, and no one is affecting Tactical. Tactical's just ripping them apart. He's lighting them up. Tactical in the middle of 4 members, but he's not going down. How does he not die quite yet? He finally gets taken out, but Balulu can look for the cleanup, the reset. Huge knockup from Revenge, but the damage from Balulu, it's not enough. Fleshy is respawned as well. They find one, but River and Stixxay just turned on to the Nexus. Stixxay's hitting one after another. Can they lock him down? No! Golden Guardians will close out this game.